Chapter 464. Guchanga naturally had other plans for releasing the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. Just as she had said, it was not a good idea to keep her locked up in this place. When he asked her about some things and matters, she was able to answer them fluently without any flaws. There was still half a year before the upper domain would invade the 8 wilderness 10 regions. Therefore it was better to let her prove it with her actions. The action that Guchanga requested was actually very simple. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had lived in the 8 wilderness 10 regions for countless years and definitely knew many friends. The cultivation of those friends should be similar to her, at the level of Dao attainment. Therefore, she could lure those friends out and Guchanga could use this opportunity to capture them all. His cultivation had reached the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, and the origin of ordinary cultivators would not be of much use to him. Now he could only rely on the Dao attainment experts or weaker quasi-emperors to find a chance to break through. How do you want me to prove it? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had already regained her composure, and there was a glimmer in her eyes that fell on Guchanga's face. There was a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Her face was delicate and fair, and her facial features were unparalleled. Her black hair was very smooth and shining with a moving luster. When she spoke, there was a kind of transcendence and demonic aura around her. These two completely different temperaments were now both on the same person. There was no conflict and awkwardness, but instead it was very harmonious and natural. She knew that Guchanga had already thought it through. After all, it was not a good idea to keep her locked up. Now that he had released the black iron chains on her hands and feet, he was giving her a chance to prove that she was trustworthy. Sleep with me or kill me, choose one. Guchanga noticed her indifferent and confident expression, and raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Then he said with a calm expression. Hearing this, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's faint smile suddenly froze and she lost her previous composure. Then she suddenly frowned. I thought that young Master Gu's heart was as firm as a rock, and would not be moved by external things. I didn't expect you to be such a vulgar person. She shook her head and sighed. On her fair face, she looked like she had misjudged Guchanga. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Serve or kill? Guchanga narrowed his 533 eyes. There was a dangerous look in his eyes as he sized her up. The Empyrean maiden's expression turned slightly serious, and then she said, kill. However, she didn't know who she was going to kill, but at this time she couldn't choose to sleep with him. In that case, what was the difference between her and the so-called concubines? And Guchanga was clearly not the kind of person who would show mercy to her just because she was a concubine. Of course, there was a more important reason. If she chose to sleep with him, with Guchanga's level of caution, he would definitely be suspicious. That's good. Guchanga nodded. He knew that she would make such a choice. As the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, whether now or in the past, she had always been extremely proud and confident. It was impossible for him to use his own body as a capital to obtain certain benefits. But the current her was not so sure. Thinking of this, Guchanga carefully looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden. Since she had a special constitution, she should know the consequences of being found out by him. But she didn't panic or feel uneasy at all. She was very calm, as if she had already expected this, or rather had the confidence. This made Guchanga pay more attention to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden. This woman made him a little confused. Did her temperament really become like this? Or was it just a pretense to lower his guard? Young Master Gu, do you really want me to sleep with you? If you really want to, it's not impossible. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden noticed that Guchanga was looking at her. Her eyes sparkled and she didn't feel shy at all. On the contrary, she was very calm, and she tucked her hair behind her ear. She showed off her beautiful face and impressive figure to her heart's content, which was extremely seductive. I've never seen such a strange request. Don't tell me you want to rely on me? Guchanga also looked at her seriously, staring at her exquisite face. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her slender waist. A burst of fragrance filled the air, which was very seductive. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden had a faint smile on her lips, as if she had expected Guchanga's reaction. But she didn't expect that he would suddenly pull her over. Her face froze and so did her slender waist. After cultivating for countless years, this was the first time the opposite sex touched her. She only felt a warm feeling, accompanied by a vast divine light that enveloped her whole body. However, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden didn't break free. Instead, her beautiful eyes shone brightly like fireworks. She looked at Guchanga quietly, almost falling into his arms. She had a strange feeling in her heart, and a faint haze rose on her delicate snow-white skin. There's really something wrong with your constitution. I almost fell for your trick. But in the next moment, Guchanga's regretful voice sounded. He shook his head slightly and let go of her. His figure appeared 3 feet away from the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. The moment he touched her, he had already probed. He felt that there was a vast and cold aura inside the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. It was motionless like the Milky Way, but as majestic as the sky. It could erupt at any time. Mr. Gu, are you afraid? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden didn't look shy like other girls. Her eyes were sparkling, and a faint smile appeared on her lips again. Her temperament was very calm, but if one looked closely, they would find that it was confidence, more like a faint mockery. You've got some tricks. If that's the case, won't you get what you want? Guchanga shook his head and said regretfully, what a pity. I can only look at such a beauty, but I can't eat her. I thought Mr. Gu was brave and no one could compare to you. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. I've taken the initiative, but you don't dare to eat me. How disappointing. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden shook her head and said in a regretful tone. She knew that Guchanga already knew what kind of constitution she had. So when she spoke, she didn't need to be so secretive like before. This was originally another plan she thought could save the 8 barren 10 regions. But now, it seemed that since Guchanga had found out, it wouldn't succeed. Empyrean deer mystic maiden, you've really put in a lot of effort just to pin it on me. Guchanga shook his head unmoved. The 9 abstruse yearning body was a legendary constitution that came from the yearning red Luan. It was the symbol of unswerving loyalty. He didn't expect to encounter it on the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. He was just a little suspicious. But when he saw the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's expression, he was almost certain. The most special thing about this constitution was that it could live and die together. There was almost no solution. In other words, once he took the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's body, their lives would be tied together. Once the Empyrean deer mystic maiden committed suicide, he would be greatly affected, and his life would be in danger. Though Guchanga had many trump cards, including 2 seals of samsara, he had several lives. But he didn't like the feeling of his life being controlled by others. With the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's personality, she would definitely sacrifice herself to kill him and save Heavenly Deer City and the 8 Desolation 10 regions. It seemed that in the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's eyes, he was the greatest threat to the survival of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken such a big risk and left Heavenly Deer City to kill him in the cradle. If young Master Gu can promise to spare Heavenly Deer City and the 8 Desolation 10 regions, why would I do this? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden sighed. Then her eyes fell on Guchanga's face. Seeing that he was unmoved, she smiled and said, now that young Master Gu knows my biggest secret, shouldn't you believe me? One had to admit that as one of the most respected people in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, she had a very special status. Even if the Empyrean deer mystic maiden was tainted by the demonic nature, she still had a sense of holiness that couldn't be profaned. The 9 abstruse yearning bodies problem may not be impossible for me to solve. Guchanga didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and said, you seem to be happy too early. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled faintly and said, then I'll wait for the day when young Master Gu solves this problem. She was very confident and didn't care about what Guchanga said, which was why she said that. After all, she had studied her body many times over the past countless years. For men, the 9 abstruse yearning body was an unparalleled temptation. However, the problem of living and dying together was indeed unsolvable. At the level of an enlightened cultivator, she couldn't think of any solution. Although the Empyrean deer mystic maiden had never been born, once she did, she would be respected by countless cultivators and factions. However, Guchanga was so cautious and even seemed to dislike her, thinking that she was going to rely on him. This made her speechless. Then Guchanga told her something else. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden was a veteran enlightened cultivator. And her cultivation was not weak. The cultivation realms of the friends she knew would not be too far off. Friends! After hearing this, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden looked deeply at Guchanga and fell silent. She knew what Guchanga was planning. Guchanga's current cultivation had a lot to do with the identity he was hiding. Needless to say, the risk of this being exposed was that the entire upper realm wouldn't be able to tolerate Guchanga, and he would become an enemy of the entire world. Even though his cultivation was strong, it would be difficult for him to fight against the entire upper realm. However, despite knowing this, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden didn't think that this would be used against Guchanga, and he didn't care whether she knew or not. Now that Guchanga had made such a request, it was clear that he wanted to devour the essences of those existences to cultivate. I don't actually know many friends, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden said. Many have already passed away, and many have gone missing. It won't be easy to find someone that can satisfy you, Sir Gu. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden thought seriously, and it didn't seem like she was just brushing him off. You can't find a single one? Guchanga didn't believe her and smiled faintly. Why don't you use your identity to summon all the experts of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden? I think they can do it too. However, if you look carefully you can find them. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden shook her head and said, How much do you know about the 9 mountains, Sir Gu? Aren't the 9 mountains the celestial mountains in the hearts of all cultivators in the 8 Desolates 10 regions? It's said that there are traces of celestials there. Why could it be that the person you're talking about is in the 9 mountains? Guchanga narrowed his eyes, looking thoughtful. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden nodded. I don't think there's anyone more suitable than the 9 mountains. The 9 mountains were the 9 mysterious celestial mountains in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. No one knew where they were, and they were located in an ethereal place. Ordinary people couldn't find them at all. Unless it was a fated person, other cultivators would never find the 9 mountains, even if they searched for their entire lives. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden suddenly mentioning the 9 mountains piqued Guchanga's interest. He wasn't worried that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden would work with the 9 mountains to kill him. At this time it wasn't a wise thing to do. If she really wanted to gain his trust, she would have to find a way to prove her worth. The upper realm was attacking the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Sooner or later, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden would be conquered. When that time came, it wouldn't be important whether the 9 mountains appeared or not. It wouldn't play a decisive role. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden should know this very well. She was a smart person and knew what to say at this time. According to the ancient records, the 9 mountains were extremely mysterious. When the 8 Desolates 10 regions were invaded by the upper realm, there would be successors or disciples who would come down from the mountains with immortal edicts. However, to the upper realm this didn't have much of an effect. On the contrary, from the 9 mountains' attitude towards the upper realm, it was obvious that they were more afraid of the upper realm. Chapter 465. How much do you know about the 9 mountains? Guchanga asked. The 9 mountains have 9 mountain lords, from the first mountain to the 9th mountain. The first mountain lord is the most powerful, but he is always in seclusion and has not shown himself for many years. That is why I have never seen the real location of the first mountain. The 9 mountains now listen to the second mountain lord's orders. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy spoke frankly, and there was a different emotion in her eyes. You have a grudge against the 9 mountains? Guchanga caught the emotion on her face. It seemed that she wanted to use him to attack the 9 mountains. However, the Heavenly Deer City and the 9 mountains were both barriers that protected the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, but there was a conflict between them. This surprised Guchanga. Yes, there was. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy nodded slightly, and her eyes fell on his face. She smiled faintly. Are you planning to avenge me? I think it is better to take revenge for something like hatred yourself. If you want to do it, I don't mind sending some people to help you. Guchanga just smiled and said. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy knew that this was just an excuse Guchanga made to not do it himself. If that is the case, thank you very much. However, she did not refuse. Although the 9 mountains were untraceable, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy had a way to find its exact location. The Qingyun flying boat could take her to the Yunshin tomb in the 9 mountains. She happened to have a Qingyun flying boat that she had obtained many years ago. After that, Guchanga arranged for many powerful cultivators to come. The weakest of them was at the Saint Realm, and they could form a formation to unleash more power. In addition, there were also a few Supreme Realm and Quasi-Emperor Realm cultivators. These powerful cultivators were all elites who had survived hundreds of battles. Their killing power was shocking, and it was hard to find a match for them in the same realm. 3 days later there was a ray of light. A huge Qingyun flying boat appeared in the hands of the heavenly deer mystic fairy. It quickly enlarged like a mountain range and stretched across the sky. All the powerful cultivators received the order and turned into divine rainbows and descended. The void split open as a golden passageway appeared. The green cloud flying shuttle carried everyone and directly entered it, as though it was shuttling through the universe. This was a technique that could tear apart the universe. Using space, one could disappear a million miles away. This azure cloud flying vessel had a magnificent nebula as its lid, immortal gold and ancient wood as its beam, supreme immortal gold as its body, and 9-colored immortal light as its oars. It was vast and ancient. All the cultivators above even felt a sense of vicissitudes, as if they were struggling to cross the river of time. Back then I obtained it by chance. I didn't expect that I would be able to use it in this life. Standing on the green cloud airship, the heavenly deer mystic fairy gently shook her head as if she was talking to Guchanga. Serve the tea. However, Guchanga did not intend to listen to her idle chat. He sat down at the stone table and ordered, "Young Master Gu, are you really treating me like a servant girl?" The celestial deer mystic maiden was dressed in a snow-white robe. Her body was glowing with wisdom and her face was peerless. As she spoke, her eyes flickered with an unconcealable demonic nature. "Of course," Guchanga said. The celestial deer mystic maiden nodded with a smile on her face. She did not refuse. With a wave of her hand, a jade tea set appeared and she began to brew tea. Her hair was soft and shiny, and there was a different kind of beauty to it. The other cultivators watched this scene from afar, and could not help but click their tongues. The celestial deer mystic maiden's identity was so noble, but now she was reduced to such a state in front of the young master. A few days later, the azure cloud airship tore through the universe and went deep into a mysterious area. It seemed to have reached the end of the world. This place was boundless. The stars were like clouds and ancient trees covered the sky. They grew in the universe. The essence of heaven and earth was extracted. Every branch and leaf seemed to be able to hold up the world. The galaxy was incomparably thick, and it was surrounded by vast clouds and mist. It fell from the front. Rumble. The waves splashed, creating terrifying ripples in the universe. Every wave was like the convergence of countless small worlds. Looking at the waterfall that seemed to fall from the highest point in the sky, everyone was a little shocked. Is this where the 9 mountains are? The Cloud Tomb? Guchanga looked up. Along the waterfall in front of him, he seemed to be able to see a vast continent hidden above. This place did not belong to the 8 Desolates 10 regions. To be precise, it was adjacent to the 8 Desolates 10 regions, but because of the terrain it was rather mysterious and difficult to find. And here Guchanga clearly sensed a different kind of aura. In his opinion, the 9 mountains were a piece of fat meat. It was a pity that the upper realm had not noticed it for countless years. Apart from the most mysterious first mountain, the other 8 mountains are all here. After arriving here, the celestial deer mystic maiden's mood changed greatly. Divine light flowed in her eyes. To enter the 9 mountains we must pass through the waterfall in front of us, she said. In the next moment, she cast out divine talismans and began to control the entire airship. It began to cross. The azure cloud airship was very simple and unadorned. Suddenly, a layer of immortal mist appeared on the surface, isolating everything. Then it went against the waterfall. It seemed incomparably stable like an ancient rock. Guchanga noticed her actions. He felt a vast and boundless aura coming from above the waterfall. He ordered the many powerhouses behind him to be prepared. There might be a bloody battle when the time came. He just didn't know if the 9 mountains could give him some surprises. At the same time, above the waterfall was a magnificent and vast floating continent. There were many ancient fierce beasts and savage birds in the sky. Primitive ancient forests were densely covered. The mountains were grand, and the palaces were ancient and mysterious. The chaotic waterfall fell, flying between the mountains. Immortal mist filled the air, and immortal light intertwined. There were thousands of rays of auspicious light and thousands of auspicious colors. This was a shocking scene. This was like a real paradise, a paradise on earth. The creatures here had a kind of immortal charm, and their auras were exceptionally powerful. It could be said that they were completely different from the people outside the world. All kinds of immortal medicines and divine springs were rare in the world. Inside, purple rocks towered. The cliffs were smooth, grass grew, ginseng was breathing, and auspicious beasts like cheilants were lying alone under the blue stone. Silver chains hung down one by one, dense steam rose, spiritual birds danced, and the fragrance of old medicines was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, one could see immortal mountains and divine peaks. In the distance there were palaces and heavenly gates. It was magnificent. In the center, there were incomparably majestic mountains shrouded in immortal light. There were waterfalls around them like islands scattered all over the place. Rays of divine rainbows swept across the sky. The cultivators were all dressed in feathered clothes and star crowns. They were shrouded in immortal light, and their Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. I don't know what the second mountain lord is thinking. He's actually planning to seal the mountain and not interfere with the affairs of the outside world. It's said that the second mountain lord predicted the disaster by chance through divination. I don't know if it's true or not. Now, several mountain lords have gone to the second mountain to discuss it with him. It's been a long time since the 9 mountains showed their holiness in the world. This time, when we heard that the upper realm is invading again, it's the time for us to show ourselves and absorb faith. It's a pity that the second mountain lord wants to seal the mountain at this time. A few cultivators with wide sleeves rode on long rainbows and swept across the sky. They were talking about something. Their faces looked very young, but their real age was not young. Occasionally, there was a sense of vicissitudes in the depths of their eyes. At this moment as they spoke, it was difficult to hide their resentment towards the second mountain lord who wanted to seal the mountain. Of course, Master's words have a deeper meaning. Aren't you afraid that Master will punish you when he finds out that you're talking nonsense behind his back? She begged for fresh flowers. At this moment a burst of divine light came, and a golden passage suddenly appeared in the sky. A beautiful woman walked out. Her features were picturesque, and her skin was snow-white and sparkling. She was like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Unfortunately, her expression was very cold, and she gave people an unapproachable feeling. Hearing her words, the cultivators who were talking could not help but change their expressions. They hurriedly said, "Please forgive us, eldest senior sister. We know our mistake. We won't dare to do it again." The beautiful woman glanced at all of them indifferently and said, "Don't do it again. Don't let me hear you speak ill of Master behind his back again." Yes, yes, yes. We understand. Thank you, eldest senior sister. The cultivators hurriedly replied. They were very respectful towards the beautiful woman in front of them. Then they hurriedly left the place, not daring to stay for long. The beautiful woman watched until their figures disappeared before she retracted her gaze. She could not help but frown and murmured, "During this period of time, the resentment towards Master from the various mountains has become more and more intense. There are even many people who are against him." Indeed, the invasion of the 8 desolates in 10 regions from the upper realm is the time for the disciples of the 9 mountains to gain fame and gain faith. Yet, Master wants to seal the mountain. This is really puzzling. Eldest senior sister Suyun is right. Second mountain lord's current actions are really puzzling. At this moment a man's voice was heard. Accompanied by a faint light, it was as if a figure had condensed between heaven and earth. This was a man wearing golden armor. He was very tall and straight. Even his hair was golden, as if there was a divine light circulating on it. There were vertical pupils in his eyes, and they were light gold. He looked like a young god, giving people a feeling of unparalleled power. Behind the man in golden armor, there were a few cultivators following. There were both men and women, and it seemed that he was the leader. Chun Suyun greets the Taoist. Seeing the man in golden armor, Chun Suyun's gaze did not change. Then she bowed gently. "Eldest senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. You and I are both disciples of the 9 mountains. There's no need to be so polite." The man in golden armor smiled when he heard this. He seemed very gentle and polite. The 9 mountains were different from the other forces. Here, apart from the mountain lords, there were no elders. Seniority was determined according to the cultivation time one had entered the 9 mountains. For example, Chun Suyin had entered the 9 mountains longer than the others. She was the rightful eldest senior sister. The man in golden armor in front of her was called Gu Wudi. He was the Taoist of the 9 mountains, or in other words the successor. From his name one could see his ambition. He had the heart to be invincible in the world and sweep through the ages. He entered the 9 mountains later than Chun Suyin and the others. However, because of his powerful talent, his cultivation surpassed everyone and became the Taoist of the 9 mountains. He was in the limelight for a while. In the 9 mountains, apart from the mountain lords, his status was the most respected. Even the personal disciples of the mountain lords had to bow to him when they saw him. Therefore, he was obviously not as respectful to Chun Suyin as the others. His attitude was very natural. By the way, eldest senior sister, since you're here, why don't I see little junior brother? I remember that the two of you were inseparable. Wherever you went, he would follow you. Why don't I see him now? Gu Wudi looked behind Chun Suyin, seeming to be a little surprised. He asked as if he already knew the answer. Little junior brother is now by master's side. Perhaps master is giving him some instructions. Hearing this, Chun Suyin shook her head and said calmly, "Is that so? Originally, I had some things to discuss with little junior brother, but I didn't expect him to not be here. Forget it then." Gu Wudi smiled. There was a trace of malice in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Fan. Chapter 466. The little junior brother that Chun Suyin and Gu Wudi were talking about was called Xiaoyang. More than 20 years ago, Chun Suyin happened to see him under the waterfall of the 9 mountains and brought him back to the mountain to cultivate. At that time, Xiaoyang, who was still a baby, was placed in a basket. He was covered in blood and on his last breath, carrying an ancient jade with 2 ancient words written on it. It was because of those 2 ancient words that she knew Xiaoyang's name. After that, Xiaoyang was pitied by her master, the second mountain master, who felt that he was lonely and had no one to rely on, so he took him in as a disciple. Xiaoyang became the youngest disciple in the 9 mountains, and everyone called him the little junior brother. As for why Xiaoyang was abandoned under the 9 mountains, it had always been a mystery, and no one knew. Xiaoyang's background was still a mystery, and some people felt that he carried a deep hatred. But now, not many people paid attention to it. In many people's opinion, since he could find the 9 mountains, it must be fate between him and the 9 mountains. In addition, Xiaoyang was likable, hardworking, and talented in cultivation, so he was very likable. So, as long as the disciples in the 9 mountains knew him, they would have a good relationship with him. Chun Suyin and Xiaoyang were also like sisters and mothers. After all, Xiaoyang was raised by Chun Suyin, and many of the ways of the world and cultivation methods were taught by her personally. Taoist, you want to ask Xiaoyang about the 9 mountains immortal seal, right? It's useless for you to ask him. You have to ask master. Little junior brother has only been in the 9 mountains for more than 20 years. How would he know about these things? Seeing Gu Wudi's expression, Chun Suyin frowned and said calmly, Gu Wudi coveting the 9 mountains immortal seal was no secret in the 9 mountains. However, the second mountain master had clearly said that Gu Wudi was not suitable to take over the 9 mountains immortal seal. Instead, for countless years, only little junior brother Xiaoyang was the most suitable. Chun Suyin naturally did not doubt her master's words. However, Gu Wudi was proud and could not accept that the 9 mountains immortal seal fell into the hands of someone who was not as good as him. One had to know that the 9 mountains immortal seal was the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. It gathered the faith, karmic luck, fate, and so on that the 9 mountains had accumulated over countless years. It could be said to be mysterious and unfathomable. Ever since the first mountain lord had gone into seclusion, the second mountain lord had been in charge of the 9 mountains immortal seal, maintaining the stability of the 9 mountains array formation, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the laws of heaven and earth, the environment of the great Tao, and so on. Senior apprentice Sister Suyin, why do you say that? My master said that the 9 mountains immortal seal should be taken over by a virtuous person. Back then, when the great mountain master gave up the 9 mountains immortal seal, it was for the other mountain masters to fight over it. My teacher, the third mountain master, was one step behind and lost to the second mountain master. That was how the great seal of the 9 mountains ended up in his hands. Today, how could there be a decision to directly hand over the 9 mountains immortal seal to others without giving their disciples a chance to fight for it? I'm afraid that this method won't convince the public, and I can't accept it either. Hearing this, Gu Wudi's expression was somewhat displeased. He frowned, his heart filled with unwillingness. If it was a fair duel and he lost to Xiaoyang, then the 9 mountains immortal seal would be taken by Xiaoyang, and he would have nothing to say. But now, without even giving him a chance to fight, they thought that he wasn't suitable to take over the 9 mountains immortal seal. How could he accept this? Gu Wudi was prideful and thought highly of himself. He had cultivated in the 9 mountains for many years, and his cultivation had already caught up with many disciples who had entered before him. This method was tantamount to thinking that he was inferior to Xiaoyang, who had only entered the 9 mountains for 20 years. This is Master's decision. If you have any opinions, you can tell Master. Moreover, your current cultivation has already surpassed junior brothers by a lot. If it's a fair decision, then who is fair to? Chan Suyun said indifferently, her brow still tightly furrowed. Gu Wudi was indeed very talented, and could be said to be the most outstanding disciple of the 9 mountains in recent years. But he was too arrogant and always thought that he was invincible. His usual gentle appearance was just a disguise. I can suppress my cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang. If you still think it's unfair, then I can give him a big realm. Or if we're in the same realm, he can withstand 3 of my moves. How about it? Gu Wudi's expression was very sinister, and his words were very impolite. How many years have you cultivated? How can junior brother compare to you in terms of divine powers and comprehension of laws? Originally, it was unfair for you to fight him. Chan Suyun's expression was still unmoved, and she said indifferently, and this is Master's decision. It's only useful if you tell him. After all, she had watched Xiaoyang grow up, so from the bottom of her heart, she was very partial to Xiaoyang. And now, Gu Wudi was already in the supreme realm, and had cultivated for millions of years. Xiaoyang had only cultivated for 20 years, so how could the two be compared? Good, very good. Gu Wudi's expression was completely gloomy, and he had already torn off the disguise on his face. He said coldly, in that case, don't blame me. With that, a golden light appeared under his feet, and he left with the cultivators behind him, unable to hide his anger. Chan Suyun shook her head, thinking that Gu Wudi was just talking and didn't take it to heart. Then she turned into a divine rainbow and left this place, heading towards the second mountain. In the vast clouds, the azure cloud airship broke through the waterfall and flew towards this place, resisting the terrifying pressure. The immortal fog was dense, and the runes flickered unmoving like a rock. The cloud tomb was also known as the cloud tomb of no return. It was said to be the burial place of all the clouds in the world. It was easy to get lost in this place, and even cultivators with high cultivation would find it difficult to find the right exit. Therefore, the 9 mountains used the cloud tomb as a natural barrier to isolate it from the outside world. However, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden clearly had a special method to pass through this area. Steering the azure cloud airship, they quickly crossed the waterfall. It seems that the 9 mountains are very confident. They don't even have disciples guarding it, and there's no protective array. Gu Chang'e stood on the airship, his white robes and hair dancing in the wind. He looked into the distance, feeling a little strange. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden nodded. Because the 9 mountains know that not many people in this world can find this place. Really? Didn't you find me anyway? Gu Chang'e smiled, and then said somewhat mockingly, tell me about the enmity between you and the 9 mountains. I'm suddenly interested. Young Master Gu, are you planning to avenge me? I really don't know how to repay you. It's a pity that you don't want my body. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden controlled the azure cloud airship as she replied. There was a faint smile on her lips, calm and composed. However, her words seemed to be mocking. If someone who knew her was here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. They wouldn't dare to believe that this woman before them was the holy, dignified, and aloof Empyrean deer mystic maiden. Why can't I devote myself to you? Even if I can't warm your bed, I can still be your servant. Guchanga smiled. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden's smile didn't diminish in the slightest. She said, I didn't think there would be a day when the great young Master Gu would be so afraid of me. As she spoke, she combed the hair in front of her forehead, appearing extremely seductive. Guchanga was already very familiar with her repeated seduction. He knew that the Empyrean dear mystic maiden was doing this on purpose, whether it was because her Tao heart had changed, revealing her true nature, or because she was pretending. However, this couldn't hide the fact that he couldn't devour her. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden wasn't surprised that Guchanga ignored her. She continued, back then, one of my senior sisters betrayed Sky Deer City, betrayed me and my master, and finally came to the 9 mountains. She didn't say who that senior sister was, but at this time, the more casual she appeared, the more it showed the seriousness of the feud. Guchanga was somewhat interested. Now that senior sister of yours has become the mountain master of the 9 mountains? The Empyrean dear mystic maiden shook her head. Her talent is far inferior to mine. Now, she is at most in the quasi-emperor realm. The mountain master of the 9 mountains is at least in the Tao attainment realm. That's a really generous amount of resources. Guchanga couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden glanced at him. Cooperating with such a terrifying person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. She also didn't know whether her choice at that time was right or wrong. Soon the azure cloud-flying ship passed through layers of clouds and mist. Suddenly, an ancient and majestic continent appeared in front of them. Who are you? Almost instantly, a cultivator there noticed the azure cloud-flying ship and couldn't help but shout, turning into a divine rainbow and flying over. In this world, only the azure cloud-flying ship could find the cloud tomb. However, before that person could get close, a giant golden palm had already reached out from the azure cloud-flying ship, covering all directions, grabbed him and brought him over. This scene alarmed Gu Wudi and the others, who were planning to return to the 2nd mountain after falling out with Chan Suyun. Who dares to trespass into the 9 mountains? Gu Wudi had been suppressing a lot of anger in his heart and was unable to vent it. Suddenly, he saw someone trespassing into the 9 mountains, and immediately took the initiative to attack. A wave of golden sword chi intertwined, gushing out from the weapon in his hand. It was incomparably mighty, slashing towards the azure cloud-flying ship in front of him. The other cultivators also took out their own techniques. A wave of blazing light flew out, as if a large galaxy was drowning out. However, on the azure cloud-flying ship, there was still only a giant golden palm that descended, as if it was condensed by golden runes. It was the hand of the celestial emperor, capable of suppressing eternity. Whoosh whoosh. All the brilliance was annihilated, instantly turning into ashes. What? Gu Wudi's expression changed. He didn't expect the person who attacked to be so terrifying. Just one palm was enough to destroy all their techniques. Moreover, the remaining power did not diminish and was still falling towards them. The skin of the others almost burst open, and blood was already oozing out. Stop! He snorted coldly, and his aura changed. A true dragon appeared behind him, and primal chaos mist spread out in all directions. His golden battle armor made him look like a golden god of war, looking down disdainfully at the mortal world. Gu Wudi displayed the terrifying strength of a supreme and charged towards the azure cloud-flying ship. However, the palm did not stop at all. Chaotic chi filled the air, as if heaven and earth had fallen, directly covering his body with a poof, causing the true dragon behind him to collapse. He coughed up blood, and his body almost exploded. How is this possible? Gu Wudi was shocked. Sensing that the situation was not right, he turned around and tried to escape. However, the palm seemed to have turned into a universe in the palm, suppressing him within, making him unable to move. At this moment, in the deepest part of the continent, in the majestic and ancient 2nd Mountain's main hall, the atmosphere was particularly solemn. The main hall was grand, with white jade as the pillars and colored glass as the roof tiles. A misty immortal light filled the air, just like the legendary Immortal Palace. A white-robed old man with white hair and a slightly stooped figure was standing there. He was squinting his eyes and bending his back, saying something to the others in the main hall. Behind the white-robed old man stood a young man with a delicate face, a tall and straight figure, and a faint green light in his eyes. He seemed to have achieved a high level of cultivation. Second Mountain Lord, please forgive me for not agreeing with this decision. Now that the 8 desolates in 10 regions are in great trouble, and the upper world's army is pressing in, it is the best time for the disciples of the 9 mountains to come out, travel the world and gather faith. How can we seal the mountains because of this? If we miss such a heaven-sent opportunity, we will regret it for life. Opposite the white-robed old man, a black-robed old man frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair, and his spirit was vigorous. When he opened and closed his eyes, chaotic light filled the air. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was the current 3rd Mountain Lord of the 9 mountains, and also the master of Taoist Gu Wudi. The white-robed old man was the current 2nd Mountain Lord, and the young man standing behind him was his youngest disciple, Xiaoyang. There were other mountain lords of the 9 mountains in the main hall, both men and women. Their figures were blurry, and their auras were powerful. Their qi and blood were like a terrifying cosmic furnace, making people's hearts palpitate. It could be said that all the strongest people of the 9 mountains had gathered here. At this moment, after hearing the 3rd Mountain Lord's words, the other Mountain Lords all agreed, expressing their dissatisfaction with the 2nd Mountain Lord's decision to seal the mountains. Only a small number of people remained silent. They felt that the 2nd Mountain Lord's decision was not without reason. A while ago, I used the 9 mountains deity seal to perform a divination and peered into the river of time. The results showed that the 9 mountains are facing a crisis of destruction, and it is imminent. The only solution is to seal the mountains. I am doing this for everyone. This time it is not only a disaster for the 8 desolates in 10 regions, but also a disaster for the 9 mountains. Hearing this, the 2nd Mountain Lord could only shake his head and sigh softly. He was somewhat helpless. How many times have you said this? Every time the upper realm invades, you say that a great disaster is imminent, but in the end it is all bark and no bite. When have the disciples of the 9 mountains ever encountered danger? Do you know that if we seal the mountains this time, the prestige and faith that the 9 mountains have accumulated over countless years will disappear? How will the cultivators and living beings of the 8 desolates in 10 regions view us? Will they think that we are afraid of the upper realm and are retreating? When the 3rd Mountain Lord heard this, he could not help but laugh coldly. He was quite disdainful of the 2nd Mountain Lord's divination methods. 9. As soon as he said this, the great hall instantly fell silent. Even the 2nd Mountain Lord opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words and sighed. However, he felt that the situation shown by the divination this time was different from the past, which was why he was so cautious. However, the others did not believe him. Furthermore, this time, I can't agree to your insistence on giving the 9 mountains deity seal to Xiaoyang. Wudi is far superior to Xiaoyang in terms of cultivation and ability. Why won't you give him a chance? If the 9 mountains deity seal was fought over fairly, I have nothing to say. However, since you are so biased towards your little disciple, I have to fight for Wudi. The 3rd Mountain Lord continued to speak. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 2nd Mountain Lord in front of him. He wanted to seek justice for his disciple. When the other Mountain Lords heard this, they nodded in agreement. Master, the 3rd Mountain Lord is right. Senior brother Wudi is far superior to me in terms of cultivation and ability. Senior brother Wudi is more qualified for the 9 mountains deity seal. Furthermore, senior brother Wudi is already a supreme martial artist. How can I be his opponent? Therefore, Master, please take back your order. It is more suitable to give the 9 mountains deity seal to senior brother Wudi. At this moment, the young man who had been standing silently behind the 2nd Mountain Lord suddenly spoke. He rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. He looked as if he was not capable enough and had to consider the big picture. Xiaoyang Yu, the 2nd Mountain Lord, turned around and shook his head. He did not say anything. However, at this moment the others understood Xiaoyang's words. Their eyes flashed. It sounded like he was being modest, but in reality, he felt that this was unfair to him. Xiaoyang was not old, but his shrewdness was not simple. Chapter 467. Xiaoyang was tall and straight with delicate features. His entire body was shrouded in a faint green glow. When he spoke, there was a bitter smile on his face. He rubbed his nose out of habit, as if he didn't see the strange looks the other mountain chieftains were giving him. What a scheming fellow. You're obviously saying that it's unfair. That Wuti is bullying you? Since you want to be fair, it's simple. I won't take advantage of you. 3 days later you will fight with Wuti. He will suppress his realm to the same level as yours. If you can withstand 3 of his moves, then Wuti will admit defeat, and the 9 Mountain Celestial Seal will be yours. What do you think? The 3rd Mountain Lord and the others were all shrewd people who had lived for countless years. How could they not understand the meaning behind Xiaoyang's words at this moment? He immediately waved his hand, snorted, and made his request. When the other mountain lords heard this, they all had different expressions and emotions. As the youngest junior brother of the 9 mountains, Xiaoyang was highly regarded by the 2nd Mountain Lord. Although he had only been in the 9 mountains for 20 years, his cultivation was not to be underestimated. He had also learned all of the 2nd Mountain Lord's skills. Gu Wuti was the publicly recognized Taoist of the 9 mountains and the 3rd Mountain Lord's proud disciple. Except for a few disciples who had cultivated for a long time, the others were not his match at all. Now, Gu Wuti's cultivation was already at the supreme stage. Xiaoyang was only at the saint stage. The difference between the two could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. If Gu Wuti wanted to, he could even crush Xiaoyang with a finger. A 3-move agreement? When the 2nd Mountain Lord heard this, his furrowed brows relaxed. He thought about it for a moment, then nodded. However, he still asked Xiaoyang, who was beside him, "What do you think of the 3rd Mountain Lord's request? Can you accept it?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Since the 3rd Mountain Master has said so, how could this disciple refuse? Although I'm not as talented as senior brother Wuti, I'm still confident in myself." As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but reveal the vitality and confidence of a young man. This was also his goal. If he really fought with Gu Wuti, how could he be a match for him? When the mountain lords saw this, they all nodded inwardly. They felt that if Xiaoyang was given more time, his future achievements would not be lower than Gu Wuti's. Alright, if that's the case, then let's meet at the 2nd Mountain's plaza in 3 days. The 3rd Mountain Master coldly harumphed. Then he did not linger. His figure blurred as he disappeared from the hall. When the other mountain masters saw this, they also bid farewell to the 2nd Mountain Master and planned to leave. As for the matter of sealing off the mountain, they had not yet made a decision. Right now, the most important thing was to decide the ownership of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. The distance between each of the 9 mountains was 1,000,000 miles, and between them was a vast sea of stars. However, with their cultivation, it only took them a short while to return to their original mountain range. Soon the hall quietened down. Only the 2nd Mountain Master and Xiaoyang were left. "Actually, you didn't have to say anything just now. As long as I continued to suppress them, the 3rd Mountain Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Right now, the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal is in my hands. If we were to fight, he would not be a match for me." A warm smile appeared on the 2nd Mountain Master's face as he spoke to Xiaoyang. "Your disciple doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Furthermore, your disciple is confident about the pact of 3 moves. Xiaoyang replied with a smile. He appeared to be very confident in himself. "Since you said so, your master is relieved." The 2nd Mountain Master smiled with relief. Suddenly, he lamented, "In the blink of an eye, you've grown up. Your master still remembers that when I first saw you, you were still in swaddling clothes." When Xiaoyang heard this, he asked curiously, "Master, are you saying this all of a sudden because you want to tell me about my past?" He understood the 2nd Mountain Master's character. Normally, he would not say such things. "Actually, when the upper realm invades the 8 desolates in 10 regions, I should have let you come out. However, the outside world is unpredictable. With your current cultivation, it's difficult for you to do anything." The 2nd Mountain Master nodded. His gaze was complicated as he stared at Xiaoyang. "Your disciple can understand that Master is thinking for your disciple." Xiaoyang smiled. Although he also wanted to come out and see the outside world, He could understand his master's painstaking efforts. Do you know why I said that the 9-mountain celestial seal is more suitable for you and not Guwudi? The second mountain master asked again. Isn't this because master is biased towards me? Xiaoyang was a little surprised when he saw the second mountain master shake his head slightly. He thought for a while and said seriously, Guwudi's character and character are incompatible. He is headstrong and self-opinionated. It will be difficult for him to achieve great things. The most important thing is that if he takes control of the 9-mountain celestial seal, the 9 mountains will be in danger. Besides, the third mountain master is ambitious. He doesn't want the 9 mountains to live in seclusion. As his disciple, Guwudi will definitely listen to the third mountain master. You're smart. Hearing this, the second mountain master nodded and praised him. However, he quickly changed his tone and his expression turned serious. After you take control of the 9-mountain celestial seal, I will seal the mountain and send you out. The outside world is your home. What? Master, what do you mean? Please forgive me for not understanding. Hearing this, the smile on Xiaoyang's face suddenly froze. He was a little confused. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. Master wanted to send him out to the world and then seal off the mountain, but he said that the outside world was unpredictable. For a moment, Xiaoyang's mind was a little confused. He couldn't understand. Haven't you always wanted to know your background? The second mountain master seemed to have expected this. He sighed, and with a flash of light, an ancient jade pendant appeared in his hand. This jade pendant was only 2 fingers long, and ancient and complicated patterns were carved on it. It didn't belong to this era. On the other side, 2 ancient words were carved, Xiaoyang. This is the jade pendant you're wearing. It is also the origin of your name. All these years, this jade pendant has been in my hands. The second mountain master explained and handed the jade pendant to Xiaoyang at the same time. I know. Xiaoyang took the jade pendant with a complicated expression. He knew about this because Chen Suyan had mentioned it to him before. She said that this jade pendant might very well hide his background. However, he hadn't investigated it all these years. The reason why your family left you outside the 9 mountains is actually related to this jade pendant. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple is actually because I owe the owner of this jade pendant a favor, the second mountain master said again, revealing a fact that shocked Xiaoyang. All these years, master, you haven't told me. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly, rubbed his nose and said, Are you telling me now because you want me to find my family? He didn't blame himself for being abandoned by his family. When Chen Suyan saw him under the 9 mountains waterfall, his life was in danger, and his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that the people who had escorted him all the way here had experienced many dangers. They didn't want to abandon him but had no choice. You have the blood of the protectors flowing in your veins. When the 8 desolates in 10 regions encounter a great calamity, the protectors will reappear. I don't know what happened to your family, but you must know your own identity. You will face all of this sooner or later. The second mountain master's expression gradually became serious. The blood of the guardians? Xiaoyang's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered the strange dreams he had during this period of time. It was as if there was an ancient and indestructible heroic spirit calling out to him, wanting to fight side by side with him. It turned out that it wasn't a dream, but an indelible inheritance in his blood. He fell silent. The second mountain master looked at him and sighed. All these years I have taught you what I should. You are very talented, and your blood contains unparalleled power. However, you still can't fully use it. I believe that one day, you will let the glory of the guardians spread throughout the 8 desolates in 10 regions once again. Just as Xiaoyang and the second mountain master were talking, at the edge of the continent thousands of miles away, the azure cloud flying ship stretched across the sky like a mountain range. It was incomparably tall and ancient, hidden in the boundless clouds. Unless a cultivator came here personally, they wouldn't be able to discover the azure cloud flying ship's existence. At this moment on the azure cloud flying ship, Gu Wudi and the others were covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. Their hands and feet were chained, and their cultivation was sealed. They were thrown on the ground. Apart from Gu Wudi, everyone else had a look of fear and shock. Their souls were trembling, and their bodies seemed to be about to explode. This feeling was even more terrifying than when they faced the mountain master. Their legs couldn't help but go weak, and they were about to kneel on the ground. The white-robed man in front of them looked like an immortal. Although his expression was calm, he was like a supreme being who sat at the top of the universe, overlooking the vicissitudes of time. Even the void around him seemed to be about to collapse. Divine light shone brightly, and chaotic chi surged in his hair. In his eyes, it was as if the universe was about to be destroyed and turned to ashes. This was the sign of an unfathomably terrifying Tao. He could shatter the universe and tear the heavens apart with a flick of his finger. Even someone as strong as Gu Wuti was suppressed by the white-robed man in front of him with one palm and captured. The 9 mountains had existed for countless years, but this was the first time they had encountered an invasion. This was simply unimaginable before. Everyone felt a chill. They couldn't help but tremble, not daring to raise their heads. Who are you? What is your purpose in invading the 9 mountains? Gu Wuti's golden armor was shattered, and his injuries were severe. He was almost killed by one palm. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth, but he forced himself to calm down and asked about Guchanga's background. After all, this was the 9 mountains territory. If there was a commotion, or if the mountain masters sensed that their chi had disappeared, they would quickly find this place. His heart calmed down a little. Who I am is not important. Guchanga lightly shook his head. His expression was calm. If you don't want to die, then answer my question obediently. What if I don't agree? Gu Wuti stared at him coldly. He could feel that the Guchanga in front of him was actually not that old. At most he was about the same age as his little brother Xiaoyang. But the opponent almost killed him with one palm. That terrifying power made him feel like he was facing a mountain master. If you don't agree, then I will kill you and search your soul. After all, I will destroy the 9 mountains behind you very soon. Guchanga's expression did not change much as he spoke lightly. Annihilating the 9 great mountains sounded like it was the same as stepping on an ant. There wasn't much difference. This caused everyone to shiver involuntarily and feel a bit terrified. Gu Wuti's expression also changed. He gritted his teeth. He could feel Guchanga's disdainful attitude. If the opponent didn't have complete confidence, he wouldn't say such a thing. He wouldn't have barged into the 9 skies without considering the consequences. This is the token of the path. He should be the descendant of the 9 mountains. Just then the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden, who had been behind Guchanga, walked over. Her gaze landed on the jade token hanging on Gu Wuti's waist. She recognized that token. It was the symbol of the descendant of the 9 mountains. But in this life, before the descendant of the 9 mountains was born, he was captured by Guchanga and suppressed here. This made her gaze strange. It was like she was mocking but also disdainful. Token of the path? Guchanga frowned slightly. Just now, he felt that there was something different about the 9 mountains. It was the feeling of the Son of Destiny. He thought that the Son of Destiny this time would be the descendant of the 9 mountains, but now it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Although Gu Wuti's cultivation was not bad, his luck points were far from that of the Son of Destiny. He couldn't even be considered a person of great luck. At most, he could be considered a promising genius. And judging from the degree of decline of his luck, he might have formed a grudge with the Son of Destiny. You're the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden? At this moment, Gu Wuti carefully stared at the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden, as if he was seriously sizing her up. Then, his expression changed drastically as he blurted out in shock. He had seen the true appearance of the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden from Chan Suyun. Because Chan Suyun had almost become the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden, she had a talented junior sister. Hearing this, the rest of the people of the 9 mountains also widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the beauty in white in front of them. Her beauty was indeed indescribable. Her beauty was unparalleled and her skin was glowing. It was almost dreamy without a single flaw, like a fairy from heaven. Guchanga stood side by side with her, like a pair of immortal companions. They didn't doubt Gu Wuti's words, but they didn't expect to see the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden here. And she was so close to the man in white in front of them. You recognize me? It seems that you have seen my portrait. Who is Chan Suyun to you? The Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden seemed to be a little surprised when she heard this. She looked at Gu Wuti carefully and asked with a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. However, when the others heard Chan Suyun's name, they couldn't help but shiver as they felt a terrifying chill. It was rumored that the eldest senior sister Chan Suyun and the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden had a deep grudge. When Chan Suyun left the Heaven's Dear city and came to the 9 mountains, there seemed to be some unknown secret. For a moment, everyone thought that the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden brought Guchanga to the 9 mountains. But when did the 8 barren 10 regions have such a terrifying young man? Chan Suyun is no one to me. She is only the eldest senior sister of the 9 mountains, Gu Wuti said. At the same time, he was guessing the Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden's purpose in coming here. Could it be that she came here to settle the grudge with Chan Suyun? But why did Guchanga say that he wanted to destroy the 9 mountains? Oh, eldest senior sister? It seems that she has been doing well these past few years. Then as your junior sister, I can rest assured. The Heaven's Dear Mystic Maiden was still smiling. She was both pure and evil. Then, his eyes turned and landed on Guchanga's face with a bewitching look. Young Master Gu, it seems that we have a good bargaining chip, she said. Bargaining chip? I just don't know how valuable this bargaining chip is. Guchanga shook his head and directly reached out to draw in the void. Streaks of black divine light spread out and turned into brilliant runes of the Great Path, condensing into an ancient word, slave. Buzz. In the next moment, the word slave flew out and turned into a ray of black light. It directly fell between Gu Wuti's eyebrows and quickly disappeared. What is this? Gu Wuti couldn't avoid it at all. The expression on his face became somewhat difficult to hide, and he could no longer maintain his composure like before. Even if he didn't know what kind of method this was, he could feel that Guchanga was up to no good. Moreover, after the mysterious mark disappeared between his eyebrows, he felt that his life was not in his control. This feeling made him uneasy. It was as if at this moment, he had become the other party's slave. If you don't want to die, then don't try to go against my words, Guchanga said indifferently. He had no intention of wasting time with him. He had already seen that Gu Wuti in front of him was not the kind of person who was not afraid of death. Therefore, it was easier to control his life and death with the slave seal to make him obedient. You planted a slave seal on me. Gu Wuti's expression was a little pale with fear. He couldn't believe it. He was a supreme existence. At this level, even if his body was torn apart and buried in the world, he could still recover to his original state. The strength of his vitality was incomparably terrifying and indescribable. Unless he encountered a crushing force, it was very difficult to kill him. Therefore, methods like the slave seal were very difficult to work on supreme existences, unless they had special secret methods or methods. Looks like you're not stupid. Guchanga glanced at him casually. Gu Wuti's expression instantly became hopeless. Even a supreme would be planted with a slave seal. It was obvious that Guchanga's methods were powerful. Moreover, he had already vaguely guessed Guchanga's identity. It was impossible for such a terrifying young man to exist in the 8 desolates 10 regions, so he must be from the upper realm. Even the fairy of Heaven's Dear was so close to him. What happened in the 8 desolates 10 regions? Gu Wuti couldn't imagine. Just now, when he had just thought of disrespectful resistance, a destructive aura came from his sea of consciousness, almost shattering his god soul. This made Gu Wuti feel hopeless and powerless. He was proud and arrogant, and his ambition was greater than those who had attained the Tao. He did not want to put his life on the line because of this. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Gu Wuti was, he could only choose to submit. He didn't dare to show any disrespect or resistance. I like smart people because smart people are more tactful. It seems that you are also a smart person. Guchanga noticed the change in Gu Wuti's attitude and nodded slightly. Gu Wuti's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. He was the descendant of the 9 mountains, a supreme. Once he was born, his name would shake the world, and everyone would respect him. But now, before he was born, he was a slave, his life and death controlled by others. This feeling simply made him mad with hatred, and he couldn't wait to roar to the sky. As for the rest of the people he caught, Guchanga also planted a slave seal in them to prevent them from spreading the news here and causing a commotion in the 9 mountains. Judging from Gu Wuti's cultivation, The 9 mountains' strength should not be simple. There were at least 8 people who had achieved the Tao, and he couldn't rule out the existence that had gone further on this path. Guchanga didn't care about them, but he had to guard against the other means of the 9 mountains. And before that, he wanted to know the identity of the 9 mountains' child of destiny. From now on, I'm here to accompany you to see senior sister. Then Guchanga ordered the people on the azure cloud flying ship to stay here, and then let Gu Wudi and the others take him and the Fairy of Heaven's Deer into the depths of the 9 mountains. As a guard, Ada, who had now broken through to the second layer of the quasi-emperor realm, followed closely behind him. And Guchanga naturally said this to the Fairy of Heaven's Deer. Got it, young Master Gu is here to accompany me to see senior sister. The Fairy of Heaven's Deer smiled, the light of wisdom shining brightly between her eyebrows, and there was a flirtatious expression on her face. She had already guessed Guchanga's intention. Soon, Gu Wudi and the others led the way in front, and a golden path stretched out under their feet, passing through great swamps and mountains, and hurried to the real location of the 9 mountains. It had to be said that the environment of the Cloud Tomb was very different from the outside world. There were many ancient fierce beasts here, and wild birds were everywhere, but they were not fierce and were even somewhat docile. Primitive ancient forests were densely packed, and the mountains were magnificent. Along the way, many disciples of the 9 mountains saw Gu Wudi and the others, and all bowed respectfully, very afraid of him. But they were a little curious about Guchanga and the Fairy of Heaven's Deer who were following behind. For countless years, no outsider had come to the 9 mountains, but they all regarded the two as Tao Child Gu Wudi's friends, and dared not ask too much. Young master, which mountain are we going to first? Halfway, Gu Wudi suddenly asked respectfully. Whichever mountain you are at, that's where we'll go. Guchanga said casually, and withdrew his gaze from the place. Yes. Gu Wudi nodded, and the golden path stretched out under his feet, descending from the sky, and landing on a majestic immortal mountain in the depths. The sea of stars around them was vast, and specks of starlight gathered. It had a magnificent beauty that made one feel like they were in a fairyland. This was the 3rd mountain. Greetings, Tao Child. The 3rd mountain lord is looking for you. When they saw that Gu Wudi had returned, divine rainbows rushed over from the mountains. Someone looked at Guchanga and the Fairy of Heaven's Deer in confusion, and then said to Gu Wudi, among these people there were men and women, and they were all very old, not young. I know, I'll bring the honored guest to see master now. Gu Wudi nodded, and regained his former majesty. There was a golden divine light in his hair, and he looked like a god. Everyone was very afraid of him, and they were even more curious about the honored guest he mentioned, but they dared not ask too much. Young master, this way please. Gu Wudi led the way in front to the main hall of the 3rd mountain. Guchanga nodded slightly, not worried that Gu Wudi was up to anything. Moreover, he wanted to see what kind of cultivation this so-called 3rd mountain lord had. At the peak of the 3rd mountain, clouds and mist were boundless, and a majestic and ancient palace stood there. Chaotic immortal waterfalls fell, floating between the various peaks. Immortal mist filled the air, and immortal light intertwined. There were thousands of rays of light, and thousands of auspicious colors. This was a shocking scene. It was like a real paradise, a paradise on earth. The spiritual beasts and immortal birds, here all had a kind of immortal charm, and their auras were exceptionally powerful. It could be said that they were completely different from those who lived outside the world. When they saw Guchanga and the others arrive, they were not frightened. Accompanied by the multicolored light, their colorful feathers shone brilliantly. There should be some kind of secret treasure that maintains the environment of this place. Guchanga noticed this scene and understood something in his heart. The 9 great mountains were rather extraordinary. Compared to his inner universe, they had an additional Qian creation and an endless cycle of life. Wudi, who are these people? Soon Guchanga and the others under Gu Wudi's lead met the so-called 3rd mountain lord in the hall. This was an old man in a black robe, and his spirit was bright. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a supreme aura lingering around him. However, he was also looking at Guchanga in confusion. Emperor Tao runes flowed in his eyes, and finally, they fell on the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden. Master, this is the distinguished guest I met outside the mountain gate. Gu Wudi said respectfully, not daring to reveal what had happened before. You are this generation's Empyrean deer mystic maiden? The third mountain lord's voice was a little surprised. It was obvious that he recognized the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled and said, Greetings, fellow Taoist. Then this is... He looked at Guchanga, a little uncertain of this young man's cultivation. He clearly gave off a young feeling, but why did he feel incomparably dangerous, even more so than the Empyrean deer mystic maiden? His name is Changa and he is my husband. However, before Guchanga could speak, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled and said first. At the same time she naturally held his arm. Her eyebrows were curved, and she stood there like a divine lotus. There was a kind of holy aura around her, as if she had returned to her previous appearance. Husband? The third mountain lord's eyebrows twitched, and he was a little shocked. When did the Empyrean deer mystic maiden have a husband? Since ancient times, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden had been the representative of purity. There had never been a man by her side. Yes, but I am only my husband's concubine, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden said again, but this time there was a hint of resentment. Who is this young master? The third mountain master asked with a slightly solemn expression. Fellow Taoist, you can just call my husband young master. You don't have to worry about his identity. Hearing this, the heavenly deer mystic maiden smiled again and explained. I understand. Greetings, young master. The third mountain master was also a shrewd person. He could roughly guess from these words and cupped his hands at Guchanga. Although the 9 mountains had a transcendent status, who knew if there were hidden ancient families in the 8 desolates and 10 regions that had contact with the real immortal region, and had the blood of immortals flowing in their veins? He subconsciously thought of Guchanga's identity from the upper world and did not guess that he was from the upper world. This was impossible. How could the Empyrean deer mystic maiden have contact with the upper world? That was the enemy that had always attacked and invaded Heavenly Deer City. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden, who was responsible for protecting Heavenly Deer City, could not have any contact with the upper world. May I know why the Empyrean deer mystic maiden has come to the 9 mountains this time? The third mountain master then collected his emotions and returned to normal as he asked. He guessed that the Empyrean deer mystic maiden had come because the 8 desolates and 10 regions were being invaded by the upper world. After all, Heavenly Deer City needed the help of the 9 mountains. Thinking of this, it could be used as a reason to force the second mountain master. The main reason I came this time is to visit my senior sister who left Heavenly Deer City and came here. I want to know how she is doing. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled as she answered. Her answer was flawless and flawless. Of course, it could be said that this was also one of her goals. You mean Chun Siyun? The third mountain master frowned slightly. He did not know much about the feud between Chan Suyun and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. He only knew that they were both senior sister and junior sister, and were both candidates to be the next Empyrean deer mystic maiden. Although Chan Suyun had been in the sect for a long time, her cultivation talent was not as good as her junior sister's. Then, for some reason, Chan Suyun betrayed Heavenly Deer City and came to the 9 mountains to become the second mountain master's disciple. Yes. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden nodded slightly. The third mountain master's eyes flashed slightly as he calculated the gains and losses in his heart. Now that Chan Suyun was the eldest senior sister of the 9 mountains, her prestige among the disciples was not weak. If the Empyrean deer mystic maiden came to seek revenge, it would be a disgrace to the 9 mountains. However, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden probably knew how troublesome this matter was, which was why she asked her husband to accompany her. From this, it could be seen that her husband's identity was the reason why she was so confident. The third mountain master smiled and said, Chan Suyun is the second mountain master's disciple. If the Empyrean deer mystic maiden wants to find her, it seems that she will have to go to the second mountain. However, since you came from afar, why don't you rest here for today? I will ask my disciple to report this matter to the second mountain master. What do you think, Empyrean deer mystic maiden? Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden seemed to think for a while. Then, she looked at Guchanga beside her and blinked. Husband, what do you think? This kind of matter required Guchanga to make the decision. She could not do it. Why don't we do as the third mountain master says? After all, you are not in a hurry. Guchanga said with a slight smile. The expression on her face had always been gentle and natural like jade. In that case, why don't the two of you rest first? I will ask my disciple to report to the second mountain. The third mountain master smiled and asked Guwudi to arrange a place for Guchanga and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden to rest. Around the second mountain, there were many divine mountains and palaces. They were grand and ancient, and had a style that was completely different from the current era. Multicolored light lingered between the mountains and colorful fog flowed. All kinds of divine herbs were planted in the medicinal fields, and there were disciples looking after them. Young master, please rest here for now. Guwudi led Guchanga and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden to a magnificent hall, then left respectfully. His life was in Guchanga's hands, so he did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts. Furthermore, on the way to the third mountain, he had already told Meng Hao everything he knew about the secrets of the 9 mountains. He didn't hold anything back. After Guwudi left, Guchanga pondered for a while in the hall. Then he took out the Hongmeng purple mirror, intending to deduce the Son of Fate this time. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, he already knew who it was from Guwudi's words. Buzz! A burst of purple light appeared on the Hongmeng purple mirror, and an inexplicable aura descended. Suddenly, an image appeared on the blurry mirror. What kind of secret treasure is this? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden looked over with a strange expression. She could feel that this secret treasure was extraordinary. It even involved karma and fate, and seemed to be able to deduce the past and future. However, Guchanga did not pay attention to her. Instead, he looked at the image that appeared on the Hongmeng purple mirror. It was a night of thunder and rain. Heaven and earth were shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, illuminating the world. A terrifying massacre was taking place in a palace pavilion that was hidden in the clouds of a mountain forest. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, divine light flickered. Runes were like a sea, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions, destroying everything. It could be said to be earth-shattering. Many cultivators died tragically in this battle. Resisting the invasion of foreign enemies together could be said to be tragic. And a team was quietly escorting a baby hidden in swaddling clothes away, intending to tear open space and leave this place. Could that baby be the Son of Fate this time? The 9th Mountain's junior brother Xiaoyang? Guchanga's gaze also fell on the baby in the image, and he seemed to be deep in thought. It could be seen that the family behind Xiaoyang seemed to have encountered a terrifying attack. Those cultivators came aggressively, tearing open space and descending. They were obviously prepared, and the cultivation of the powerful ones had even surpassed the supreme realm. This battle had almost destroyed Xiaoyang's family, leaving only ruins and wreckage. Of course, there were still some fish that escaped the net and did not die in this attack. In the end, they were lucky enough to escape. However, in Guchanga's opinion, this was in line with the usual pattern of a Son of Fate with deep hatred. I just don't know if the cultivators who attacked Xiaoyang's family back then were from the upper realm or the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Guchanga narrowed his eyes, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Generally speaking, a Son of Fate with such a pattern would have a special family. Either they had some kind of precious treasure, and a man's wealth would arouse the envy of others, or they had a special bloodline physique, and would be hated or feared by others. A green bloodline. When fighting to the point of madness, their eyes will turn golden, and their strength will increase tremendously. Could it be from that family? In that case, it might be related to the Gu family in countless ways. More than 20 years ago, it was really amazing. At that thought, Guchanga suddenly thought of something, intending to find an opportunity to send a message back to the family to ask. He guessed that Xiaoyang was related to the guardian clan of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, or rather, he was a fish that escaped the net. Guchanga still remembered that more than 20 years ago, the Longevity Gu family planted a clan in the 8 Desolates 10 regions was ordered to annihilate the guardian clan. If it was really that matter, the timeline could still coincide. As the guardian clan of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the The strength of their bloodline was that they could summon the indestructible heroic spirits of heaven and earth. As long as the bloodline was not extinguished, the heroic spirits would not be extinguished. This clan even built a cemetery in their own spirit sea to bury generations of powerhouses. Even if they had fallen countless years ago, they could still summon their traces from heaven and earth and fight side by side again. Once, in a great battle with the upper realm, the Guardian clan even summoned an immortal soul. Although it was a remnant immortal, it still caused extremely terrifying damage to the army of the upper realm. More than 20 years ago, the Longevity Gu family had also calculated for a long time to annihilate the Guardian clan. In the end, they chose to attack when they were at their weakest. Because at that time, the clan leader of the Guardian clan failed to break through and was severely injured. Coupled with the birth of his child, his wife was weak. Although their bloodline was strong, only very few people could summon the heroic spirits. Moreover, there were not many clansmen, and they had always been in a state of seclusion. Under such a well-prepared thunderous attack, there were still some fish that managed to escape the net. But now that I've encountered it, I don't know if this Xiaoyang will be so lucky. Gu Chang'e waved his sleeve and put away the primordial purple mirror. Although the heavenly deer mystic fairy was curious about the image that appeared in the primordial purple mirror, she tactfully did not ask more. Some things were not better the more you knew. In 3 days, the little disciple of the second mountain lord will compete with Gu Wudi for the right to control the 9 mountains immortal seal. Now 9 mountains does not doubt our intentions at all. Perhaps then it will be the best time to make a move, she said with a smile. Divine light sparkled in her eyes, holy and demonic at the same time. Her words showed that she did not care about 9 mountains at all. 9 mountains immortal seal, where did this item come from? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was quite interested in this item. Moreover, in the competition in 3 days, Gu Wudi would suppress his cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang and promise to use 3 moves. However, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, Gu Wudi would lose without a doubt. After all, when it came to a bet with the Son of Destiny, especially when it was the most familiar promise of 3 moves, there was no exception. The Son of Destiny would forcefully slap everyone in the face and win the bet when no one was optimistic about him. He had seen this kind of trick too many times. Fate itself was illusory, and there were too many coincidental factors. Not to mention, Xiaoyang himself was not simple and had many hidden tricks. Therefore, in 3 days, according to the normal pattern, Gu Wudi would be defeated due to carelessness, and the 9 mountains immortal seal would fall into Xiaoyang's hands. I've only heard of the 9 mountains immortal seal. It is the foundation of the 9 mountains. Chapter 469. The appearance of the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, and Gu Chang'e in the 9 mountains shocked all the disciples. Even the mountain masters were very concerned about this and were all guessing Gu Chang'e's identity. From the words of the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, Gu Chang'e's background was very terrifying. His cultivation was even more unpredictable at such a young age. Even she admitted that she was his concubine. Because of these rumors, many disciples went to the 3rd mountain in an attempt to see the truth. Of course, many people also wanted to know how the grudge between the Empyrean deer mystic fairy and eldest senior sister Chan Suyun would end. After all, this was a huge matter that involved the Empyrean deer city and the 9 mountains. In the majestic 2nd mountain, Chan Suyun, who had received the news, frowned. She had a conflicted expression on her face, which turned into a sigh in the end. In the end it still came? Her expression became very complicated. Many memories flashed past her mind, and finally, it stopped at the face of a beautiful girl. Actually, she should have expected this. All these years, she had been waiting for the Empyrean deer mystic fairy to come to her. Eldest senior sister, are you really the Empyrean deer mystic fairy's senior sister? Are you going to settle your grudge with her? At this moment, a young man walked in from outside the palace. His body was surrounded by a green glow, and he looked exceptionally tall and confident. It was Xiaoyang, but now he looked anxious and worried. He had also received this news and was shocked by it. If Chen Suyun had not found him under the waterfall when he was young, he would have been eaten by the fierce beasts nearby. It could be said that without Chen Suyun, he would not be where he was now. Moreover, Chan Suyin had taken care of him all these years and taught him many things. She was like a sister and a mother to him. He was grateful to Chan Suyin from the bottom of his heart, and planned to protect her for the rest of his life when he had the ability. Now that he received the news, he was shocked. He had never heard of such a huge matter. Chan Suyin had never mentioned it to him. As for the rumors about the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, he had heard about it. He knew that many years ago, an army from the upper world besieged the city. A terrifying existence who had achieved the Tao was killed in front of the Empyrean Deer City. The battle shocked the world and shocked everyone. The strength of the heavenly deer mystic maiden was not weak. Before this, he didn't know the relationship between the Empyrean deer mystic maiden and Chan Suyun. You heard about this too? Facing Xiaoyang, Chan Suyun's expression was gentle for a long time, and she also revealed a rare smile. Eldest senior sister, the sky deer mystic maiden is a Tao enlightened being, and you are only a quasi-emperor. If you want to settle your grudges, you are no match for her. Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask with concern in his heart. This matter concerned him more than the battle between him and Gu Wudi 3 days later. After all, Chan Suyun was like his master to him. They were both family members. This is a grudge between me and her. It will be resolved sooner or later. You don't have to worry, Chan Suyun said gently. Besides, junior sister is more talented than me. I should have figured it out long ago. After all, she succeeded in her nirvana Tao very early on and became a Tao enlightened one. I'm afraid she's about to reach the late stage while I've been stuck at the 6th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm for countless years without any breakthrough. Speaking of this, she sighed, and her expression became more and more complicated. This was the first time Xiaoyang saw a guilty expression on eldest senior sister Chan Suyun. This made him open his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't understand the grudge between Chan Suyun and the sky deer mystic maiden. But from the current situation, it was likely that Chan Suyun had done something wrong back then and came to the 9 mountains. However, even if Chan Suyun had done something wrong, she was still his eldest senior sister. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang fell silent and secretly clenched his fists. Master was right when he said 543 years ago, junior sister is the most suitable candidate for the next sky deer mystic maiden. She is also the most talented sky deer mystic maiden in countless years. If it wasn't for the fact that heaven and earth didn't allow it, I'm afraid she could have really touched the next level. Chan Suyun sighed and felt a little emotional. She had cultivated her body and mind over the years and had thought it through. Therefore, she regretted what had happened back then. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. She also didn't have the ability to reverse the river of time and change what had happened back then. Eldest senior sister, what happened back then? Why did you sisters fight each other and go against each other? Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. Chan Suyun shook her head and said with a guilty look, I let her down. I was jealous of her talent back then. When I knew that master intended to make her the next sky deer mystic maiden, I couldn't accept it. Then when master was out, I took the young her away from Sky Deer City and tried to use a secret technique to steal her talent at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. Unfortunately, just as I was about to succeed, master noticed and rushed over to save my dying junior sister. In order to save my junior sister and protect her talent, master didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to use a supreme secret technique. It was because of this that master passed away so quickly. Chan Suyun didn't say anything about how she had escaped from Sky Deer City and came to the 9 mountains to beg the second mountain master to take her in, because it didn't matter anymore. She knew that her junior sister would hate her, but it could be that before master passed away, he didn't want her to fight with her family and let go of her hatred. Or maybe, her junior sister knew that if she came to the 9 mountains alone to seek revenge, she would very likely die. That was why she didn't seek revenge all these years. After hearing this, Xiaoyang also fell into silence. But soon, he raised his head and said in a low voice, Everyone makes mistakes. Senior sister, since you have already recognized your mistake, I think that if I were the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, I would forgive you. After so many years, how can there be a threshold that can't be crossed in this world? If the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was magnanimous, she wouldn't have held on to it. Moreover, you are senior sister and junior sister. There is no one in this world who is closer to you than you. I hope so too. But this time it seems that things aren't so simple. Junior sister has a young man beside her. Chun Suyun smiled when she heard this and understood what Xiaoyang meant. But she felt that her junior sister wouldn't let him go so easily. With her junior sister's personality, how could she be so close to a young man? So the biggest possibility was that she wanted to use the young man's power to intimidate the 9 mountains and not interfere in this matter. The two of them should settle their grudges by themselves. From this, it could be seen that her junior sister was determined to take revenge. You don't have to worry about this matter. Prepare for your battle with Gu Wudi in 3 days. The second mountain lord has already told me about you. Eldest senior sister believes that you will win the bet in 3 days. Then Chun Suyun's face showed some fatigue as she waved her hand. Xiaoyang knew that his senior sister was asking him to leave. He nodded silently and clenched his fists. But in his heart he said, "Senior sister, don't worry. I won't allow anyone to hurt you." Then, he left the palace and went to the peak where the second mountain lord was. He wanted to ask him to help his senior sister. Xiaoyang knew that for his sake, his master, the second mountain lord, would definitely not stand by and do nothing about eldest senior sister Chun Suyun's matter. So this is the grudge between you and that senior sister? At the same time, in the palace of the third mountain, Gu Chang'e listened to the grudge between the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and his senior sister Chun Suyun without missing a word. He raised his eyebrows with interest. It was not because he was suddenly interested in the grudge between the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden. It was because the person who adopted Xiaoyang 20 years ago was his senior sister Chun Suyun. Gu Chang'e naturally would not refuse such a thing that could hurt the son of fate and take advantage of him. Why? Does young Master Gu sympathize with my situation? The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden still had a faint smile on her face. She was wearing a snow-white feather robe. She was tall and her skin was delicate and flawless. When she blinked, there was an extremely seductive look. It was completely different from her pure and holy appearance. I don't sympathize with you. Aren't you living well now? Gu Chang'e's expression was casual. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you still want to come to the 9 mountains to take revenge on her. Before my senior sister passed away, I promised her that I would put aside my hatred and protect Sky Deer City. Sky Deer City is her blood and sweat. I will do my best to protect it. But I will not allow a person who betrayed her sect and hurt my senior sister to continue living." The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden walked to the window of the palace and raised her head to look at the vast and magnificent Milky Way in the distance. Her beautiful eyes reflected the magnificent starlight. Her black hair was like a waterfall, flowing with a moving luster. In her opinion, the reason why her senior sister passed away was that she had used her lifespan to preserve her talent and life. And all this was because of her senior sister Chun Suyun. Then I will wait and watch a good show. Gu Chang'e poured a cup of wine and drank by himself. His expression was casual and leisurely. I thought young Master Gu would persuade me to put aside my hatred. After all, she is my senior sister. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden suddenly turned around and stared at him with an inexplicable look in her eyes. If you don't know the suffering of others, don't persuade others to be magnanimous. What right do I have to persuade you to put aside your hatred? Gu Chang'e shook his head. Of course, these were just words. Whether or not the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden took revenge had nothing to do with him. Most importantly, if the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden did not take revenge and did not have a conflict with Chun Suyun, then how could the child of fate's hatred be filled? How could he take advantage of her and gain fate points? Young Master Gu's method of coaxing women is truly brilliant. If I didn't know you very well, I would have been moved by your words. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden's eyes were sparkling. She couldn't help but smile faintly. Suddenly, she walked in front of Gu Chang'e and sat down with her arms around his neck. A delicate fragrance wafted, tugging at one's heartstrings. He could even feel the slight coolness of her hair brushing past his skin. If you weren't sure that I wouldn't dare to eat you, I don't think you would be so bold. Gu Chang'e was unmoved and continued to drink by himself. However, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden didn't care and took the initiative to come closer. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that this girl would be so bold in order to protect Sky Deer City. If I can't eat you, isn't there another way? The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden lifted her head and smiled faintly. She was very confident and seemed to be taunting him. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her neck was white and flawless, flowing with a jade-like glow. Her entire being was demonic and holy at the same time. She was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. It made people wonder if this was her real appearance. I'm getting more and more reluctant to kill you. Wuxia sighed and placed his hand on her flawless face. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Many disciples of the 9 mountains gathered at the main peak of the second mountain. Even a few mountain lords were present. The mountain was majestic, surrounded by green light. The cliffs were as smooth as a mirror, as if they were cut down by a heavenly blade from the sky. The spiritual energy here was dense and colorful. All kinds of ancient trees and divine medicines grew here, filling the air with a thick medicinal fragrance. At this moment, on the plaza of the main peak, runes flickered and various rules fell, as if they had existed since ancient times. This was an ancient battlefield hidden in the void, shrouded in a hazy glow. It had been set up by the 9 mountains for generations, engraved with many powerful formation patterns. Usually, it would only be activated when something big happened, such as when the mountain lords were sparring. It was able to withstand the energy waves of a battle between emperors. But now, it was obviously not because of this. I heard that the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and senior sister Chansuyun are going to settle their grudge here. Even the Emperor battlefield has been activated. It seems that there will be a terrifying battle. But many people don't think that senior sister Chansuyun will win. After all, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden is a Tao enlightened cultivator, while senior sister Chansuyun is only a quasi-emperor. The gap between the two is too big. Is that so? Then senior sister Chansuyun is likely to be in trouble. The other party is clearly bullying her. Many disciples of the 9 mountains who had heard the news long ago gathered and looked at the hazy battlefield in the plaza. They were whispering to each other about the major events that had happened in the 9 mountains these days. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden had come to seek revenge and wanted to settle her grudge with senior sister Chansuyun. When they found out that the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden's cultivation was much higher than Chansuyun's, they were shocked. Then they were indignant and felt that the other party was bullying them. After all, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was obviously stronger and wanted to bully the weaker senior sister Chansuyun. For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation, especially under the instigation of junior brother Xiaoyang. Many people couldn't help but feel angry at the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, who they had never met before. However, there were also rational people who felt that this matter was not simple. If the other party really intended to oppress them with their cultivation, the mountain lords would not sit back and let the other party bully the 9 mountains. Therefore, it was very likely that senior sister Chansuyun was in the wrong. Of course, there were also people who thought that the mountain lords were afraid of the mysterious man beside the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, and did not want to interfere. Soon, in the midst of the crowd's discussion, a divine rainbow descended from the sky in the east and turned into a woman with a somewhat cold expression. It was senior sister Chansuyun. She was quite reputable among the disciples of the 9 mountains, so when she looked around, all the disciples couldn't help but fall silent. The enmity between Chansuyun and Sky Deer City is not something we can interfere in. Look at her expression. It seems that she has thought it through and is so calm. On the high platform, a few blurry figures stood. Chaotic chi surged on their bodies as if they were in another distant world. They were the mountain lords of the 9 mountains. As they spoke, their gazes fell on Chansuyun. They felt that her cultivation was the same as usual, and there was not much change. Senior sister. On the other side, Xiaoyang was also watching everything closely. His expression was solemn and he was worried. Although he had already asked his master, the second mountain lord, to help his senior sister, the second mountain lord had also agreed. His master, the second mountain lord, had also agreed to his request. He had also bestowed upon Chansuyun a secret treasure that could save her life at a critical moment. However, he still didn't have much confidence in Chansuyun. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was an experienced cultivator. If she attacked with her full strength, she could kill Chansuyun with one finger. If anything happens to senior sister, Even if you are the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, I will not let you go, Xiao Yang thought to himself. At the same time, he looked to the west and waited for the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden to appear. Boom! At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a sound coming from the west. They couldn't help but look over. It was a bright and dazzling golden light. A golden path spread out from afar and extended all the way to this place. Golden lotuses bloomed on it. Each of them was sparkling and translucent, as if the flowers of the great Tao were blooming. A man and a woman stood on it. They were both dressed in white, and their sleeves fluttered in the wind. They looked otherworldly and were very compatible, like a pair of immortal couples. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden took a step forward and descended from the golden path. She arrived at the square and was about to enter the ancient battlefield. Her face was fair and flawless. She was a head taller than the average woman and had a holy aura. She was like a goddess above the 9 heavens, untainted by dust. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples. It was the first time they saw the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, and their eyes flashed with amazement. However, there were also people who were sizing up Wuxia. They wanted to know who this mysterious young man was. Even the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, who had such a noble status, was accompanying him. The mountain lords also did not dare to be negligent. In the past few days, although there were disciples who went to the third mountain in an attempt to see his face, they all failed and were refused entry. The young man's bodyguard was a quasi-emperor expert wearing a black metal armor. His strength was extremely terrifying, and no one dared to get close to him. Behind Wuxia, the 3 mountain lords, Gu Wudi, and the others also appeared to watch the battle. This is that mysterious young man? Where did he come from? Why does he give me such a dangerous feeling? One of the mountain lords stared at Wuxia in shock. The other mountain lords also had different expressions as they pondered in their hearts. They had lived for countless years and had seen the changes of the 8 desolates in 10 regions. What kind of forces had they not seen before? However, this was the first time they saw such a mysterious young man. If not for the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden accompanying him, they would have suspected that Wuxia came from the upper domain. Master, what do you think Senior Sister's chances of winning are? Xiao Yang came to the second mountain lord's side and frowned. He glanced at Wuxia and then at the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden. He could not help but ask. He did not know Wuxia and did not want to know him. However, the other party's deep and terrifying aura and his condescending expression made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the second mountain lord stopped sizing up Wuxia and shook his head. No chance of winning, but she should be able to save her life. It was not that he did not think highly of Chun Suyun, but the gap between the two was too big. His main attention was still on Wuxia. This was a young man that even he could not see through. Regardless of whether it was his aura or his strength, they all revealed an unfathomable mystery. No wonder the third mountain lord is so cautious and does not dare to be careless. The second mountain lord looked deeply at Wuxia again. Even you don't think highly of Senior Sister, Master? Xiao Yang frowned even more. There was indeed a huge gap between the quasi-emperor realm and those who had achieved the Tao. Now it seemed that he could only hope that Senior Sister would not be injured. Senior Sister, I haven't seen you for so many years. Seems that you are doing well. On the square, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden looked at Chun Suyun with a faint smile on her face. She was as pure as a Buddhist lotus, graceful and beautiful. Chun Suyun had a complicated expression on her face. I did not expect you to become like this. As she spoke, she could not help but look at Wuxia, who was not far away, and sighed. Oh, what do you think of me? The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was still smiling, as if she was reminiscing with her. In the past, you wouldn't have sought help from others, especially a man, for the sake of revenge. You were a proud and confident person. In Chun Suyun's opinion, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden did not hesitate to give herself to others for revenge. Moreover, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden's temperament and personality were poles apart from the junior sister that she knew. If not for the fact that her face had not changed, she would not believe that this was the junior sister of the past. Senior sister, it seems that you still do not know me well enough. Besides, Chang'e is very good to me. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden had a faint smile on her face. She was not angry and was very sacred and aloof. Is that so? In that case, it is time for us to settle the grudge between us. Chun Suyun's face darkened slightly. Her figure flashed and she entered the ancient battlefield in front of her, ready to fight to the death. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was not in a hurry. Instead, she looked back at Guchanga. Blinking her eyes, she said, "My husband, I will do as you ask." Seeing this, many lords were shocked. They could not help but look toward Guchanga. They felt this matter had become tricky. However, Guchanga did not change his expression. Standing on the golden path, he did not land on the ground. Instead, he was looking down coldly and calmly. "He is the son of luck with a purple luck," he murmured to himself. Then he looked away from Xiaoyang. This was the first time he had seen Xiaoyang. He was not disappointed. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple karmas had 7 colors. Cyan karmas were rare. Even Zhang Chun, the reincarnation of the celestial boat's weapon spirit, only had blue karmas. However, Xiaoyang's karmas were purple. Although it was very thin, it was still purple. Then the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden flashed and entered the ancient battlefield in front of her, too. It was full of gray fog and chaotic fog. It was like the beginning of the world. It was boundless. Many big stars were floating in the sky. Dreadful energies were intertwined. Some weapon remains could even be seen. The divine power in the air was strong enough to hurt supreme venerables. This ancient battlefield had existed for an unknown period of time. It was big enough for people who had achieved the doctrine to fight. It was like an ancient universe had been refined. The two showed their strongest techniques as soon as they entered the battlefield. Chun Suyun showed her strength as a Cloud 6 perspective emperor. At the same time, she threw out her weapon. It was a small purple tower with a round top. It was shining as brightly as stars. It enlarged quickly. It was like a small mountain floating in the air. The perspective emperor's light seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. Many stars were shaking, as if they would collapse at any time. However, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden did not show much emotion. She only waved her sleeve. A divine light was thrown over. It turned into a sword energy and struck toward Chun Suyun. Chi. In the next moment, the small purple tower in front of Chun Suyun burst into a dazzling light. It tried to resist, but it was almost shattered by the sword energy. She coughed up blood and was sent flying. She was severely injured. In just a single exchange of blows, he was defeated and his life was in danger. "Senior sister, you are still as weak as before. You really disappoint me." The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden still looked indifferent. She waved her sleeve again and terrifying divine light turned into sword chi, slashing Chun Suyun. Chun Suyun kept coughing up blood. Her body collapsed and thick blood mist spread out. This scene made Xiaoyang's eyes turn red. He clenched his fists and stood up. He could not help but shout, "Stop!" However, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden turned a deaf ear to his words. She did not intend to kill Chun Suyun so easily. Her divine power was not fatal, but each time Chun Suyun coughed up blood, her injuries worsened. She could barely stand up. Chapter 470. The ancient battlefield was shrouded in gray fog. Terrifying auras intertwined, making one's heart palpitate. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden was dressed in white, and her hair was as smooth as silk. However, she showed no mercy in her attacks and was very decisive. Puff, puff, sword chi slashed down with just the right amount of power. It was not life-threatening, but it was enough to make Chun Suyun groan and cough up blood. All her attacks collapsed and even the quasi-emperor that had accompanied her for her entire life almost cracked. The gap between the two was very big. There was no suspense in this battle from the beginning to the end. Outside the square, all the disciples of the 9 mountains were shocked at this scene, then angry. They did not expect their eldest senior sister to be defeated so quickly, and they did not expect the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden to be so holy. However, she showed no mercy in her attacks and was very ruthless. If it were anyone else who entered, they would have exploded. No one could stop the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden unless the real Mountain Lord intervened. The Mountain Lords frowned but did not say anything. Instead, they looked at Guchanga on the other side. They could not guess Guchanga's identity and did not dare to offend him. Therefore, although Chan Suyun was a disciple of the Nine Mountains, this was a personal grudge and they could not intervene. Stop. Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, you are the guardian of Empyrean Deer City, but you are so ruthless. You don't care about your relationship with your fellow disciples. Even if eldest senior sister did wrong you in the past, so many years have passed. She has already lost and is severely injured. There is no threshold in this world that cannot be crossed. As the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden and a fellow disciple, shouldn't you be more magnanimous? At this moment they saw that Chan Suyun was severely injured. Xiao Yang's eyes were a little red. He finally stood up and asked the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden who was attacking. He knew that Chan Suyun had let the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden down, and could not stand up for what happened back then. However, that was his eldest senior sister. How could he watch her be tortured? First senior sister is no match for the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden. That Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden has gone too far. She's using her cultivation to bully and torture first senior sister. That's right. Coming to the territory of the Nine Mountains and bullying others like this is simply not putting the Nine Mountains in their eyes. I wonder what the Mountain Lords are thinking. How could you allow the Heaven Deer Mystic Maiden to bully the people of the Nine Mountains? When the disciples heard Xiao Yang's words, they were filled with righteous indignation. Eldest senior sister Chan Suyun had a lot of prestige among the disciples. Many disciples were very afraid of her. Now that they saw her in such a miserable state, they naturally couldn't bear it. On the Golden Avenue, Guchanga watched the show with great interest. He did not intend to interfere. With the strength of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, it would not be a problem for her to resolve the enmity of the past. However, Xiao Yang's attitude caused him to narrow his eyes. This was really the character of the Son of Destiny. He was self-centered and felt that everything he did was right. To put it nicely, it was called being ignorant of the current situation. To put it bluntly, it was commonly known as a double-standard dog. However, such a character was the best to harvest and make use of. How foolish! Gu Wudi, who was dressed in golden armor, could not help but look at the crowd with a cold smile. Then when he looked at the cold and calm Guchanga, fear grew in his heart. He knew that Guchanga's purpose of coming here was not to avenge the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, but to destroy the Nine Mountains. These fools were also self-righteous. They did not know that this matter would not be peaceful for more than a few days. You're advising me to be magnanimous? At this moment she seemed to have heard Xiao Yang's words. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden stopped and looked at him with a slight smile on her flawless face. It seems that you know what she did back then? For some reason, Xiao Yang did not like the smile on her face. It seemed to hide a deep mockery. However, he still frowned and said in a deep voice, "So what if you know? Aren't you alive and well now? Don't tell me you really want to kill your former senior sister?" In his opinion, what happened back then was already in the past. Senior sister Chan Suyun had wronged the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden. However, she was still her senior sister. Moreover, she already regretted what she did back then. Why not give her a chance to repent and make amends and turn over a new leaf? Is that so? If I kill her, what will you do? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden asked with a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. Xiao Yang's expression turned cold. He was about to speak. However, Chan Suyun, who was covered in blood, swallowed a few pills. Her body shone brightly as she began to recover. She waved her hand and said, "Junior brother, don't worry about me. This is between me and her. She does not intend to forgive me. This is what I deserve. If I forgive you, then who will avenge Master?" The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden still had a faint smile on her face. It was hard to guess her true emotions. Chan Suyun looked a little guilty as she said, "Back then, I didn't want to cause Master to become like this. But Master has already passed away. I promised her that I would protect the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, and give up on my hatred for you. I did it. I let go of my hatred, but I cannot let go of Master's hatred." The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden shook her head. Her expression did not change. So Master still has such a promise? Chan Suyun seemed to be stunned when she heard this. Then, the bitter smile on her face grew even stronger. She said, "I've let Master down and I've also let you down. Just do it. If the enmity between us can be settled like this, it will be a relief for both of us. I can understand if you do not forgive me. I was jealous of your talent and master's love for you. Is there any use saying all this now? The Empyrean dear mystic maiden still shook her head. A trace of mockery flashed across her eyes. She knew her senior sister very well. Now she was just trying to soften her attitude. She was very smart. If she really regretted it and wanted to make up for it, why did she not leave the 9 mountains and kowtow in front of Master's tomb all these years? Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment the sword chi filled the sky again. With a sharp intent, it fell from the sky and slashed Chan Suyun. It made her feel the pain of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. However, she could not understand how the Empyrean dear mystic maiden felt back then. Chan Suyun groaned continuously. She wanted to grit her teeth and bear the pain. But in the end, she could not bear it anymore and took out her quasi-emperor weapon. However, in the face of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's sword chi, her pseudo-monarch weapon did not last long before it let out a cry of agony and exploded into pieces that filled the air. When the disciples around the square saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They were both angry and worried. From the conversation just now, they could vaguely guess who was in the wrong back then. However, as Xiaoyang had said, so many years had passed. Why couldn't they give first senior sister a chance to repent and make up for it? However, the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's actions made it difficult for them to link her to the legendary guardian of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. Moreover, now that the quasi-emperor weapon had shattered, how much longer could Chan Suyun resist? They instinctively looked at the mountain masters, hoping that they would stand up and stop this. However, other than the second mountain master, who was frowning, the others were very calm and did not have any attitude. Could it be that the mountain masters are afraid of that young man? Is that why they are not willing to interfere? Their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that things were not going well. Could it be that first senior sister was going to die today? It seems that you are determined to kill me. Chan Suyun coughed up blood. Her body was almost full of wounds. She laughed bitterly and finally took out a palm-sized golden bell. Accompanied by surging golden light, this golden bell enlarged in the air. The aura of the great path flowed on it, and Emperor Dao precepts intertwined. It was obvious that this was an emperor weapon. Xiaoyang had asked the second mountain master to give it to her because he was worried that she would die in this battle. He gave it to her to save her life. After taking out this emperor weapon, she finally blocked the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's sword chi. However, it was still uncomfortable. Her body felt like it was going to explode. Your master's spirit in heaven doesn't want to see you fight against each other. Why can't you understand your master's intentions, Empyrean dear mystic maiden? Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask again. His expression was ugly, and he clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to go up and help Chan Suyun. However, his words really angered the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. She didn't intend to be serious, but coldness appeared in her eyes. Vast emperor aura raged. A wisp of it was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. It swept out from the ancient battlefield. The formation patterns in the surroundings couldn't resist and rushed toward Xiaoyang. The nearby palaces trembled and swayed as if they were going to collapse under this aura. All the disciples were horrified. Their faces were pale, and their souls were trembling. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. This was the anger of a person who had achieved the Tao. If it weren't for this special place, it would have swept to the outer realm and spread thousands of miles. Xiaoyang didn't expect the Empyrean dear mystic maiden to be so ruthless in front of so many mountain masters. His expression became uglier. However, he wasn't worried because his master, the second mountain master, was behind him. In the next moment, a gentle wind with a gentle aura of extreme yin and extreme yang suppressed the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's emperor aura. Xiaoyang, don't interfere in this matter. The second mountain master waved his sleeve, and the void blurred. He appeared outside the ancient warship, blocking the fluctuations of the battle. She begged for fresh flowers. Master, but eldest senior sister is really going to be killed by the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. Xiaoyang frowned. He was very unwilling to see eldest senior sister's miserable state with his own eyes. What? Is the second mountain master going to interfere in this matter? The moment the second mountain master made his move, a faint voice suddenly sounded. A golden path extended out and landed in front of the second mountain master. Wuxia looked calm and composed as she walked down from it. It was the first time that all the disciples of the 9 mountains saw him speak. At this moment, almost all of them held their breaths and felt the atmosphere become heavy. This young man, who looked like a banished immortal, had a terrifying aura that was as vast as the sea. No one dared to look directly at him. Even the mountain masters were slightly inferior in front of him. Everyone, including the 3 mountain masters, saw this scene and their eyes flashed. They all looked over with different expressions. In fact, they also wanted to know what tricks Wuxia had up his sleeve. What do you mean by that, young master? I'm just advising my disciples not to interfere. The second mountain master shook his head. He didn't want to fight with Wuxia and chose to retreat. However, Wuxia had no intention of letting it go. A terrifying divine light appeared in his eyes and fell on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's expression changed, and he was a little frightened. He couldn't help but take a step back. This boy has interfered time and time again, but you didn't stop him. Now that he's in danger, you can't help but make a move? Such temperaments are really from the same lineage. His words didn't fluctuate much, and they were cold and emotionless. The second mountain master's expression changed slightly, and then he shook his head and said, Xiaoyang is just advising the Empyrean dear Empyrean maiden to let go of her hatred. With his strength, why would he interfere with her? Is that so? Wuxia looked at Xiaoyang and saw him looking at her unyieldingly. He suddenly smiled, but he was still very cold. If that's the case, then what if I ask her to let go of her hatred? In the ancient battlefield when Wuxia appeared, the Empyrean dear Empyrean maiden stopped and didn't continue to torture Chan Suyun. She was waiting for Wuxia's orders. Today's matter could be said to have been within Wuxia's plan from beginning to end. She wasn't surprised by this at all. I'll listen to you, young master. Hearing this, she smiled and walked out with Chan Suyun, who was covered in blood. Her white clothes were not stained with a speck of dust. She was as beautiful as a flawless divine lotus. There were no traces of fighting at all. Chan Suyun's injuries were very serious. Even though she had taken out an emperor weapon, she still didn't feel good, and her body almost exploded. However, as a quasi-emperor, her chi and blood were astonishing. When she left the ancient battlefield, her injuries were already healing, and there was a rumbling sound in her body. That was her chi and blood surging. She couldn't help but smile and let out a sigh of relief, thinking that today's matter was over. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and for a moment, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Could it be that it's over? The other mountain lords also frowned. They couldn't figure out what Wuxia was up to. They felt that this matter might not be so simple. Young master, you're so magnanimous. This old man admires you greatly. The second mountain master's expression was stunned, and he couldn't help but say. He also didn't expect Wuxia to suddenly say this, and directly asked the heavenly dear mystic fairy to let go of her hatred and choose to stop. The heavenly dear mystic fairy was also very obedient and directly let go of her hatred, which was really unexpected and even surprising. Eldest senior sister, Xiaoyang obviously didn't expect this either. At first, he was stunned and subconsciously thought that Wuxia was giving face to his master. He was pleasantly surprised and was about to go forward to support Chan Suyun, who was covered in blood. Thank you for forgiving me, junior sister. At this moment, Chan Suyun's face surged with a smile, as if she was relieved of her burden. However, in the next moment, her smile suddenly froze on her face, and there were still traces of shock, confusion, horror, and disbelief in her eyes. Poof! A long golden spear condensed and appeared in the void, and like a flash of lightning, it suddenly pierced between her eyebrows. Accompanied by white bone fragments and a mist of blood, she exploded in the air. She didn't even have time to scream before she was annihilated by the spear, and her body and soul were instantly destroyed. Now it's your turn to be magnanimous. What do you think? Wuxia looked at the stunned Xiaoyang, who seemed to have lost his mind, and his expression was very cold as he spoke casually. The spear's speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of time and space. Even the second mountain master could only see it with his own eyes and couldn't catch a trace of it, so he couldn't stop it at all. For a time the surroundings fell deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene with astonishment, and they didn't dare believe their eyes at all. Guchanga killed eldest senior sister just like that? Ordinary. Chapter 471. White bone fragments mixed with a bloody mist filled the void. There was still a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear, telling of the terrifying thunderous strike just now. Puff! A sixth heaven quasi-emperor expert was instantly pierced between his eyebrows by a golden spear and exploded on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. Everyone was unable to react as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Chun Suyin did not have time to resist until the last moment. Her eyes were still filled with shock, confusion, fear and disbelief. She could not believe that she would die here, and not at the hands of the heavenly deer mystic fairy. In her opinion, today's matter was already over. The heavenly deer mystic fairy had promised to let go of her hatred, so why did she still die? The other mountain lords also looked at this scene in shock. Many people even stood up involuntarily, their faces as dark as water. Their eyes shone with a terrifying golden light, and there was a soul-stirring pressure. You killed a disciple of the 9 mountains? A mountain lord who was on good terms with eldest senior sister Chun Suyin spoke in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Guchanga, and there was anger and coldness in them. Although the other mountain lords did not speak, their eyes were also flickering with different emotions. Some were angry, some were shocked, and some were confused. You, the second mountain lord, who realized what had happened, looked at Guchanga with an extremely ugly expression. He was somewhat livid, and he was desperately suppressing his anger. His disciple was killed by Guchanga so powerfully in front of everyone, and as a master, he could not stop it in time. In his opinion, this was a slap to his master's face. What about me? At this time, shouldn't you be persuading your disciple to let go of her hatred? Although I killed his eldest senior sister, there is no threshold in this world that cannot be crossed. I feel guilty and want to make it up to him. I wonder if he can be magnanimous for once? Give me a chance to turn over a new leaf? Guchanga's expression did not change much when he heard this, and he said casually. However, everyone could feel the mockery in his words. Hearing this, the second mountain lord's expression froze, and he suddenly could not find the words to refute. The mountain masters were silent for a while. Their eyes flickered as they too did not know how to refute. Many disciples of the 9 mountains turned pale as anger and helplessness rose in their hearts. Wasn't this Xiao Yang's original words? That was how Xiao Yang persuaded the heavenly deer mystic maiden to let go of her hatred. But if such a thing were to happen to him, would he be able to do as he was advised and let go of his hatred? After all, what happened to him and what happened to others were 2 very different things. Husband, why do you have to do it yourself? Don't let the blood of such people stain your hands. The eyes of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden gently blinked. They were sparkling and translucent like flawless jade stones. It's nothing. I just wanted to know if this disciple of the second mountain master could be magnanimous for once. When Guchanga heard this, he seemed to smile, a faint mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. My husband is so nice. The heavenly deer mystic maiden smiled. She was tall and slender, elegant and pure. This smile had an extremely bewitching flavor, to the extent that many male disciples were stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. At this moment Xiao Yang, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally reacted. He looked at the blood mist and the white bone fragments in front of him. Terrifying anger and hatred surged in his eyes as he stared at Guchanga. His whole body was trembling. He clenched his fists and his eyes were scarlet. You killed eldest senior sister, he said almost word by word. His words were filled with monstrous anger and coldness, as if he couldn't wait to cut Guchanga into pieces. So what if I killed her? What? If it were you, couldn't you be magnanimous for once? If you want to avenge your senior sister, you can try. Guchanga's eyes fell on him. His expression was still understated, as if he had just crushed an ant. This contemptuous and casual attitude caused Xiao Yang's anger to surge, making it difficult for him to suppress it. Buzz! Faint green lines appeared under his skin. There was a mysterious aura. At this moment, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. His eyes were red, like a ferocious beast that was about to charge at any time. "I'm going to kill you." Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. His voice was cold, as if he couldn't live under the same sky with this hatred. Eldest senior sister had been with him for more than 20 years. They were very close, like sisters and mothers. How could he watch eldest senior sister be killed without doing anything? Magnanimity and forgiveness were all bullshit at this moment. "Xiaoyang, don't be rash." However, the second mountain master frowned and sighed. He pulled Xiaoyang back. If Xiaoyang and Guchanga had a conflict, he couldn't sit by and do nothing. The difference in strength between Xiaoyang and Guchanga was too big. Xiaoyang couldn't be a match for him. Then the 9 mountains would be involved. During this period, he had been carefully avoiding everything, afraid that the signs in his deduction would happen. Since Guchanga was able to kill Chan Suyun in front of all the mountain masters and disciples without any fear, she must have a lot of confidence and foundation, and was not afraid of the 9 mountains. Therefore, he didn't want to tolerate this, but he had to. In terms of reason, they couldn't stand on the side of reason. "Master." Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. He was extremely unwilling. However, if he fought with Guchanga, he wouldn't be able to kill him even if he had 100 lives. Today's matter is between your eldest senior sister and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. As outsiders, we have no right to interfere. The second mountain master sighed. He was also unwilling. After all, when Chan Suyun left Sky Deer City, he was the one who took her in. After so many years of being together, how could he not have feelings for her? Then he rolled up his sleeves. The golden ancient bell in the ancient battlefield turned into a ray of light and flew back into his sleeve. Then he turned into a divine rainbow and left with Xiaoyang. He didn't want to stay any longer. Seeing that the second mountain master had chosen to retreat and leave, all the disciples who were filled with righteous indignation were stunned. They didn't expect the second mountain master to be so tolerant after seeing his own disciple killed by an outsider. He didn't do anything and just left with Xiaoyang. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. They were extremely angry and sullen. However, under Ada's cold gaze, they couldn't help but shiver. They didn't dare to say anything. The terrifying black shadow that looked like an iron tower gave people a great sense of fear. The pressure was so great that it could make people's skin crack. This made them feel sullen. They were clearly in their own territory, but they didn't dare to say anything. After the second mountain master left, the other mountain masters looked deeply at Guchanga. Then they disappeared. They couldn't guess his purpose in coming here. Hearing the system's notification, Guchanga narrowed his eyes. It seemed that killing Chan Suyun was a big blow to the Son of Destiny. Once the Son of Destiny was full, his luck points would slowly decrease. However, when dealing with the Son of Providence with such a character, there was nothing more effective than letting him experience the pain himself. As the saying goes, if you don't know the pain of others, don't persuade them to be magnanimous. Now that he understood the pain of others, he didn't know if he could really be magnanimous this time. Congratulations on avenging the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. The third mountain master's eyes flashed. At this moment he walked over from behind. He cupped his hands and smiled at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy and Guchanga. He obviously didn't care much about Chan Suyun's death. When Chan Suyun fled to the 9 mountains and knelt in front of the mountain gate, he was the first to refuse. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade the second mountain master and accepted her. Now that he saw Guchanga's cultivation with his own eyes, he was shocked. At least that casual attack just now could be blocked by someone who was at least at the Dao Attainment realm. A Dao Attainment realm cultivator at such a young age really made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but wonder if Guchanga came from the legendary celestial realm. However, even in the legendary celestial realm, there probably wasn't a Dao Attainment realm cultivator at such a young age. This was simply unbelievable. Even the ancient books didn't dare to record this. Therefore, the third mountain master wanted to befriend him, and didn't dare to underestimate him. "You're too polite, fellow Taoist. It's all thanks to my husband that I got my revenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would be able to avenge my master. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy shook her head and smiled. At the same time, she naturally held onto Guchanga's arm, as if they were very loving and didn't want to let go for a moment. Young master, your strength is so terrifying at such a young age. This old man admires you. Compared to you, this old man has lived for so many years in vain. The third mountain master's attitude towards Guchanga was also very respectful. There was no lack of politeness and goodwill in his words. Even though he was a veteran Dao Attainment Realm cultivator who had attained Dao longer than the Heaven Deer Mystic Maiden, he still felt that Guchanga was unfathomable. Wudi passed down the order. The third mountain will hold a banquet today to celebrate fellow Daoist Mystic Maiden's revenge. Then the third mountain master ordered Gu Wudi, who was behind him. As for whether this would offend the second mountain and infuriate the second mountain master, he didn't care at all. After all, the two of them had already shed all pretense of cordiality a long time ago. Most of the time they didn't care about each other at all. For example, the matter of the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal. If he hadn't insisted on the competition, the second mountain master would have ignored the third mountain and passed the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal to Xiaoyang. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Gu Wudi looked up at Guchanga, then quickly left. From the third mountain master's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't know Guchanga's identity. This made him feel complicated. He only hoped that when Guchanga destroyed the 9 mountains, the third mountain master would be smart and not try to resist. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon what happened today spread throughout the 9 mountains. Even the disciples who were in seclusion and didn't go to watch the battle were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that eldest senior sister Chan Suyin would be killed in such a way. This made them sigh and angry. However, the other mountain masters didn't say anything. What could the disciples do? If they went up to provoke Guchanga, judging from how ruthless he was, he probably wouldn't let them live. In the third mountain master's palace, celestial mist rose in spirals. It was a dazzling sight like a fairyland. Rich spiritual qi filled the air, and runes flickered and intertwined on the walls and jade pillars. At the banquet, the guests and the host were enjoying themselves. Many beautiful female disciples danced in their long sleeves. Their appearances were moving, and their figures were graceful. It was a feast for the eyes. The third mountain master specially ordered the disciples to prepare the many saint fruits and spirit birds they had collected over the years and cook them into food. Multicolored light shone brightly, and multicolored qi filled the air. There was a shocking divine light on the meat, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Some of the food even had illusions floating on the surface. A terrifying aura seemed to be evolving from the void, causing the faces of many disciples to turn pale. These were ancient ferocious beasts that lived in the sea of stars behind the third mountain. They had lived for millions of years, and their strength was monstrous. Now they were being killed for food. If an ordinary cultivator were to approach this meat, they would probably explode. This old man proposes a toast to young Master Changa. If we leave the 9 mountains in the future, I hope that young Master Changa will take care of us. The third mountain master was dressed in black. He sat to the side, leaving the main seat for Guchanga. At this moment, he smiled and raised the bronze wine cup in his hand to propose a toast to Guchanga. Chapter 472. A strange light flashed in Guchanga's eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "If there's a chance, of course." Then, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. The heavenly deer mystic fairy sat sideways. Her hair was soft and her face was flawless. Even her long dress could not hide her slender and fair legs. She saw this and gently filled his cup with wine, looking virtuous and docile. From time to time, she would pick up pieces of meat with her jade chopsticks and send them to Guchanga's mouth. Seeing this, even the third mountain master was a little envious. This was the heavenly deer mystic fairy, a Taoist who was no weaker than him. She was peerless and peerless. In the eyes of billions of living beings and cultivators in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, she was a goddess who was not even qualified to be seen from afar. Mr. Changa and the heavenly deer mystic fairy are a good match. He could not help but praise sincerely. In this world, except for a man like Guchanga, no one was worthy of her. The heavenly deer mystic fairy pursed her lips and smiled. I think so too. Then she looked at Guchanga. Divine light flashed in her eyes. Husband, do you think I'm right? Guchanga knew what she was planning. Before he got the 9-mountain celestial seal, he could not be bothered with her. However, he still showed a gentle expression and said, "You're right. Of course, the prerequisite is that you're always obedient and don't have any bad thoughts." Husband, what are you saying? Do you still not believe me? The heavenly deer mystic fairy looked at him with some resentment. Why wouldn't I believe you? Guchanga laughed, but his expression did not change much. The third mountain master felt like he had heard a secret between the two, but he did not dare to ask. He looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, unlike the lively atmosphere of the third mountain, the second mountain was cold and lonely. It seemed a little sad. After the second mountain master brought Xiaoyang back, he returned to the palace where he usually cultivated. However, all of the disciples from the second mountain knew exactly what had happened, and didn't dare to ask any questions. The enormous mountain range was rather quiet. Even the usual cries of beasts and birds had disappeared. The starlight was dim, and in the distant sea of stars, there was a sea of clouds rolling, and a magnificent Milky Way was falling. Xiaoyang was dressed in plain clothes. He had a silent expression on his face, but there was some unconcealable grief on his face. He stood quietly in a grave at the back of the mountain. Chan Suyin was killed by a single spear strike from Guchanga. Her body and soul were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even the quasi-emperor weapon that she usually carried had been shattered in that battle, turning into fragments. Therefore, the tomb in front of them was actually just a cenotaph. Eldest senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. If I, Xiaoyang, don't take revenge for what happened today, I swear that I am not human. At this moment he had already calmed down, but he still could not hide the grief and hatred in his heart. Xiaoyang swore in his heart. He clenched his fist so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard because he used too much strength. His mind was still filled with the tragic scene of his eldest senior sister being killed, and Guchanga's casual look of disdain as if he was stepping on an ant. This made it difficult for him to calm down. Buzz! At this moment, a wave of energy came from behind Xiaoyang, and the second mountain master appeared. He looked at the cenotaph in front of him with a complicated expression. Master. Xiaoyang turned to look at the second mountain master. Although he knew that the second mountain master had his reasons for retreating today, he still could not hide the disappointment in his heart. He originally thought that the second mountain master, as the master, would take revenge for his eldest senior sister. However, the master chose to retreat and not fight with Guchanga. In the eyes of many disciples, this was because the second mountain master was afraid of him. Now there were such rumors in every mountain. I know what you are thinking, but you must know that before you become a Tao enlightened one, you must not seek revenge. That young man's strength was so strong that even I felt a trace of danger. The second mountain master knew what Xiaoyang was thinking. Then, he took out a shiny and dazzling silver battle suit from his sleeve and handed it to him. This silver armor was extremely simple and unadorned. There were many complicated symbols on it, and it was shining brilliantly like a silver moon in the night sky. I understand, master. But this is... Xiaoyang took the silver battle suit in front of him and nodded. However, he was still a little confused. He did not understand why the master would give him such a protective item at this time. The master had given him many treasures and weapons on a daily basis. This is the silver moon battle suit. I made it after killing a silver moon wolf god of the Tao enlightened one. With your current strength, although you can't fully activate it, it should not be a problem for you to defend against ordinary attacks. The second mountain master explained. Thank you, master. Xiaoyang quickly put on the silver moon battle suit. It was covered by a robe, so no one could tell that he was wearing an emperor-level battle suit. I just made another deduction. I feel that there will be a sudden change in the battle between you and Gu Wudi the day after tomorrow. The heavenly secrets are in chaos. I am a little worried. If you have one more protective item, you will have a better chance of winning. The second mountain master nodded with satisfaction. Then he said earnestly, I suspect that young man today will intervene in this matter. His purpose in coming to the 9 mountains should not be simple. Master, don't worry. I will not lose. If Gu Wuti is suppressed to the same level as me, I will have the confidence to defeat him. Why should I be afraid of his 3 moves? At this moment, Xiao Yang's confidence was spontaneously born. His words were sonorous and powerful. Seeing this, the second mountain master nodded with satisfaction. However, he still took out a few powerful weapons and handed them to Xiao Yang. Your bloodline is very strong, but you need to find your former clansmen as soon as possible. With their help, you can use the advantage of your bloodline. I only know about this, but I can't help you. If you can find the mountain master, that would be even better. However, even I don't know where he has been living in seclusion all these years. At the same time, he began to tell Xiao Yang about another matter. It was quite serious. Xiao Yang nodded. He understood the importance of this matter. While the second mountain master was telling Xiao Yang about this matter, in the third mountain in a magnificent hall, Gu Chang'e was also telling Gu Wuti something. Young master, don't worry. Xiao Yang is only a saint. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the same level as him, he will not be a match for me. Gu Wuti was dressed in a golden battle robe. His entire body seemed to be glowing like a golden sun. It was incomparably dazzling. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, he was still very respectful. Although he was far from being a match for Gu Chang'e, dealing with Xiao Yang was a piece of cake. He did not know why Gu Chang'e had called him here alone to tell him about this matter. You are not a match for him. However, Gu Chang'e only shook his head. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. He was thinking about something. The 9 mountain celestial seal was related to his destruction of the 9 mountains. If it was in the second mountain master's hands, it would inevitably cause a lot of trouble for him. Therefore, he needed Gu Wuti to get the 9 mountain celestial seal. Otherwise, he would not be interested in the competition between Gu Wuti and Xiao Yang. Young master, I am a supreme. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the saint realm, my comprehension of the laws of divine powers is not something Xiao Yang can compare to. How can I not be a match for him? Gu Wuti clearly did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this to him. He was stunned for a moment and could not help but refute. He was proud and arrogant. Although his life was controlled by Gu Chang'e, he did not want to admit that he was inferior to Xiao Yang. Gu Chang'e looked at him indifferently and said, If you don't believe me, you can try the day after tomorrow. If you can't get the 9 mountain celestial seal, you don't need to live anymore. Gu Wuti's expression changed dramatically. He was a little frightened and a chill ran down his back. He felt the importance of this matter to Gu Chang'e. I dare not. I will definitely risk my life to get the 9 mountain celestial seal for you, young master, he hurriedly said. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand and began to draw in the void. Brilliant runes of the great path appeared, and there was an inexplicable aura. Faintly, there seemed to be a ferocious golden figure walking through the layers of space. It was very blurry, and there was a strong fluctuation that made the nearby void blur, as if it was about to collapse. Open your mind, Gu Chang'e said. Gu Wuti trembled and looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He could not help but want to worship the little figure in front of him and kneel down. This was a terrifying power that made his spiritual soul tremble, and his physical body on the verge of collapse. It was simply unparalleled. Hearing this, he did not dare to refuse. Although he did not know what this thing was, now that his life and death were in Gu Chang'e's hands, what was there to fear? Soon he opened his mind, and the golden figure stepped in. It appeared in the Soul Palace with a terrifying ferocity. The terrifying aura that filled the void also dissipated. When you fight with Xiao Yang the day after tomorrow, I will take control of your body. Gu Chang'e saw the unconcealable fear in his heart and said lightly, I understand. Gu Wuti nodded, and his expression returned to normal. He sensed for a while, but there was nothing strange. However, he was even more afraid of Gu Chang'e's mysterious means and methods. He had never seen such means before. He could even control the body of others with a thought. It was simply unheard of. 2 days passed quickly. Many people gathered on an incomparably tall mountain peak in the 9 mountains. It was different from the battle 3 days ago between Lu Zuanv and eldest senior sister Chan Suyun. This time the competition came from within the 9 mountains, and it was a matter of who would own the 9 mountain celestial seal. On one side was Xiaoyang, the last disciple of the second mountain master, and on the other side was the proud disciple of the third mountain master, who was also a Taoist, Gu Wudi. The two of them had agreed to fight for the right to control the 9 mountain celestial seal. Gu Wudi suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang could withstand 3 moves from him, he would give up the 9 mountain celestial seal. Almost all the mountain masters showed their true forms, which showed how much importance they attached to this matter. 550 disciples gathered around the mountain peak. Beams of divine light descended from all directions. Some disciples who did not watch the battle 3 days ago also showed up. Today's matter could be said to be the most important thing in the 9 mountains in this era. Because the 9 mountain celestial seal was the symbol of the 9 mountains' luck and fate. Within the territory of the 9 mountains, one could obtain luck and fate, and have invincible battle strength. Soon, the disciples of the second mountain arrived at the end of the sky. Among them was Xiaoyang, who wore a long green robe. He was tall and straight, and his bearing was steady. Clearly, the events of 3 days ago had affected him greatly. However, when he looked in the direction of the third mountain, his eyes flickered with coldness. After Guchanga killed his eldest sister, the mountain master of the third mountain didn't care. He even threw a banquet to congratulate Empyrean dear Empyrean maiden on her revenge. During the past 2 days, word of the matter had spread throughout the 9 mountains, and many disciples of the second mountain were enraged. Therefore, Xiaoyang decided to teach Gu Wudi a profound lesson, and make the third mountain regret their actions. "Remember what master has entrusted you with," said the second mountain master. Behind Xiaoyang was the second mountain master. He wore a white robe with wide sleeves, and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, his expression was not relaxed. "Please don't worry, master," said Xiaoyang, nodding. "Apprentice has his own plans." His figure flickered as he appeared in the arena. Off in the distance, Gu Wudi and the other cultivators from the third mountain arrived, accompanied by beams of divine light. A golden path stretched out, and Guchanga, Empyrean dear Empyrean maiden, third mountain master, and the others appeared on the high platform. All of the disciples and mountain masters looked at them with different expressions. Some were angry, some were gloomy, some were fearful, and most had complicated expressions. They never would have thought that the third mountain master would be so close to Guchanga and the others. That was not a good sign at all. On the high platform, Guchanga looked at the mountain masters with a strange expression. When he saw that everyone was present, he smiled inwardly and waited for the final moment. "Junior brother Xiaoyang, don't regret your decision." After landing on the arena, a cold smile appeared on Gu Wudi's face. His body shone with a dazzling golden light, making him look like a god. He gave off a feeling of unparalleled power. He was very confident that no matter how confident Xiaoyang was, he would lose today. "Cut the crap. Let's begin," said Xiaoyang coldly. He glanced at Guchanga, who was looking down at him from the high platform. His eyes were cold, and he had the same idea as Gu Wudi. Chapter 473. In the arena, Xiaoyang and Gu Wudi stood facing each other, separated by 100 feet. Powerful auras rose from both of them. Almost all the disciples and mountain chieftains were looking at them. They were carefully observing this battle to ensure that it was fair. However, before the battle began, a palm-sized, mountain-like cyan seal descended from the sky. Vast and mighty auras intertwined with each other. Strands of primal chaos chi fell from its surface. At the same time, the fate of the entire 9 mountains gathered. Wisps of silver were extremely dazzling, like a galaxy. One could even see 9 towering and ancient mountain phantoms, flowing with celestial light, floating together in the sky. This was an extremely vast and majestic power, like 9 real celestial mountains that could suppress the world and be invincible. The gazes of all the disciples and mountain chieftains were involuntarily attracted to the large seal floating in the air, revealing looks of reverence. Even Guchanga looked over. Runes of the Great Path flashed in his eyes as he tried to deduce this item. In the end he narrowed his eyes deep in thought. This item is the Nine Mountains Celestial Seal. It has congenital patterns, and is not inferior to the Immortal Slaying Gourd and the Taishang Scroll. Perhaps it is even more mysterious? Is it related to the world before the Forbidden Era? Gu Chang'e had some speculations in her heart that this thing should not have been refined after birth. It was congenital and had a lot to do with the origin of the Nine Mountains. It was because of the Nine Mountains Celestial Seal that the Nine Mountains were built in later generations. That kind of brilliant natural energy that could not be looked at directly could easily suppress post-celestial objects, and the chaotic energy that surrounded it was even more dense and boundless. This item is related to the evolution of the Nine Mountains, maintaining the mystery and transcendence of the Nine Mountains for countless years. There is even a saying that if one controls the Nine Mountains Celestial Seal, they will be invincible in the Nine Mountains. Seeing that Gu Chang'e had been paying attention to this item, the heavenly deer mystic maiden smiled faintly and said. Gu Chang'e nodded. He knew that the Nine Mountains had been collecting the power of faith from the 8 Desolation 10 regions all these years. The existence of the Nine Mountains Celestial Seal allowed the disciples and cultivators of the Nine Mountains to better cultivate with the power of faith. In this regard, it was somewhat similar to the human ancestor hall in the upper realm. However, at the human ancestors' temple, Gu Chang'e had placed the golden cauldron of providence, which allowed him to collect the faith of the upper realm for his own use. On the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal, he saw the power of faith gathered by the Nine Mountains over countless years. According to our agreement, this old man will suppress your cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang. Do you have any objections? At that moment, the second mountain master appeared in the arena. His face was expressionless as he asked Gu Wudi. With so many mountain chieftains present, Gu Wudi was naturally not worried that the second mountain chieftain would play any tricks. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Second mountain chieftain, feel free to do as you wish. In the same realm, I am confident that I can suppress Xiaoyang in 3 moves." Seeing how confident he was, the second mountain master's eyes narrowed. He looked at him carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, there was not much difference from the previous Gu Wudi. However, he was still very cautious. When he suppressed Gu Wudi's cultivation, he also probed his body. He didn't find anything wrong. This old man is still secretly probing. The third mountain chieftain obviously noticed the second mountain master's little trick. He couldn't help but sneer with some disdain. He was still very confident in his disciple. There would be no problem in defeating Xiaoyang in 3 moves. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Wudi's cultivation was suppressed to the same level as Xiaoyang by the second mountain master. Unless an enlightened master intervened, no one could undo this restriction. If that's the case, then let's cut the crap and begin. Xiaoyang didn't have a good impression of Gu Chang'e. This guy had made things difficult for him many times, and now he was acting like Gu Chang'e's lackey. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Divine talismans intertwined and appeared under his skin. They were ancient symbols as mysterious and vast as galaxies. This was a supreme magical power that belonged to the Nine Mountains. It was extremely powerful. The moment it appeared, it was as if mountains and rivers were rolling and the sun and moon were collapsing, drowning Gu Wudi. He stood proudly in the void like a god. At the same time, he took out his own Dharma artifact. It was a green pearl. With a crackling sound of thunder, Dharma laws fell down and protected him. What? Little junior brother actually took the initiative to attack? Didn't they say that he would win the bet if he could withstand 3 moves from the enlightened master? It seems that we all underestimated little junior brother. He actually dared to take the initiative at this time? As expected of little junior brother. He has received the second mountain chieftain's true teachings. When we were at the same level, we definitely didn't have such power. Little junior brother's strength can't be underestimated. It seems that if he is given more time, it won't be a problem for him to catch up to the enlightened master. Many disciples were shocked and couldn't help but discuss. It was obvious that they hadn't seen Xiaoyang fight before. Many people thought that he didn't have a high chance of winning this battle, but now they were a little shaken. Even the mountain chieftains narrowed their eyes. As enlightened masters, they could naturally see that Xiao Yang's aura was different. You actually took the initiative to attack me? However, it was different from Xiao Yang's high-spirited attitude. A golden light flashed in Gu Wudi's eyes, and his expression suddenly became cold and detached. Especially his temperament, which was completely different from before. All the mountain chieftains narrowed their eyes as they watched this scene. They felt that Gu Wudi seemed to have used a secret technique. However, they didn't know what kind of secret technique it was. They could only assume that Gu Wudi had other opportunities. What's with this feeling? The second mountain chieftain's expression was a little strange. He glanced at Gu Chang'e, who was not far away. Seeing that his expression was still full of interest, he didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. He had clearly asked Xiao Yang to be fully prepared, and even gave him many powerful Dharma artifacts and a silver moon battle armor to protect himself. However, he still felt uneasy. At his level, many premonitions were not groundless. He had caught a glimpse of the changes in the unseen world. Gu Wudi, this move is to let you understand your disrespect to eldest senior sister. Xiao Yang didn't notice that something was wrong with Gu Wudi. At this moment he was shrouded in dazzling runes. Light flowed on the silver moon battle armor, and even his hair was covered in a layer of blue light. His eyes shone brightly. With a roar, he displayed his powerful techniques and charged toward Gu Wudi. He didn't choose to resist but to take the initiative to attack. It was to avenge eldest senior sister. Ridiculous. But at this moment, Gu Wudi appeared exceptionally cold. The moment Xiao Yang made his move, Gu Wudi's eyes lit up. When Xiao Yang attacked, he raised his fist, and a vast and terrifying wave spread out. One could even see the faint shadow of a true dragon appear behind him. It came proudly and stretched out its claws. Its scales were dense and seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. Its power was astonishing. That's the dragon fist of the true dragon technique. As expected of a Taoist. It's completely different from ours. It has an invincible power. Too strong. All the disciples were shocked and watched this scene with rapt attention. They could recognize that this technique was the ultimate technique of the 9 mountains. Almost everyone knew it. However, they felt that it was completely different from when they used it themselves. The Taoist's attainment in this technique is quite shocking. The mountain lord's eyes narrowed in surprise. Boom! In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu Wudi's fist suddenly smashed down. There was no extra wave, but it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A dazzling light burst out. A true dragon seemed to have traveled through ancient times and reappeared in the sky. Its vast dragon might could destroy the heavens. With a rumble, the void trembled as if it was about to collapse, directly destroying all of Xiao Yang's attacks. The runes dimmed one after another, and in the end, they were obliterated. Even the precious pearl that guarded the top of his head trembled incessantly, and almost fell off. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he flew backward and crashed to the ground. If it wasn't for the silver moon battle armor, he wouldn't have just coughed up blood. All the disciples and mountain lords were shocked and couldn't believe it. Even some mountain lords knew that they couldn't use this technique to such an extent when they were in the same realm. It seems that the Taoist has hidden his strength well. The mountain lords instantly thought of something and looked at the third mountain lord. In their opinion, the third mountain lord was scheming and deliberately didn't let Gu Wudi reveal his true strength in order to wait for this day. However, the third mountain lord was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. He knew his disciple very well, so he was indeed shocked just now. Normally, Gu Wudi had never displayed such a powerful strength. Of course, he thought that Gu Wudi had hidden his strength so well that even his master didn't know about it. It seems that Brother Wudi's strength is not to be underestimated. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but chuckle at this moment, as if he was praising Gu Wudi. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden couldn't help but look at him. She didn't know what Gu Chang'e did to Gu Wudi. However, Gu Wudi's current strength was probably related to him. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Xiao Yang got up from the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt humiliated and even more disbelief. His move was obviously much stronger than the disciples of the 9 mountains at the same level. He could even use this divine power to fight above his level. However, when facing Gu Wuti, he was a little scared and couldn't defeat him. This was completely different from what he had expected. You can't even block my first move, how are you going to block my second move? You're such a piece of trash, and you want to take revenge? Gu Wuti's expression was cold and mocking as he walked towards him unhurriedly. His entire body was shrouded in golden light. Strands of golden light hung down, making him look extremely hazy. This was the universal Taoist body of the ancient invincible realm. Suddenly everyone saw a terrifying scene. Meteorites appeared behind him and gathered continuously. Finally, they turned into the universal heaven and earth. They were like countless swords and knives, slashing toward Xiaoyang in front of them. He didn't make a move, but only used the strength of his body to display his powerful talent. This was a terrifying method. The meteorites turned into weapons and suddenly fell toward Xiaoyang, wanting to kill him. What's going on with Gu Wuti? The second mountain lord felt that at this moment, Gu Wuti was very different from the person he knew. However, he couldn't tell where the difference was. Xiaoyang's expression changed. He couldn't believe that this was something that Gu Wuti, who was at the same level as him, could use. In particular, his current expression made him think of Guchanga for some reason. No, this person is definitely not Gu Wuti. It's him. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang was extremely certain. He looked at Guchanga angrily. However, Guchanga still looked interested, giving him the feeling that he was watching a little ant jumping around. In the next moment, amidst the rumbling, meteorites appeared, densely packed and smashed towards Xiaoyang. There were so many of them that it was like a misty rain, making all the disciples' hearts palpitate. For the first time they experienced how terrifying Gu Wuti was. Xiaoyang's expression was cold. He took out one ritual implement after another, and thousands of divine lights shot out. At the same time, the power of his bloodline was triggered. Suddenly, a fiery red phantom rushed out of his body. It was an immortal phoenix, extremely ancient. Although it was blurry, it couldn't hide its noble and proud aura. It spread its wings, and a red light scattered like a sea of fire to resist this attack. Rumble! Everyone watched this in horror. They could only see Gu Wuti walking towards Xiaoyang, his face full of indifference. Meteorites appeared behind him one after another, seemingly endless. They turned into sword chi and saber light, incomparably huge, and fell in front of him. For a moment the place was incomparably dazzling. The terrifying fluctuations shocked everyone. It was enough to tear any saint apart. Even though Xiaoyang had many ritual implements, it was difficult for him to resist now. His expression kept changing, and his body shook violently. Before his injury had healed, he coughed up blood again. In the end, even the pearl on his head was sent flying. In the next moment, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly widened. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying. He didn't know when, but Gu Wuti had already appeared in front of him. With a punch, it was so powerful that it collapsed the void. The terrifying power made Xiaoyang's internal organs tremble. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, cracks appeared. His injuries were shocking. He kept coughing up blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Although he had the Silver Moon battle armor to protect him, he couldn't really use its power. Could only save his life. Otherwise, this punch would have caused him to explode into a cloud of bloody mist. 3 moves have passed. What else do you have to say now? Gu Wuti's expression was cold. Suddenly, he stepped on Xiaoyang's head, making it impossible for him to raise his head. His voice was filled with a shuddering chill. You... Xiaoyang only felt incomparably humiliated. He gritted his teeth because he knew that the one stepping on him was not Gu Wuti, but Guchanga. Gu Wuti was definitely not that strong. All the disciples felt that the Taoist at this moment was very strange, but there was no doubt about his strength. 3 moves had passed, and Xiaoyang was completely defeated. If it weren't for the Silver Moon battle armor, he would have died long ago. Looks like there's no more suspense in this battle. The Mountain Lord's gazes were complicated as they stared at Gu Wuti, as if they wanted to see through him. However, with their ability, They could only see that Gu Wudi's condition was very different from usual. But he had used the 9 Mountains' secret arts and his own talent to crush Xiaoyang in 3 moves in the same realm. The outcome has been decided. Second Mountain Lord, don't you admit it now? Looking at the Second Mountain Lord's extremely ugly expression, the Third Mountain Lord couldn't help but sneer. A terrifying aura emerged from his body. It was as if he was ready to fight at any moment. Today's battle has indeed opened my eyes. Second Mountain Lord's disciple is indeed extraordinary, but compared to Brother Wudi, he's still lacking. Gu Chang'e walked over with a smile, but his tone was somewhat mocking. You, the Second Mountain Lord stared at him, his expression extremely ugly. He had always suspected that Gu Chang'e was behind this, but he had no evidence. Chapter 474. On the square shrouded in chaotic fog, Xiaoyang was being stepped on by Gu Wudi. His face was full of grievance and anger, and his body was covered in blood. However, he could not raise his head. His injuries were very serious, and wisps of green light flowed on the surface of his body, as if they were going to spread under his skin. At this moment, his bloodline power was suppressed and awakened on its own. There was a surge of power that seemed to be about to rush out. Second Mountain Lord, are you not going to admit it now? At this moment, Gu Wudi's expression was a little dazed. However, he quickly recovered and let go of Xiaoyang. He strode over with a cold smile on his face. He clearly remembered everything that had just happened. At that time, although his body was not under his control, however, he could clearly feel every single one of his movements, including the use of every single one of his divine abilities and spells. That was a level that he could never reach in the past. Even the control of his body and the exploration of his potential had reached an unprecedented level. Before this, he had never thought that his physique could actually possess such a terrifying divine ability. This was simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Gu Wudi was even more in awe of Gu Chang'e. You're quite skilled. Second Mountain Lord snorted and stared at Gu Wudi with an unfriendly gaze. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, although he was unwilling, he did not dare to go back on his word. The other mountain lords would not stand by and ignore this matter. After all, this was a major event that involved the handover of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. It seems that Second Mountain Lord's disciple is only a He's skilled, but he's far from being invincible in the same realm. Heavenly Dear Mystic Maiden smiled and glanced at Gu Chang'e, as if she was hinting at something. After all, it depends on who his opponent is. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Disciple, you've hidden your strength so well. You've really given me a big surprise. Third Mountain Lord glanced at Second Mountain Lord proudly, then looked at Gu Wudi with great satisfaction. He really did not expect Gu Wudi to give him such a big surprise. When Xiaoyang displayed his powerful strength, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew that things were not going well. But what Gu Wudi displayed afterwards shocked and delighted him. He had never thought that this disciple of his would have such a deep understanding of her strength. Today, in front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he had forcefully suppressed Xiaoyang and seized control of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. Then, for the next tens of millions of years, the Immortal Seal of the 9 Mountains would be controlled by the Third Mountain. Congratulations to the Third Mountain Lord for winning the right to wield the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. The Heavenly Dear Mystic Maiden walked over with a smile on her face and congratulated the Third Mountain Master. When the other Mountain Masters heard this, they also appeared and congratulated the Third Mountain Master. In the 9 Mountains, whoever controlled the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal would have the greatest say in the 9 Mountains. The reason why the Second Mountain Lord dared to bully the Third Mountain and propose such a challenge was because the Immortal Seal of the 9 Mountains was in his hands. Now that he had lost, the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal naturally fell into the hands of the Third Mountain Master. Therefore, in the next 10 million years, the entire 9 Mountains would be under the control of the 3 Mountain Masters. The Second Mountain Master did not dare to break the rules of the 9 Mountains. This disciple will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. After being in the limelight, Gu Wudi's face was filled with pride. However, when his gaze fell on Gu Chang'e, he shivered and became even more respectful toward Gu Chang'e. Since Xiaoyang has lost, then this old man will naturally accept the loss of this bet. The second mountain master's expression was ugly. Just as everyone had said in front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he did not dare to go back on his word, let alone break the rules of the 9 mountains. Master, wait! Just as the second mountain master finished speaking, Xiaoyang, who had stumbled over, suddenly interrupted him. He could not hide the coldness, anger and humiliation on his face. Originally, today was supposed to be the day he defeated Gu Wudi, washing away his humiliation, and protecting his eldest senior sister's last dignity. However, the result was the opposite of what he had expected. In front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he was forcefully suppressed by Gu Wudi and even stepped on. Xiaoyang had never experienced such humiliation before, and this made him even angrier. Moreover, Xiaoyang was completely sure that the person who had attacked just now was definitely not Gu Wudi, but Gu Chang'e on the other side. Gu Wudi definitely did not have such powerful strength. What's wrong? Xiaoyang. The second mountain master looked over and asked in confusion. Although he was disappointed, he also knew that he could not blame Xiaoyang for what happened today. Gu Wudi's strength was a little beyond everyone's expectations. Master, the competition just now did not count. The person who fought with me was not Gu Wudi, but someone else who interfered. Xiaoyang's angry and cold gaze fell on Gu Chang'e as he spoke through gritted teeth. If Gu Chang'e had not interfered, how could he have lost so miserably? As soon as he said that, the place immediately fell silent. The expressions of all the disciples and mountain chieftains changed slightly. They were all a little shocked and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Some people even frowned, feeling displeased, thinking that they had misjudged Xiaoyang. A win is a win and a loss is a loss. He actually said that the competition just now did not count. How disappointing. I thought that junior brother Xiaoyang would be a magnanimous person. I didn't expect him to be such a sore loser. Yeah, why would he say such a thing? Many female disciples usually had a good relationship with Xiaoyang, but now they were frowning. Their faces were filled with displeasure, as if they were extremely unfamiliar with him. Many people nodded in agreement, not understanding why Xiaoyang would say such a thing. Could it be that he felt that he had not lost enough face just now? After all, everyone had seen with their own eyes that Tao disciple Gu Wudi had used his powerful divine ability to defeat Xiaoyang. They even recognized the divine ability, and some of them had even cultivated it before. But now Xiaoyang was saying that the person who fought with him was actually someone else. How could they believe that? Haha, second mountain master, this is the good disciple you taught? Hearing that, the third mountain master was stunned, and anger appeared on his face. Then he could not help but sneer. He did not expect Xiaoyang to say such a thing. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of a person's character. How did Xiaoyang agree to this competition and how confident he was? But now, after losing, he turned around and refused to admit it? This would only make people feel ashamed. Xiaoyang, there's no need to say anymore. The second mountain master also understood what Xiaoyang meant. He sighed and waved his hand. So what if they knew? How could they show evidence? Another round of competition? Not to mention the consequences. Who knew if Gu Wudi still had some tricks up his sleeve? What if he lost again? They had already lost enough face today. Master, Xiaoyang was extremely unwilling. If this matter was over, how could he wash away the humiliation today? Loser, is that all you can do? Gu Wudi sneered, his words full of disdain and mockery. If it weren't for this person, how could you have defeated me so easily? Xiaoyang's eyes were angry and cold as he looked at him coldly. If looks could kill, he would have already torn Gu Wudi to shreds and cut him into 1,000 pieces. So this is the disciple of the second mountain master. Today it has been an eye-opener for me. At this time, Gu Chang'e did not forget to smile faintly and said with a playful tone. From today's matter, Xiaoyang had gradually lost the hearts of the disciples of the 9 mountains. Although Gu Chang'e would begin to make a move on the 9 mountains after obtaining the 9 mountains immortal seal, at this time, it was only a matter of convenience for him to take advantage of Xiaoyang. The person who fought with me just now was actually you, not Gu Wudi at all. You despicable person, you actually helped him in this way. He won with an unfair advantage. Xiaoyang did not expect Guchanga to stand up and speak at this time. He was even more furious and his eyes were cold. This great enemy in front of him not only killed eldest senior sister, but also secretly helped Gu Wudi and the third mountain master to obtain the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. He looked like a villain intoxicated by success. If he did not take revenge in this life, then he was not human. He was not a match for the Taoist even with an emperor-level battle suit, and now he keeps saying that he won with an unfair advantage. We did not see the Taoist take out a single Dharma artifact, but Xiaoyang used many methods and weapons. Fortunately, a treasure like the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal did not fall into his hands. Otherwise, it would be like a pearl covered in dust. Hearing Xiaoyang's angry words, many disciples spoke one after another, their faces filled with anger and dissatisfaction. After all, everyone had seen that the second mountain master had even bestowed a martial emperor-level battle suit to Xiaoyang for this competition. After the two's strength was suppressed to the same level, Xiaoyang had a slight advantage. Now that he said that the Taoist had won with an unfair advantage, it instantly triggered the anger of the crowd. Junior brother Xiaoyang, why do you have to be like this? If you can't afford to lose, why did you agree? All these years I've been bitterly cultivating day and night, working tirelessly, all for the sake of taking back the 9 Mountain Celestial Seal on this day. At this moment Gu Wudi saw the situation and sneered. Then he returned to normal and shook his head with a sigh. Many disciples were affected by his words, and their emotions surged. From the battle between Gu Wudi and Xiaoyang today, they witnessed the huge change in Gu Wudi's strength, and many people were encouraged. Even the Taoist was working so hard, how could they, as ordinary disciples, slack off? On the other hand, Xiaoyang had lost, but he still refused to admit it? Little junior brother turned out to be such a person. We really misjudged him. The Taoist had worked hard day and night to show his strength today, but he deliberately slandered him. It's bad enough that he can't afford to lose, but he's also jealous. Such a person will never become a great person in his life. For a moment many disciples spoke and mocked him, causing Xiaoyang to be stunned. His eyes widened, and he could not believe that everyone had such an attitude. His face suddenly turned green and white as he clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. The disciples who were on good terms with him now had cold and mocking expressions. The entire 9 mountains seemed to be rejecting him. Xiaoyang, you don't have to say anything about what happened today. We lost and that's that. The 9 Mountains Immortal Seal belongs to the Taoist. Seeing this, the second mountain lord sighed and waved his sleeve. A misty green light fell, and a gentle force entered Xiaoyang's body, waking him up from his state. At the same time, it helped Xiaoyang recover from his injuries. He knew that after today, the entire 9 mountains would change their opinion of Xiaoyang because of what happened today. The 9 Mountains Immortal Seal had fallen into the hands of the third mountain. After sending Xiaoyang away, he decided to enter seclusion and no longer care about the matters of the 9 mountains. Then, the second mountain lord waved his sleeve and left with Xiaoyang and the other disciples of the second mountain. A path extended and disappeared into the horizon. All the mountain lords had different emotions when they saw this. Some sighed, while others sneered at Xiaoyang's misfortune. Gu Wudi's sudden display of power surprised them, but they did not think about it like the second mountain lord. Because the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal would only fall into the hands of the second and third mountains, there was no need for them to get involved. It would only be a waste of time and offend people. Soon, with a buzzing sound, the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal in the sky trembled violently. Then it retracted all of its light and descended. Finally, it turned into a palm-sized green seal. It flowed with light, and strands of chaotic chi fell into Gu Wudi's hand. This is the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. Gu Wudi was excited and trembling. He felt the vast and majestic power contained in it, as if it could be used at any time to suppress and destroy everything. At that moment he felt as if he could control the entire 9 mountains. Good disciple. The third mountain lord could not hide his excitement as he stared at the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal in front of him. After all, it was the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. He had coveted it for nearly 10 million years, and today it was finally in his hands. How could he not be excited? However, what made the third mountain lord smile stiffen was that after Gu Wudi obtained the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, he did not immediately hand it to his master. Instead, he respectfully handed it to Gu Chang'e. This scene not only stunned the third mountain lord and the others, but also the many disciples who had yet to leave. They could not react in time. This is the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. With young Master Chang'e's status, I'm sure you've seen many similar things. However, the third mountain lord quickly reacted. He felt that Gu Wudi was trying to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. Although he was a little angry, he still smiled and prepared to explain to Gu Chang'e. The other 6 mountain lords suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. After obtaining the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal, Gu Wudi did not give it to his master. Instead, he gave it to Gu Chang'e. What did this mean? Their expressions became a little playful. It seemed that in Gu Wudi's heart, his master's position was not as high as this mysterious young man in front of them. I've indeed seen many similar things. So the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal was condensed from a strange stone. Gu Chang'e nodded. The black and white divine light in his eyes was very dazzling. He carefully examined the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal in his hand. Although it looked very heavy and majestic, it was unexpectedly light. However, it was surprisingly light and graceful, strands of chaotic energy falling from his palm. The terrifying power that could have crushed mountains seemed to have disappeared. He understood that this was caused by the innate runes contained within it. In addition, the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal was a connate treasure with many innate Tao patterns. It contained a terrifying power that could easily suppress those who had attained the Tao. Young Master Chang'e is really knowledgeable. It is said that the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal was formed from a connate immortal stone that came from the end of the world. It was born in the Chaos Sea and has an incomparably long history, from countless eras ago. The third mountain lord could not help but praise. However, his eyes were still fixed on the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. Is that so? Gu Chang'e laughed softly and shook his sleeves. Brilliant and dazzling runes of the Great Tao suddenly turned into the shape of chains, and imprinted themselves on the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal in his hand. The originally surging and vast aura gradually calmed down and turned into an ordinary stone seal. In the next moment, the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal suddenly disappeared from his hand. It seemed to have silently fallen into another world. What does young Master Chang'e mean by this? The smile on the third mountain lord's face disappeared and his expression froze. He could not understand Gu Chang'e's actions. The other mountain lords also frowned and looked at this scene in shock and confusion. Could it be that even now, the third mountain lord still does not know the purpose of my visit? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Gu Chang'e continued to speak unhurriedly, and asked with a somewhat interested expression, "Wudi, what does that mean?" The third mountain lord had a bad feeling and could not help but ask Gu Wudi. However, Gu Wudi, who was usually extremely respectful to him, did not seem to hear him at this moment. Instead, he stood respectfully behind Gu Chang'e. His golden armor shone brightly, and a powerful aura appeared, breaking through the restriction just now. Something's not right. The expressions of the other mountain lords changed drastically as they sensed that something was wrong. They had lived for countless years and were at the level of Tao attainment. Almost instantly, they felt a terrifying murderous aura from afar, suddenly sweeping across and enveloping the entire continent. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous murderous aura suddenly rushed out from the horizon in the distance. The terrifying aura swept in all directions like the sound of a heavenly drum, causing one's eardrums to be torn and one's heart to tremble. Black clouds billowed, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying knights holding heavenly sabers, halberds, and long spears rode ferocious beasts and charged over. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped over, covering the sky and covering the earth. The murderous aura seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. Enemy attack! Someone from the 9 mountains reacted and could not help but shout. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they shouted at everyone. At this moment, almost all the disciples on the continent were horrified. Looking from afar, they were almost shattered by that terrifying aura. Their bodies could not withstand it at all. Who are you? At this moment, no matter how slow they were to react, they understood that this was definitely related to Guchanga. A terrifying pressure surged from the bodies of the mountain lords. Their expressions were ugly and cold as they stared at Guchanga. Killing intent soared into the sky, and the emperor's might raged. The moment it erupted, it almost tore apart the world, causing mountains and rivers to overturn and the universe to collapse. They were all Tao attainments and had cultivated in the 9 mountains for countless years. At this moment, they were furious in their hearts and did not hide it at all. As monstrous waves spread out, the world changed colors and the sun and moon dimmed. A wisp of emperor's might could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. All the living beings and cultivators on the continent trembled. In the distant outer realm, the stars in the heavens trembled and were about to fall together. Since ancient times, a true emperor's battle would always affect hundreds of millions of miles, not to mention that there were 7 Tao attainments in front of them. Each of their Tao was incomparably profound and vast, and they usually did not show it. Once they showed it, their might would be unparalleled, surging like a river of stars. Their qi and blood were like the universe, capable of swallowing the sun and moon and destroying the stars in the heavens with a single hand. So this is your goal. The third mountain lord also reacted. His voice was trembling and his face was ashen, unable to hide his anger. He did not know about Guchanga's wild ambition. These days, he even treated him as a distinguished guest, eating and drinking well. He was incomparably cautious and did not dare to be negligent. But in the end, he actually led people to attack the 9 mountains. This made the third mountain lord's anger surge. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. All the disciples were dumbstruck and astounded as they watched all this. They had never imagined that the 9 mountains that had been peaceful for countless years would actually have such a grand army charging over today. The momentum was so great that it simply caused one to be terrified. And the source of all this was the young man who came a few days ago. The dagger was revealed. And now he still had that casual and indifferent expression, as if he did not care at all. I will give you all a chance. Those who surrender can live, but those who resist will die. After today, the 9 mountains will no longer exist in this world. Guchanga did not seem to care about everyone's angry and cold expressions. His gaze swept across the 6 mountain lords in front of him, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared as he spoke coldly. Chapter 475. Don't even think about it. Don't think that you can intimidate us just because you took the 9 mountains deity seal. How dare you talk about destroying the 9 mountains with just the 2 of you? You're delusional. In the face of absolute power, it doesn't matter how many people you have. As soon as Guchanga said that, all the mountain lords were enraged, and a terrifying light beam appeared in their eyes. That was the power of the Emperor realm, and it even penetrated the sky. Under this terrifying light beam, even the stars exploded in an instant. A terrifying and world-shaking war broke out. Except for the second mountain lord, almost all the Tao enlightened cultivators of the 9 mountains appeared here. Especially the third mountain lord, who felt that he was played by Guchanga. For so many days, he had been polite to him. This made him extremely angry and sullen at the same time. Heavenly dear mystic lady, are you with him too? A mountain lord shouted and stared at the heavenly dear mystic lady on the other side. He was also angry and cold. Divine light surged in his eyes, and a hazy 5-colored divine light shrouded him. It was shocking and fierce. A pitch-black divine furnace appeared above his head, and torrential true fire fell from it. It could drown a part of the universe. Of course I'm with my husband. The heavenly dear mystic lady shook her head slightly. She was holy and otherworldly. She didn't expect Guchanga to choose to attack when the 9 mountains deity seal was in his hands. However, her tone didn't change much. She waved her hand gently. Golden divine lotuses bloomed under her feet, and they were incomparably gorgeous. The lotuses were like ancient worlds. They revolved there, accompanied by a terrifying rumbling sound, and the power to suppress the world was overwhelming. Her strength was very strong, and ordinary Tao enlightened cultivators were far from being her match. Therefore, almost instantly 3 people rushed in front of her and displayed their fierce skills. They were all Dao-enlightened cultivators, although there was a difference in how far they walked on the Dao. However, their understanding of Dao, spells and rules had reached a level that ordinary cultivators didn't dare to imagine. Lines of Emperor runes appeared, golden and dazzling. They were bigger than the stars and contained the strongest divine power. They were dazzling and shocking, and a trace of fluctuation could cut down countless suns, moons, and stars. Rumble! The battle broke out, and it instantly swept out of this continent, destroying the heavens and the earth. The nearby mountain range collapsed, the ancient peaks collapsed, and many mountain rocks turned into ashes. Normally, with the 9 mountains' immortal seal supporting this continent, it could stabilize the spatial field. But now, the immortal seal of the 9 mountains had been seized by Wuxia. Even if they did not want to affect this place, it was impossible. The 3 mountain lords immediately charged toward the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, intending to suppress her first. 3 terrifyingly large hands descended from the sky, grabbing at her. It was as if a sun had swept over, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was boundlessly terrifying. However, a golden lotus bloomed beside the Empyrean maiden. It wasn't a simple illusion, but a real lotus with immeasurable divine might. At the same time that it blocked the attacks of those huge hands, it released a deafening and terrifying sound that reverberated throughout the universe. The rest of the people also unleashed their own powerful techniques. Some of them held 5-colored divine cauldrons, stepped on divine swords, and some waved the 3 golden spears. Streaks of divine light danced in the air, transforming into all kinds of terrifying divine weapons. They were incomparably powerful and could easily cut through the universe. Boom! In the next moment, someone took the initiative to attack Wuxia. A peerless aura surged. It was the mountain lord of the 9th mountain. The power of a Dao attainment expert was like a Wangyang drowning down. Terrifying and invincible, swift and shocking. The stars in the outer realm kept trembling under this power, as fragile as dust. Looks like you insist on going against me? I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Wuxia shook his head gently, as if he was sighing for them. However, his eyes were cold and deep, without any change in emotion. He didn't care about the joint attack of several Dao attainments experts. During this period of time, he had absorbed and refined the drop of true blood, and his cultivation had broken through again. Not to mention, his own methods had long surpassed the level that could be reached in this realm. What Wuxia was slightly worried about was that with the support of the 9 mountains' immortal seal, it would make it difficult to attack the 9 mountains, which would cause other unknown changes, such as excessive losses. He had already calculated all of this, and he was full of confidence. He was just waiting for this opportunity. After finding the cloud tomb where the 9 mountains were, he ordered the many experts on the ancient warship to be prepared. He was waiting for this moment. In the next moment he attacked. In the face of the 9th mountain lord's peerless attack, a monstrous chaotic aura and 5-colored divine light rose from his body. His palm was like that of an undying god, golden and vast, covering everything. It surged violently and immediately blasted the figure in front of him. Boom! A dazzling and brilliant brilliance erupted, as if many stars had exploded, sweeping through heaven and earth, directly causing the figure to tremble violently. His physical body was in intense pain, and terrifying cracks appeared on his body. How can he be so strong? He's clearly not a Dao attainment expert. He looked at Wuxia in front of him in shock. This vast and surging chaotic aura was like a Wangyang. At this moment, he suddenly saw an object appear in Wuxia's hand. It was a yellow gourd the size of a palm. Its surface was entwined with green patterns and crimson light. There were at least 10 million streaks, and it was a terrifying, murderous and bloody intent. The immortal slaying gourd. How did this thing end up in your hands? The 9th mountain lord recognized this object, and his heart trembled. He was frightened, and he naturally knew how terrifying this object was. He didn't dare to be careless. Imperial runes rose from his body, and the laws of the Emperor realm surged, turning into an indestructible shield in an attempt to resist. The other mountain lords' expressions also changed dramatically. They knew more about the power and mystery of this object than ordinary people. They also didn't know how the immortal slaying gourd, which was lost, ended up in Wuxia's hands. I haven't seen the strength of this object yet. Today I'll test it on you. Wuxia's expression didn't change. With a slight thought, a crimson light appeared on the surface of the immortal slaying gourd, as if it was formed by 10 million streaks of sword qi. From the mouth of the gourd, a crimson light could be seen. It seemed to pierce through the universe, tearing through time and space, carrying with it endless murderous and bloody intent. It was as fast as lightning and it was unimaginable. Then with a swoosh it pierced through, bringing with it a spray of blood. The ninth mountain lord's head was suddenly cut in the middle. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, and his eyes were still filled with horror and disbelief. Even his soul was cut in half. It was forcibly cut in half. The other mountain lords couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. It was as if they felt a chill on their necks. This wasn't as simple as cutting off the head, but cutting off the life force at the same time. Killing the weakest Dao attainment expert is no problem. Seeing this, Wuxia was somewhat satisfied. The strength of the immortal slaying gourd depended on its owner's cultivation level. After all, he was still far from becoming a Dao attainment expert. The ninth mountain lord in front of him could only be considered a weakling among the Dao attainment experts. This was an unparalleled and peerless sharpness. Using it would be like spilling blood. However, it was impossible to use it again in a short time. Let's attack together. He's alone. He's definitely not a match for us. The third mountain lord's expression was somewhat fearful. He also knew how terrifying the immortal slaying gourd was. Moreover, until now they didn't know what other tricks Wuxia had. Therefore, the only way now was for everyone to attack together. He didn't believe that with so many of them they couldn't kill Wuxia. Master, you're not a match for the young master. Your disciple advises you to stop. Seeing the third mountain lord charging towards Wuxia, Gu Wudi's expression was conflicted. He couldn't help but advise. You traitor. The third mountain lord didn't know when Gu Wudi betrayed him and the entire 9 mountains. His face was incomparably pale. At this moment, he had already guessed Wuxia's origin. The upper world and the 8 desolates' 10 regions could be said to be enemies. The 9 mountains also belonged to the 8 desolates' 10 regions. They had sent disciples out many times to stop the upper world's invasion. If the upper world's army came, they would definitely not let them go. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Seeing so many mountain lords charging towards him, Wuxia's expression didn't change. Instead, he looked deeply at Gu Wudi. Young master, don't worry. Gu Wudi's expression changed. Now that his life was still in Wuxia's hands, he didn't dare to stay for long. He hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and flew towards the second mountain. Just as Wuxia and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden were fighting with the 9 mountains mountain lords, at the edge of the continent, the mighty Gu clan army was also charging over. Along the way, many 9 mountains disciples took out all kinds of artifacts and activated all kinds of formations. Light soared into the sky as they resisted. An unimaginable battle had also erupted here. It could be said to be unstoppable. Under the young master's orders, we're attacking the 9 mountains. A tall and burly middle-aged man rushed at the front. His expression was cold, and his aura was terrifying. He wore armor, and under his feet was a golden lion that was completely golden as if it was made of divine iron. He held a long spear in his hand. He was a terrifying existence of the supreme realm. Behind them, there was a tide of knights charging over. Their auras were powerful, and holy light flowed. Murderous intent surged. Among them, the weakest had the strength of a supreme saint. Most of them were supreme saints and quasi-supreme saints. There were also a few supreme saints and quasi-emperors. They held heavenly swords and killed in all directions. Their auras were as powerful as demonic mountains. The strange beasts under everyone's feet were incomparably powerful. They spat out clouds, murderous intent, and dazzling black light. It was as if they had come from the ancient battlefield, quietly following behind him. This terrifying force came from the other side of the continent, continuously descending. Along the way, the divine mountains and ancient peaks collapsed. Many ruins exploded, unable to resist for even a moment. That Supreme Being's golden spear was like a true dragon swinging its tail. Runes surged and directly destroyed all the shocking formation patterns in front of him. All the 9 mountains' disciples coughed up blood, and their bodies were about to explode. However, at the crucial moment, a quasi-emperor realm existence tried to make a move. However, Ada charged over from another place. Divine light flowed on the nether iron battle armor, and the black spear swept out. Black light overflowed, submerging the heavens as he fought with this quasi-emperor realm existence. This great battle was indescribable, terrifying to the point of making one's heart tremble. A strand of the quasi-emperor realm existence's aura, apart from the quasi-emperor, no one could withstand it. That quasi-supreme being disciple who had just appeared was swept by this spear tip with a boom. His body trembled violently, and he was blasted apart. Then he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, smashed down and broke into pieces. Dust filled the sky. Woo-woo. Meanwhile, at this time outside the heavens, a vast and terrifying aura sounded. That was an ancient warship, swirling with immortal energy. It smashed through the sky, arriving from the horizon. At the same time, it was accompanied by chaotic energy, incomparably majestic. This ship was too enormous, as if it could compare to the stars, sun, and moon. Countless divine runes surrounded it. It was as if the heavens smashed down. Heaven and earth were vast and mighty, rumbling everywhere. All the disciples of the 9 mountains trembled when they saw this scene. Then they fell into despair. Facing the vast and mighty army in front of them, they already did not have much power to resist. If more people came, how could they resist? The 9 mountains did not have many disciples to begin with. They had been isolated from the world for too long. All these years, the only disciple they had accepted was Xiaoyang. The smell of blood filled the air. The continent that was originally like a paradise became fragmented. This was a slaughter without any suspense. Finally, some people chose to surrender out of fear. However, the terrifying army in the sky showed no mercy. The armored cavalry crushed through like a torrent. Within the second mountain, the mountains were majestic, and the ancient trees were verdant. A dense fog flickered with many brilliant lights. All the disciples were waiting in formation. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. They naturally felt the fluctuations of the great battle coming from afar. That kind of aura made people tremble in fear. Even their souls seemed to want to bow down and submit under it. They had just been brought back to the second mountain by the second mountain master. Before they could react to what had happened, they saw a bloody light rushing into the sky from the edge of the continent. It was as if an endless slaughter had swept over from there. At this time, a streak of light suddenly descended. It was the pale-faced and terrified Gu Wudi. "Where is the second mountain master? There's an enemy attack, take me to him." My master and the others can't hold on for much longer. His face was pale and he was still in shock. His voice was trembling. The disciples of the second mountain, who had been on high alert, were shocked when they saw him. They did not understand why Gu Wudi had come at this time. However, when they heard this, they did not dare to be negligent. No matter what had happened during the competition, Gu Wudi was still a Dao disciple of the 9 mountains. Soon they brought Gu Wudi to a palace in the second mountain. The second mountain master's expression was grave as he explained something to Xiaoyang. When the two saw Gu Wudi, their expressions turned ugly. This was especially so for Xiaoyang, who could not hide his coldness and hatred. "What are you doing here in the second mountain?" Xiaoyang's words were incomparably cold. When he thought about how Gu Wudi had used despicable means to win against him in the competition, he felt a wave of anger and resentment in his heart. Naturally, he did not have a good expression. However, Gu Wudi did not seem to hear him. Instead, he looked at the second mountain master in front of him with a look of despair. At the same time, he knelt down with a thud. His face was full of regret, and his voice trembled. "Second mountain master, I know I was wrong. Please go there and save master." He was deceived by that young master Chang'e, and now even the 9 mountains immortal seal is in his hands. I shouldn't have listened to young master Chang'e and defeated junior brother Xiaoyang using the method he taught me. I know I was wrong. I hope you and junior brother Xiaoyang can forgive me. If you don't do anything now, Master and the others will be in danger. The terrifying army and ancient warships from the outside world have already arrived at the 9 mountains. We can't stop them at all. His expression was filled with pain and regret. However, Xiao Qin's words stunned Xiaoyang. He did not dare to believe it. With his strength, he could only sense that something was wrong, but he had no idea what had happened. He never expected that even the 9 mountains immortal seal would fall into Guchanga's hands. Didn't that mean that the 9 mountains were now in a defenseless state? Only the second mountain master seemed to know what Gu Wudi was going to say. He sighed softly and looked outside. With his strength, he could easily sense the terrifying battle that was taking place there. Many of the mountain masters had not fought for countless years. Now that they were all fighting together, it could only mean one thing. That was, the 9 mountains had encountered an unprecedented crisis. I already know what you said, but I still have things to do now. The second mountain master did not have the time to blame Gu Wudi. He looked at Xiaoyang with a complicated expression and said, "I'll send you off first." Master, Xiaoyang could not hide his reluctance, especially when the 9 mountains were facing a great crisis. He did not know when he would be able to return. "Remember your identity," the second mountain master said, shaking his head. "I've already taught you what I need to teach you. You have to rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. If possible, go find the mountain masters. Also, you should still have relatives who are still alive." "I understand, Master." At this moment, Xiaoyang's face was filled with sadness. "Second mountain master, if you're going to send junior brother Xiaoyang away, why don't you send me away too? With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be of much help in the 9 mountains. Now that the 9 mountains are facing a great crisis, if anything happens to you, junior brother Xiaoyang and I can guarantee that the legacy of the 9 mountains will continue. If there is any danger, with my strength I can protect junior brother Xiaoyang." At this moment, Gu Wudi seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. His face was filled with excitement and joy as he spoke. Greedy and cowardly, Xiaoyang was very disdainful of his words. He could not hide the shame in his eyes. At this moment, the first thing that came to Gu Wudi's mind was not to fight the enemy with his fellow disciples, but to escape. As a fellow disciple of the 9 mountains and a Dao disciple at that, his actions were truly shameful. "What you said makes sense. The more people that leave, the more hope there is." Hearing this, the second mountain master sighed softly. However, his gaze was still fixed on Gu Wudi as he said, "However, you must swear on your Dao heart that you will not hurt Xiaoyang in the future." In his heart, he still had some doubts about Gu Wudi, so he kept his guard up. After all, Gu Wudi was a supreme. It was too easy for him to deal with Xiaoyang. Hearing this, Gu Wudi had no reason to refuse and quickly agreed. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had done what Guchanga had told him. His life could be considered to have been saved. Fan. Chapter 476. The void in front of them blurred as the second mountain master led Xiaoyang and Gu Wudi away. Outside the universe where the 9 mountains were, a golden light appeared in a vast space. Then the 3 of them walked out. In an instant they left the cloud tomb and tore through the universe to arrive here. The Empyrean Abyss and Sky Deer City are in the distance. Judging from the current situation, even the Sky Deer Mystic Lady has surrendered to the upper realm. When you reach Sky Deer City, be careful. I wonder if the Sky Deer Mystic Lady has any informants. The second mountain master sighed and told them what they needed to pay attention to. After that, his expression turned resolute. He tore through space and turned into a golden light, returning to the 9 mountains to resist the upper realm invasion. "Master, you must be careful." Xiaoyang couldn't hide the grief on his face. He could only watch as the second mountain master disappeared into the distance. Soon he was out of sight. He clenched his fists, hating himself for being weak and powerless. He could not protect his eldest senior sister and the 9 mountains. "Let's go. Otherwise, when the upper realm army comes, neither of us will survive." Compared to Xiaoyang's grief, Gu Wudi was much calmer and did not seem to be grieving. "After leaving the 9 mountains, we'll go our separate ways. Don't worry about me." Xiaoyang frowned and looked at him. He was still disgusted by the cowardly Gu Wudi. Little junior brother, now is not the time to be impulsive. The 9 mountains are doomed. If anything happens to us, then who will continue the legacy of the 9 mountains? Can you bear to see the second mountain master's efforts go down the drain? Gu Wudi shook his head, his words earnest and heartfelt. He still remembered Gu Chang'e's instructions and was very cautious. If he completed it, even if he went to the upper realm in the future, he would have a foothold. The 8 desolates in 10 regions would be conquered by the upper realm sooner or later. If the 9 mountains resisted stubbornly, it would not be long before they were destroyed. At this time, any smart person would know what to do. Moreover, his life was still in the hands of Gu Chang'e, the mountain master, Xiaoyang's relative. He muttered softly in his heart as a vicious look flashed across his face. If it weren't for master's face, do you think I would be with a coward like you? Xiaoyang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He could not hide the ridicule in his words. However, he still remembered his master's instructions, so he did not bother with Gu Wudi. Then, the two of them turned into divine rainbows and headed towards the Empyrean abyss. They had a token from the 9 mountains, so when they arrived there would naturally be experts from the 8 desolates in 10 regions coming to receive them. However, when he thought about how even the Heavenly Deer City's Heavenly Deer Mystic Lady was in the upper realm, Xiaoyang's heart became foggy and heavy. As the protector of Heavenly Deer City, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy had unknowingly surrendered to the higher realms. The cultivators of the 8 desolates in 10 regions probably didn't know about this yet. He didn't know how to explain it to the cultivators of Sky Deer City, and he couldn't guarantee that they would believe him. On the other side, the terrifying battle in the 9 mountains gradually came to an end. Many mountain lords fought with Gu Chang'e, moving hundreds of millions of miles to the depths of the outer realm. They displayed their most powerful techniques in countless years, but they were still no match for him. They all coughed up blood and exploded. The terrifying gray fog contained a monstrous murderous aura that covered hundreds of millions of miles. It seemed to have blown over from a distant latitude, enveloping heaven and earth and the universe. This part of the universe was completely covered. Gu Chang'e's expression was cold. In his white robe, he still looked otherworldly and otherworldly in the universe. However, there seemed to be a monstrous demonic aura surging behind him, like an endless Wang Yang. Are you still going to resist now? His expression was casual as he chopped down with his palm. When this palm appeared, it immediately covered the universe. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were all spinning within it, including everything in the universe. Above his head, the intertwining black and white image spun, pouring down boundless black and white chi. It seemed to be evolving the 6 paths of life. 6 immortal doors appeared, emitting dazzling brilliance as they stood in the depths of the universe. This was a shocking scene. All of the attacks landed in front of him, but they were all blocked. They could only erupt with ripple-like ripples. Boom! This palm chopped down like an immortal heavenly sword that could cut down the boundless sun and moon. It was peerlessly powerful. Don't fight head-on. The expressions of all the Tao enlightened ones changed drastically. They were all injured and covered in blood. Their expressions were solemn. The Emperor's weapon floated above their heads, pouring down boundless laws and order like a galaxy. His strength is a little unimaginable. Even if we join forces, we're still not his match. The 3rd Mountain Lord's body shook violently. He was in disbelief, and his body was full of terrifying injuries. A dazzling sword appeared in his hand as he tried to block this attack. There was a terrifying black aura lingering around his arm. It contained an indescribable corrosive power that couldn't be dispelled. Just now, when he was hit by Gu Chang'e, he felt as if his body was about to collapse. That was the ultimate destructive power. Too weak. You can't even break through my defense. What right do you have to fight me? However, Gu Chang'e continued to walk toward them. His expression was indifferent, as if he couldn't feel the attack. The Taishang Buddha shrouded him, making him invulnerable. No move or divine ability could land in front of him. I'll fight you to the death. The 3rd Mountain Lord's expression was somewhat ferocious. Dazzling light spread out from his body. That was the light of a Tao enlightened one. A terrifying golden sacred mountain vaguely appeared behind him. It could cover the universe, and its aura swept through billions of creatures. It was his strongest monarch art. As soon as it was executed, a blinding glow burst out from it. This is the moment. When the other mountain lords saw this, they also shouted loudly. Their hands moved, performing the strongest emperor technique, and releasing the most dazzling light. The emperor's weapon behind them also became dazzling. It was as if an ancient god was awakening. Divine light overflowed and overflowed. At this moment they caught a flaw in Wuxia's defense. They had to work together to attack. Otherwise they wouldn't have a chance. In an instant a monstrous light rushed out and pierced through the sky. This was the law of the emperor realm. It was also the divine chain of order that they had nurtured throughout their lives. Along with this explosion, it was as if the entire universe was being destroyed. Primordial energy soared into the sky, destroying this part of the universe and even penetrating the other worlds. Countless creatures and cultivators trembled under this fluctuation. They felt as if their souls were about to collapse. They couldn't withstand it at all. This was the aura of a Tao enlightened being. It was peerlessly powerful. In the upper realm, it was also the foundation of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Once it appeared, it would be respected by all races and suppress everything. This kind of fluctuation swept through the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make countless stars tremble. Even supreme beings had to kneel down in fear. This is a battle of Tao enlightened beings. What exactly is happening there? It's not just a Tao enlightened being. Could it be that a supreme expert from the upper realm has killed his way here? Didn't they say that the boundary monument sea hasn't dried up yet? Billions of li away, in the various planets of the 8 desolates 10 regions, some ancient existences sensed this fluctuation. Their faces were filled with shock, but more than that, they were overwhelmed with shock. They woke up from their secluded cultivation. Their bodies were surrounded by majestic and terrifying auras. They appeared in the sky and looked into the distance. Their expressions were extremely solemn. At this moment, apart from the 8 desolates 10 regions, even some ancient existences in the upper realm's ancient worlds near the boundary monument sea sensed everything. Their gazes pierced through heaven and earth, as if they were going to land there. For them, now that the upper realm had invaded the 8 desolates 10 regions, the surrounding worlds were affected. The places where they were at were naturally no exception. What's happening there? There are actually so many Tao enlightened beings fighting? On the shore of the boundary monument sea, the experts of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies from the upper realm who were stationed here felt a heartfelt fear. The boundary monument sea hadn't dried up yet. The Tao enlightened beings of the factions behind them couldn't cross over yet. Therefore, if the Tao enlightened beings of the 8 desolates 10 regions attacked, they were still very cautious. In the depths of the universe facing such a terrifying attack, a giant hand that blotted out the sky extended from the front. Wuxia's expression was still cold. He directly raised his hand and slapped forward. The golden light was resplendent as if it was made of divine gold. Immortal qi and chaotic qi curled up and surged, extending from within. At first it was the size of a small mountain. Then it was like a boundless sky. A terrifying aura exploded. This was especially true for the mountain master who was facing Wuxia. He felt it the most intensely, and his expression changed drastically. He could not believe that Wuxia was unscathed under their combined attack. Instead, she was slapping him with her palm. Rumble. This palm's aura was too terrifying. It was boundless. It was as if the heavens and earth were closing in to suppress him. "Break for me!" he suddenly shouted. The golden battle armor on his body released a brilliant light, as if a deity had descended to the world. Then the golden light erupted. His face turned red, and an unparalleled aura emerged. The long spear swept horizontally, making woo-woo sounds. That expanse of golden light was like a great army galloping, about to descend into this universe. This was the most powerful attack of a Tao enlightened being. It could battle the heavens and shake the earth. However, the giant golden palm was surrounded by endless scarlet multicolored light. Natural laws surged, and it contained boundless divine power. It was as if an unrivaled immortal was attacking. This place seemed to be boiling with chaos. The universe was pierced through, and all the cultivators in the endless distance trembled. They were all forced to retreat, their scalps numb. His body trembled violently, as if he was about to explode. Endless bloody mist erupted, and bloody light flooded the world. Even with several people working together, they are still not his opponent. In the distance, a streak of golden light appeared. The void was torn apart. The white-robed second mountain master rushed over, witnessing the scene before him. His expression was incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect Gu Wudi's words to be true. The 9 mountains were facing such a terrifying crisis. In another direction, the heavenly deer mystic lady was also fighting with several mountain masters. The shockwaves were similarly terrifying, engulfing half of the universe. However, unlike this side, she was obviously not a match for the 3 of them. She was at a disadvantage, and her clothes were stained with blood. However, her moves were fierce and powerful. She was like a peerless female immortal. Her skin was as white as jade, intertwined with hazy brilliance. Second Mountain Master, you came at the right time. Let's work together to kill him. This kid's strength is too unbelievable. Seeing the second Mountain Master arrive, the other Mountain Masters were also shocked. They felt hope and hurriedly spoke. They were all injured. Their originally terrifying auras were now weak, and their bodies were covered in blood. Even the third Mountain Master, who was usually at odds with the second Mountain Master, was now in a weakened state. His injuries were terrifying. They had no choice but to ask for help from the second Mountain Master. In terms of strength, the second Mountain Master was slightly stronger than the third Mountain Master. Other than the incomparably mysterious Mountain Master, he was the most powerful person in the 9 mountains. What is your identity in the upper realm? To reach this level at such a young age. The second elder's expression was extremely solemn. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying young man. He had fought against so many mountain masters of the 9 mountains with his own strength. Moreover, he had the upper hand. He seemed to be very relaxed, and there were no signs of injuries. If it had been a little longer, perhaps everyone would have been bathed in blood today. Moreover, he realized that the 9th Mountain Master's aura had disappeared. This could only mean that before he arrived, the 9th Mountain Master had already died. Are you all here? Naturally, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Guchanga did not reply. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the second elder in front of him. Since he had rushed here, it meant that his plan had succeeded. More than 20 years ago, the 8 Desolates 10 Regions Guardian clan was wiped out. Although most of the clan members had died at that time. However, there were still survivors who escaped. Xiaoyang was only one of them. He still planned to find the last Guardian clan through Xiaoyang. This clan's talent was quite extraordinary. Not only could they summon ancient heroic spirits. Apart from that, they could also reverse yin and yang and reshape their Dao fruits. To him, this would be quite useful. Therefore, Guchanga arranged for Gu Wudi to be a chess piece by Xiaoyang's side at all times. You've been waiting for me for a long time. What is the meaning of this? Seeing Guchanga's expression, the second Mountain Master suddenly felt that something was wrong. The feeling this young man gave him was too terrifying. It was impossible to use common sense to understand him. Naturally, I was waiting for you to arrive so that I could catch all of you in one fell swoop. A faint smile appeared on Guchanga's face. As he finished speaking, a pitch-black bottle appeared above his head. It was like a bottomless black hole, pouring down boundless black light. All of the terrifying fluctuations were devoured by it. At this moment, it was as if the entire universe had been swallowed up by this bottle. Only boundless darkness remained between heaven and earth. This is that rumor, how could it be? Seeing this scene, all the Mountain Masters were horrified. The second Mountain Master was stunned at first, then his expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something and was somewhat frightened. They wanted to escape, but suddenly, a large halberd with billions of strands of demonic chi appeared in front of them. It swept across the sky, and the universe in front of them seemed to be split open. It was so powerful that even the fragments of the long river of time danced in the air. A mountain master's face was filled with shock. His entire body glowed as he unleashed the most powerful technique he had ever used in this life. However, he could not dodge it at all. All the divine powers, Dharma artifacts, and techniques exploded and collapsed under this halberd. Then, his entire body was cut into pieces. A bloody mist spread between heaven and earth. "Run, the weapon in this guy's hand is a world-destroying weapon." The second mountain master's voice was trembling. He reacted and hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow, wanting to tear through the universe and escape. The other mountain masters also understood, but it was too late. A terrifying black fog surged from every inch of the void at the edge of the universe, as if it had taken root in space. This great battle swept beyond the universe. Countless stars exploded and turned into ashes. The galaxy exploded, and the Milky Way rolled in reverse. Countless rules and orders danced chaotically. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Fragments of the long river of time were faintly discernible. It was chaos. Since ancient times, the effects of emperor battles were incomparably vast. Even the surrounding universes were affected. Some small worlds exploded, and countless creatures suffered an unexpected calamity. Many mountain masters unleashed their most powerful strength. The emperor's might was vast and mighty. The entire universe was almost pierced through. It was a scene of devastation. Terrifying giant hands ran through heaven and earth, and some even slapped into another universe, shocking billions of creatures. Accompanied by the most powerful chains and angry roars, everything finally returned to peace. This universe was incomparably damaged. Terrifying aftershocks from the battle were everywhere. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. Even the imprints of heaven and earth were shattered. Many broken emperor weapons lost their former divinity. In the end, they were scattered everywhere and turned into scrap metal. Apart from the mountain masters, almost all the powerhouses of the 9 mountains have been dealt with. Everything was silent. On a broken star in the depths of the universe, a white-robed beauty landed. Her face was flawless. Her figure was tall, otherworldly, and holy. Her hair flowed with radiance, giving people a feeling of perfection. However, her current state wasn't very good. She had suffered heavy injuries and her clothes were stained with blood. At this moment when she spoke, her expression was difficult to hide. If Wuxia hadn't gone to help her after dealing with the mountain masters here, she might have suffered even more terrifying injuries. Although she was strong, she was no match for the 3 Dao attainments. She had been at a disadvantage. Today she saw Wuxia use a technique she had never seen before. It made her feel truly terrified. Even the 3rd mountain master was split in half by his 4-9 halberd in the end. He broke into pieces on the spot, shocking everyone. This was originally destined to be the result. Wuxia sat there cross-legged. He didn't open his eyes when he heard the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's words. A terrifying aura as vast as the sea appeared on his body. The entire universe seemed to be changing as he swallowed. The star regions dimmed and the Milky Way surged. From afar, there was even a large blood-colored cocoon around him. That was a dense and terrifying qi and blood. This was a shocking scene. The stars in the sky and the endless river of stars shot out billions of rays of light and gathered here. At this moment, the essence of all the Dao attainments had entered Wuxia's body. Every pore was shining, as if it was a vast and boundless ancient world. Inside, countless gods were kowtowing and chanting ancient scriptures. Divine light was resplendent as they all bowed. At this moment, Wuxia opened his mouth and roared, causing the stars in the universe to tremble. Countless creatures prostrated on the ground out of fear, feeling fear. Rumble. The sky trembled as if a vast sea was roaring. Endless brilliance was swallowed by Wuxia. He seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour the heavens. All the laws, rules, and order in front of him collapsed and surged in. Wuxia's cultivation also broke through because of this. His blood, skin, flesh, lungs, bones, and hair were all reflecting chaotic energy. Compared to before, they were much more powerful. Such a terrifying scene lasted for half a month before the universe finally calmed down. No creature or cultivator dared to come and investigate. The momentum of the fall of the Dao attainments was incomparably shocking. There were still terrifying phenomena in this world that hadn't disappeared. A drop of the blood of the Tao attainments was enough to penetrate a small world. The remaining power was enough to kill any creature. The fifth heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. I'm a few steps closer to the nirvana path. Guchanga got up and opened his eyes. His aura returned to silence like a deep sea. He looked at the nearby second mountain lord, whose cultivation had been sealed. There was a terrifying wound on his body, and he had almost been cleaved in half. He walked over. As Xiao Yang's master, the second mountain master couldn't die at this time. He had other value, so Guchanga spared his life. Chapter 477. The second mountain master was not in a good condition. His aura was weak. There was a terrifying wound that almost tore him apart. The destructive power within it was destroying his life force. As an enlightened cultivator, his life force was so strong that it was indescribable. Even a drop of blood could rebuild his body and create a new life. But now, he had fallen to the point where it was difficult to recover from his injury. He had been witnessing the changes in Guchanga in the past half a month. From the initial shock to the current shock, it could be said that his state of mind had undergone an earth-shaking change. So this is the reason why you have such terrifying power at such a young age. The second mountain master watched as Guchanga walked towards him. He could not hide his fear, but he still spoke. He did not know why Guchanga killed everyone but him. Now the 9 mountains were in great trouble. Almost all the disciples were dead, and even the mountain master had died. How could the rest of the disciples survive? He could even see the destruction of the 9 mountains. All the buildings and islands would be reduced to ashes. This made him feel regret and anger. At the same time, he felt regret and a deep sense of helplessness. If he had realized Guchanga's ambition earlier, things might have turned around. With the 9 mountains immortal seal in hand, the 9 mountains could become an indestructible fortress. If Guchanga wanted to break in, it would not be so easy. Thinking of this, the second mountain master did not look kindly on the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, who followed behind Guchanga. He could not understand why the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, who was in charge of guarding Sky Deer City, was so close to Guchanga. She even allied with Guchanga to attack the 9 mountains. If not, how could they have fallen into her trap? As the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, you colluded with the people from the upper world to attack the 9 mountains. Are you worthy of your status? Are you worthy of Sky Deer City and the billions of cultivators in the 8 wilderness 10 regions? The second mountain master's face was cold and angry. However, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy did not care about him. It was as if she did not hear him. She smiled gently at Guchanga, who was beside her. Can young Master Gu believe me now? For the sake of Sky Deer City 12, you are truly heartless. Guchanga only smiled and did not answer her question. After all, Master gave me Celestial Deer City before he passed away. I will protect it no matter what price I have to pay. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled faintly, but her eyes were fixed on Guchanga, as if she wanted to see the change in his expression. However, Guchanga's expression didn't change much. She couldn't see anything from it. This made her feel a little disappointed. He was still as hard to figure out as before, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Cooperating with Guchanga was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin, but she really had no other choice. Even the 9 mountains, which were guarded by numerous Tao enlightened experts, were wiped out by Guchanga alone. How could Celestial Deer City stop him? You have fallen into a demonic trap. If you want to protect Celestial Deer City, you should ally with us and resist the invasion of the upper world, instead of surrendering to them. Why aren't you waking up? The second mountain master immediately guessed what was going on. He couldn't help but shout angrily. This made him even angrier, and he even hated her for not fighting back. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden's actions were clearly demonic. How could she ally with the upper world to attack the 8 wildernesses and 10 regions to protect Celestial Deer City? The upper world was greedy. How could they let Celestial Deer City go? What do you know? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden frowned, and a cold look flashed across her eyes. How can the 9 mountains stop the upper world's army? All these years you've been hiding in the cloud tomb, not daring to show yourself. This time when the upper world invaded, you tried to seal the mountains, ignoring the 8 wildernesses and celestial deer city. What right do you have to criticize me? If she had other ideas, she wouldn't have done this. This was the slim chance of survival that could be glimpsed when one was in despair. The second mountain master's expression froze. He did have plans to give up on the 8 wildernesses and celestial deer city to seal the mountains in order to protect the 9 mountains. However, before he could do that, Wuxia sent an army to kill him. This was not the reason why the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden betrayed the 8 wildernesses and celestial deer city. It seems that even now you still haven't thought it through. The 9 mountains have been reduced to ruins and have been erased from this world. And the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden is much smarter than you. Seeing the second mountain master's expression, Wuxia couldn't help but shake his head, as if he felt sorry for the second mountain master. As long as the disciples of the 9 mountains still exist, the inheritance of the 9 mountains will still exist. It's impossible for you to destroy the 9 mountains. The second mountain master's face turned pale. However, when he thought about how he had sent Xiaoyang and Gu Wuti away at the last moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. They were the last hope of the 9 mountains. As long as they could find the mountain master, the 9 mountains would reappear in this world. Even if he died now, he wouldn't let down the ancestors of the 9 mountains. Oh, is that so? Are you still counting on that useless disciple of yours, Xiaoyang? Until now, could it be that you still don't understand why I killed everyone but spared your life in the end? Hearing this, Wuxia laughed, not hiding the mockery in his words. He knew what the second mountain master was thinking, but did he really think that nothing would happen if he sent Xiaoyang away? It was a pity that Wuxia had already foreseen what he would do, and was scheming against him. What do you mean by that? When the second mountain master heard this, his expression froze. Something was wrong. That familiar feeling of unease came over him again. As a surviving member of the Guardian family, why do you think I would let him go? Wuxia smiled faintly, but his eyes were still cold and emotionless. What? Could it be you did this on purpose? At this moment, the second mountain master couldn't believe his ears. His heart trembled and his expression changed. Wuxia knew about Xiaoyang's identity? How did he know? Other than him, no one else in the 9 mountains knew about this. Gu Wuti was also arranged by you? In the end, he thought of this possibility. His face was full of regret. Why did he agree to Gu Wuti's request and send him away with Xiaoyang? All of this was part of Wuxia's plan. The Guardian family? Hearing this, the heavenly deer mystic fairy was also shocked. She couldn't help but look at Wuxia. If Wuxia hadn't said it, she wouldn't have known that Xiaoyang was a surviving member of the Guardian family. As the guardian of the heavenly deer city, she naturally knew about the tragedy that happened 20 years ago. It was said that the entire clan was annihilated. Hundreds of people died tragically, and only a few managed to escape alive. The Guardian family had very few people to begin with. After this tragedy, they were almost wiped out. In the past 20 years, the Guardian family was almost extinct in the 8 barren 10 regions. Not a single one of them could be found. Xiaoyang was a surviving member of the Guardian family? How did Wuxia know about this? Could it be because of the purple mirror in his hand? The heavenly deer mystic fairy remembered the purple mirror that Wuxia took out. It seemed that he had used that secret treasure to deduce this matter. This was truly shocking and unsettling. With such an artifact, who knew what it would be able to deduce? Could it be that the tragedy of the Guardian family 20 years ago was also related to you? The second mountain master suddenly stared at Wuxia. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked ferocious. Of course it has nothing to do with me. But it has something to do with the family behind me. Wuxia shook his head slightly. He didn't mind answering his question. While he was speaking, an enormous ancient warship descended from the sky. It was surrounded by thick celestial fog and stained with blood. It seemed to have just killed its way over from an army of thousands. Many terrifying soldiers stood on the ship. They were like demonic shadows, bringing with them a vast and powerful murderous aura. It was the army that killed their way into the cloud tomb. Young master, according to your orders, the 9 mountains have been completely wiped out. Many of the survivors have also been killed. A tall and sturdy supreme being clad in golden armor turned into a divine rainbow, as he spoke respectfully to Wuchanga. Hearing this, the second mountain master, who still had a glimmer of hope, was defeated. This is the second mountain master of the 9 mountains. Lock him in the dungeon and send people to watch him closely. Wuchanga nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised. The news of the 9 mountains being wiped out by him would spread quickly. To the cultivators of the 8 wilderness's 10 regions, this was definitely a heavy blow. In their hearts, the 9 mountains had a superior status, even higher than Sky Deer City. At this time, once the news of the 9 mountains being wiped out spread, it would cause countless forces in the 8 wilderness's 10 regions to panic and lose morale. As for the upper world, the other forces and orthodoxies would definitely take advantage of the chaos to send their troops and try to break through the Empyrean abyss and arrive at Sky Deer City. Without a doubt, in the next few days, the news of the 9 mountains' destruction shook the entire 8 wilderness's 10 regions, just as Wuchanga had predicted. This was because the battle between the mountain masters and Wuchanga was too shocking. Even the universe where the 9 mountains were located was pierced through and shattered. It was a scene of devastation. Shattered Tao laws and great Tao imprints were everywhere. Chaotic qi overflowed and flooded all directions. Living beings with weaker cultivations didn't dare to step into that place. This was because in addition to the terrifying battle, there were many broken weapon fragments, broken limbs, and remains that contained extremely terrifying energy waves. The slightest touch could blow a person into smithereens and destroy their body and soul. That place had become a forbidden land, a forbidden zone for living beings. It was also because of this that the cloud tomb that shrouded the 9 mountains was destroyed. Only then did many experts notice the location of the legendary 9 mountains. When they rushed there, they found traces of a terrifying battle. Mountains collapsed, riverbeds were broken, and terrifying rifts stretched across the world. Corpses were everywhere. Palaces collapsed and turned into ruins. It was no longer as transcendent and mysterious as before. The 9 mountains had been wiped out. This news swept through every corner of the 8 wilderness's 10 regions in an instant, like a terrifying earthquake. The cultivators and living beings who knew about this were all stunned. Their bodies were cold and they couldn't believe it. In their eyes, the 9 mountains, Sky Deer City, and the Empyrean abyss were all barriers to the 8 wilderness's 10 regions. Moreover, the 9 mountains were more transcendent and mysterious, and at the same time more powerful. Now they had been wiped out unknowingly. How could they accept this? Many people felt a sense of despair. This time the invasion of the upper world would be even more terrifying and violent. The 8 wilderness's 10 regions would be broken through. This could be said to have shaken the 8 wilderness's 10 regions. All the cultivators and living beings felt uneasy. Then, many forces began to guess and deduce, trying to reconstruct the scene that had happened in the 9 mountains. They wanted to know how the 9 mountains had been wiped out and how many powerhouses the upper world had sent. Judging from the waves that came from afar, there were many enlightened cultivators fighting. The waves swept through the heavens and earth. However, the boundary monument sea had not dried up yet. How did the enlightened cultivators of the upper world cross over? In the end, this kind of deduction naturally didn't find anything. Just the waves there were extremely chaotic. Even the rules of heaven and earth were in chaos. They could not see anything at all. Not to mention the broken rules of heaven and earth. In an instant, the bugle horn sounded and war drums beat, sweeping through millions of miles. Many sects and clans in the 8 wilderness's 10 regions began to mobilize their armies and rush to the Empyrean abyss outside Sky Deer City. They sent their elites planning to fight the upper world there. Compared to the previous battle at the shore of the boundary monument sea, the area affected this time was clearly much wider. For the 8 wilderness's 10 regions, this was an extremely critical and serious time. They realized the seriousness of the matter. This was because the Empyrean abyss could not stop the upper world. Sooner or later they would find the correct route. They might as well take advantage of the fact that the boundary monument sea had not dried up and launch a large-scale counterattack, wiping out the upper world's vanguard army. Unlike the 8 wilderness's 10 regions, the upper world had many orthodoxies stationed in the boundary monument sea. Although they were shocked by the destruction of the 9 mountains, they were more than happy. The 9 mountains to the 8 wildernesses 10 regions was no different from the claws of a beast. Now the beast's claws had been removed. To them this was naturally a good thing. As for the Longevity Gu clan in Guchanga, who had destroyed the 9 mountains, their fame had reached an unprecedented peak. Before this, no one would have thought that Guchanga would take this opportunity to lead the Longevity Gu clan to find the 9 mountains and destroy them first. The strength of the 9 mountains was unquestionable. Even in the upper world, there were few orthodoxies that could compare to them and had so many enlightened cultivators. The strength of an ordinary imperishable orthodoxy was not even a third of the 9 mountains' strength. However, the Longevity Gu clan only needed to send a large army to destroy them easily. The commotion caused by this was even more shocking than when the Purple Mansion was destroyed. The depth of the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was terrifying. Of course, in this battle, many forces were only guessing that the Longevity Gu clan had sent many enlightened cultivators. After all, as far as they knew, it was impossible for Guchanga to achieve such a feat by herself. Although Guchanga was powerful and overpowered his peers, making the older generation gasp in admiration, he would never be able to do such an unbelievable thing. After that, many orthodoxies in the upper world heard about this and sent more troops here to gather and cross the boundary Monument Sea, preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Many young powerhouses, including the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, the successor of the human ancestors Hall, rushed here because of this opportunity to attack the 8 wildernesses 10 regions with the forces behind them. During this period, many things happened in the upper world. Many geniuses who had never appeared. Among them were ancient freaks and descendants of the immemorial immortals who had been sealed for a long time. However, compared to Guchanga, they all seemed dim, making people feel that they were born in the wrong era. Meanwhile, at the peak of the endless sea that bordered the upper world and the billions of lower worlds, the demoness in red appeared. She gathered all the demons in the heavens and established the Demon Mountain. Her fierce power covered the universe and intimidated the world. Chapter 478. The reappearance of the she-devil in red in the upper realm shocked everyone. After the battle at the Divine City, the she-devil disappeared without a trace. All the orthodoxies who participated in the Demon Extermination Conference returned with heavy losses. Very few survived. Many cultivators were guessing where the she-devil went. Some suspected that she was also severely injured and was recuperating somewhere. Some said that the she-devil was actually eliminated after that battle, which was why there was no news from her for so long. There were all kinds of rumors and there were many different opinions. The she-devil's construction of the Demon Mountain at the peak of the Endless Sea was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, causing a huge uproar. Some cultivators saw with their own eyes that at the peak of the Endless Sea, endless demon chi surged and covered the moon. Everything within a radius of millions of miles turned into darkness. Stars fell from outer space and floated there, turning into star islands shrouded in chaotic fog. It was extremely terrifying. Such a phenomenon shocked everyone. Many orthodoxies even sent powerhouses to investigate, trying to find out the she-devil's motive. If she only wanted to build the Demon Mountain, that would be fine. However, they were worried that she would be so fierce that she would start a massacre again. Now that the upper realm was at a critical juncture of conquering the 8 desolation 10 regions, they could not spare much manpower to attack the she-devil. Moreover, after the Demon Extermination Conference, the she-devil's terror was deeply rooted in the hearts of many orthodoxies in the upper realm. No one was willing to provoke her. The Demon Mountain stood at the peak of the Endless Sea, with majestic and ancient palaces rising from the ground. The Heavenly Palace descended, and the Divine Tower sat there. It was hazy, like the burial ground of all living beings in ancient myths. Demons gathered there, and that place had turned into a demon realm comparable to the demon burial abyss. Demon chi filled the sky, covering millions of miles. Many peerless demons obeyed the she-devil's summons and went into hibernation. Her ferocious aura shook the heavens, frightening all the cultivators and living beings who passed by. However, the she-devil seemed to have regained much of her consciousness. Many orthodoxies were worried that she would start a massacre again, But seeing that she did not do anything, they gradually relaxed and focused on conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Today the upper realm was not peaceful. Especially after the destruction of the 9 mountains, Guchanga's name spread throughout the heavens and caused a huge commotion. Many supreme Taoism orthodoxies and imperishable sects were shocked by this. At this point, Guchanga had already become a young invincible legend in the eyes of countless cultivators in the upper realm. He was only in his early 20s, yet his cultivation was already unrivaled. Attacking a supreme being, leading an army to destroy the 9 great mountains. Many rumors swept through the air, making the younger generation tremble in despair. They couldn't even see his shadow in the slightest. For the older generation, Guchanga's name made them feel even more fearful and inconceivable. Some people even felt that after witnessing the birth of a legend, Guchanga would definitely make a strong mark in the history books of the later era. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe such limelight as unparalleled in the world. In the many lower realms, there were also countless creatures chanting his name. It was rumored that chanting his true name could protect his true spirit from destruction. In the eyes of many ancient existences, his age could already be ignored. The younger generation that had fought with Guchanga before, such as 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and others. Although their talents were strong compared to Guchanga, they were far from enough. The gap was like a natural chasm, and it was difficult to see his back. In the eyes of many cultivators, the only younger generation that could be comparable to Guchanga was perhaps the inheritor of the demonic arts who had escaped from his hands many times. However, the inheritor of the demonic arts had already disappeared for a long time, not as rampant as before. In the eyes of many cultivators, the inheritor of the demonic arts probably knew that he was not Guchanga's opponent now, so he chose to keep a low profile and avoid encountering him. Boom! At this moment, vast ancient warships swept through the heavens, densely packed, covering the sky dome, casting down endless black shadows, crossing towards the place where the Boundary Monument Sea was located. The ancient bugle horn sounded, leading a large army of the upper realm to attack wantonly. These ancient warships carried a mighty aura and could travel through the world passage. It was incomparably terrifying, opening up everything in the chaos. Many powerful beings of the lower realm felt this aura, and some could not help but tremble. An obviously larger and more ancient warship was surrounded by immortal chi, and palaces were everywhere. There were divine mountains, immortal islands floating in the air, and silver waterfalls like silk. It was like an ancient continent. Unlike the other ancient warships, this ancient warship had many young faces. In addition to the current generation's geniuses, there were also some ancient freaks who had just been born. For example, the descendants of the primordial immortals had terrifying auras, and their blood chi surged into the sky. They had their own mansions. There were powerful followers and servants at the door, and they were stronger than ordinary powerhouses, their strength reaching the Saint Realm. True Immortal Academy, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Sky Demon Tower, Sage King Hall, War Immortal Manor. Many forces that nurtured the younger generation were now gathered here. These living beings and cultivators could be said to be the most outstanding young generation in the upper realm, and could be said to be a gathering of stars. In this crusade against the 8 Desolates 10 regions, these young people would participate. According to past practice, before the passage of the Empyrean Abyss was stabilized, the younger generation of both sides or the older generation would fight first. The ultimate powerhouses who decided the final outcome would not easily make a move. Because before the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the precepts of heaven and earth were not complete, and it was at the point where the space barrier between the two realms collided, the great Tao was chaotic, and many ultimate powerhouses could not unleash their peak strength. In the past, because of this, many ultimate powerhouses died in front of the Empyrean Abyss. However, this time all the orthodoxies of the upper realm moved together, and their momentum was shocking. In front of the Boundary Monument Sea, there were already ultimate powerhouses who manifested their Dharma bodies and left. Sister Xian, we meet again. At this moment, on a mountain peak shrouded in crimson light and immortal mist, a tall, slender, and beautiful young girl was cultivating cross-legged. She wore a wide-sleeved flowing immortal dress, and she was so beautiful that one could not find any flaw in her. Her body was glowing, and every pore seemed to be glowing. It was as if there were female immortals chanting ancient scriptures. Her skin was snow white and flawless, and it had a sparkling luster that could be broken by the slightest touch. Her entire person had a celestial aura, and she was very cold. However, the space between her eyebrows was as cold as ice, and she gave people a feeling that she was not to be approached. Not far from the young girl there was a big red bird. It squinted its eyes and sized up a silver-haired young girl who was walking towards it. "How many times have you deliberately come up to me?" When Gu Xian'er heard this, he opened his eyes. He seemed to be very familiar with the silver-haired young girl in front of him, but more than that, he was slightly impatient. "Didn't you say that we were fated to meet? How can you say that I deliberately came up to you?" The silver-haired young girl giggled when she heard this, and she gave people a very innocent feeling. She had a proud figure, and her curves were exquisite and curvaceous. She had a delicate and flawless face. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and as delicate as jade. She was not inferior to Gu Xian'er at all. Moreover, her eyes were like light red-colored glass, and they were very magnificent and beautiful. Her fluttering movements were very moving, and it was really hard to find a reason to dislike her. On top of her head, there was also a pair of inconspicuous red horns, which showed that she was not a human. The two of them looked to be about the same age. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Gu Xian'er glanced at the silver-haired young girl and said lightly. The silver-haired young girl in front of him was called An Yen, and behind her was the reclusive celestial tribe of the An clan. Their foundation was terrifyingly strong, and they were one of the best in the upper realm, enough to be ranked at the forefront. However, because their bloodline was very strong, there were fewer people, and it was somewhat similar to the Great Void God tribe. However, compared to the Great Void God tribe, the reclusive celestial tribe was more mysterious and low-key. In recent years, only one or two of their people had traveled outside. This time, when the upper realm launched an attack on the upper realm, the An clan naturally wanted to intervene and get a share of the pie. That was why they sent their people out to participate. However, Gu Xian'er and An Yen didn't get to know each other here. Instead, she met An Yen when she left Peach Village and went to Transcendent Island to cultivate according to the instructions of her masters. She was trying to break through the boundary of the same realm. At that time, when An Yen found out about her identity, she was very interested in Gu Xian'er and shamelessly clung to her. After that, the two of them explored a few mystic realms and ruins together, and also fought for the rare items in the auction house. After a while, they became familiar with each other. "Can't I look for you just to see you? You're saying that I can't look for you if I don't have anything to do." An Yen rolled her eyes and went to sit beside Gu Xian'er very close to her. Gu Xian'er glanced at her and moved to the side, saying, "Stay away from me." "Humph, what a heartless guy. Forget who was the one who was almost smashed to pieces by that quasi-supreme beast. If I didn't activate the array at the crucial moment, I'm afraid grass would have grown on your grave." And Yen saw her look of disdain and was a little annoyed. She snorted and nagged. Gu Xian'er was not angry at all. She only said lightly, "Don't worry. Even without you I could have survived that day. The life-saving items on me are no less than yours." "That's right, I almost forgot who you are. You're the little princess of the Gu family. How could you lack life-saving items?" And Yan's expression changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, she was smiling. "Besides, Gu Chang'e, who is currently in the limelight in the upper realm, is your cousin. I heard that he treats you very well. How could you lack treasures?" Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's delicate brows slightly furrowed. "My life-saving items were not given to me by Gu Chang'e. I'm lucky that he didn't steal them from me." When Gu Chang'e was mentioned, there was some resentment in her words that could not be hidden. However, in front of An Yen, she maintained her usual fairy-like appearance and did not show the slightest bit of anger. Hearing this, An Yen had a surprised look on her face. Her sparkling and translucent eyes were wide open. "Didn't the rumors say that Gu Chang'e treats you very well? Why would he steal your things?" She seemed to be in disbelief and was very curious. It seemed that this was the first time she had heard this. Besides, the rumor said that Guchanga is so-and-so. The rumors were so amazing that I thought they were all true. Gu Xian'er snorted and said, rumors are just rumors. Everything has to be seen with one's own eyes. Speaking of which, why do you like to talk about that guy so much recently? And Yin smiled and said, I'm just curious. I'm so close to you. I hear all kinds of rumors about Guchanga every day. It's said that even the 9 mountains were destroyed by him. Besides, aren't you his cousin? I couldn't help but ask. Is that so? Gu Xian'er turned and looked deeply at her, as if to see through her purpose. Okay, actually I just heard that this time when we go to attack the 8 Desolates 10 regions, we will be fighting with the Heaven's favorites there. I'm a little worried that something will happen. Isn't Guchanga over there? If something happens, I want him to help me. You also know that I was born not long ago. My battle experience is pitiful. How can I be a match for the savage 8 Desolates 10 regions Heaven's favorites? And Yen seemed to be unable to stand her gaze. She shook her head and confessed. Don't worry. Seeing that you and I are familiar with each other, I won't leave you in the lurch when the time comes. Seeing that she was so honest, Gu Xian'er did not ask any more questions. I'm relieved to hear that. I'll take this opportunity to meet that cousin of yours. Okay, I won't disturb your cultivation. I look forward to the day when you suppress Guchanga. And Yen saw her promise and a smile appeared on her face. Then she got up and said goodbye. She seemed very happy and skipped away. After she left, Gu Xian'er frowned. She waved her hand and called the big red bird over. Big Red, why do I feel like she approached me with an ulterior motive? She asked uncertainly. But no matter how much she thought about it, she could not figure out why Yin approached her. When the big red bird heard this, it cast a sidelong glance at her and nodded its head, as if telling her to be more careful. Then why did she approach me? Gu Xian'er frowned, still unable to understand. In terms of status, Yin was the princess of the hidden immortal clan. She was not any weaker than her. Could it be that what Yin said was true? That she only wanted her to help her during the battle? Or to get close to Guchanga? But Gu Xian'er felt that things were not that simple. But since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't continue to think about it. She continued to cultivate. Her body emitted rays of light as she prepared for the upcoming battle. On the other side, after leaving the mountain range, Yin returned to her abode. The innocent look she had in front of Gu Xian'er had disappeared. Her face was expressionless. Miss, is it really okay for you to do this? In front of her was an old servant. His body was stooped, his eyes were sunken, his cheekbones were high, and there were horns on his head. It was difficult to hide his aura. There is no problem. From what I have found out, Gu Xian'er is one of the people closest to Guchanga. In some ways, Gu Xian'er is more like his exclusive property. Gu Xian'er's understanding of Guchanga is much more realistic than the rumors. This is the best proof. If Gu Xian'er wasn't so important to him, how could someone like him show his true face so easily? As long as I have a good relationship with Gu Xian'er, I will naturally be able to enter Guchanga's line of sight and get in touch with him. And Yin shook her head. Her face showed a contemplative expression that didn't match her appearance. Now she was calm and reserved. Compared to her appearance in front of Gu Xian'er, it could be said that they were two different faces. Since Miss says so, then this old servant can rest assured. Guchanga is very dangerous. If Miss wants to get close to him, you have to be very careful. You can't be careless. When the old servant heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. And Yin nodded. Then she said with a slightly cold expression, of course I know. Gu Xian'er looks like she doesn't eat the food of mortals. But she is actually very smart. She should have seen through some things. Speaking of this, she sighed, but she didn't make things difficult for me. If there weren't so many dangers and troubles, it would be good to have a friend like her. It's been hard on Miss all these years. First, Miss is getting more and more power. Her right to speak in the clan is close to that of the master. I think in a few years, the entire clan will fall under the control of First Mississippi. When that time comes, Miss, it will truly be difficult for you to make any progress in the clan. Hearing this, the old servant's expression was somewhat sorrowful, but more than that, it was heartache. All these years, Miss could be said to be living in the cracks of the clan. It could be said that she was walking on thin ice and was very careful. Not only did she have to solve First Miss's problems, but she also had to be vigilant against the other clans who were eyeing the inheritance covetously. As the master of the clan, her father turned a deaf ear to her and didn't care. If Mistress was still here, how could First Miss be so arrogant? The old servant's voice trembled. His words couldn't hide his sadness and anger. And Yen shook her head and said, "You don't have to say these words. I know all about it. And you don't have to be so disheartened. After all, this time it wasn't she who sought her own death. She saved someone who shouldn't have saved and let me hear those words. So what if she has the blood of a hidden immortal? In today's upper realm, even if a true immortal appeared, it would be useless." As she said this, she couldn't help but sneer. She seemed to be very confident. Chapter 479. Soon, ancient warships crossed the sky one after another, crashing through the horizon. Surrounded by endless multicolored light, they passed through the vast and boundless boundary monument sea. Huge waves overflowed into the sky, continuously slapping over, as if they were going to shatter these worlds. The incomparably vast higher realm army stretched without end, covering everything. Their numbers exceeded trillions as they rushed towards the 8 desolates 10 regions. Outside the realm abyss, a great fog overflowed into the sky, enveloping the sky. Countless sounds of battle rang out. Many ancient warships stopped here, casting down shadows that covered everything. Their numbers were uncountable. The higher realm army approached, arriving before the realm abyss. Woo-woo. The bugle horn of the 8 desolates 10 regions sounded, the sound shaking the heavens and earth, containing incomparable power, causing the world barrier to tremble. Kill! Kill! Great armies rushed out from the great fog. Among them war fortresses stood tall, like majestic divine mountains, chaotic chi falling down. Above the war fortresses runes flickered, condensing into extremely powerful fluctuations. Dazzling radiance was incomparably brilliant, slashing out beams of light. The stars in the outer realms rustled, about to fall and shatter here. The higher realm army and the 8 desolates 10 regions army erupted here. This was a chaotic galaxy and countless shattered universes. However, because of the great battle, lightning and heavenly fire were born amidst the destruction. Many universes in the surroundings were rumbling and trembling, because of this terrifying momentum. Many higher realm orthodoxies sent their armies forward, trying to take advantage of the 9 mountains' destruction and the 8 desolates 10 regions' morale to launch an expedition. However, to the disappointment of many higher realm orthodoxies, the 8 desolates 10 regions didn't lose their battle chi because of this. On the contrary, many powerhouses were affected, disregarding life and death, continuously fighting, causing many higher realm orthodoxies a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, outside the realm abyss, inside the Longevity Gu family's ancient warship, many knights were waiting solemnly, not joining the other forces to attack, waiting for the higher realm's reinforcements to arrive. Within the palace, Gu Changa's silhouette was blurry as he sat cross-legged. Chaos chi permeated the air, and there seemed to be 3,000 ancient worlds revolving around him. Countless gods were faintly discernible, shining with silvery light, eternally indestructible. A drop of true blood appeared in his heart. It seemed to illuminate the myriad worlds of the heavens, crossing the river of time and collapsing the order of the world. It turned into an aura like a vast sea that was absorbed by him strand by strand. An unimaginable drop of forbidden blood. Seeing all this, the Empyrean maiden was very shocked. She could not help but feel a sense of fear from her soul. She did not dare to get close. She could feel how terrifying Guchanga was at this moment. That aura was deep and cold, as if it could devour and destroy everything, bringing endless darkness to the 557 heavens. And this drop of unimaginable forbidden blood seemed to be of the same origin as Guchanga? Yes, that was the feeling of the same origin. Otherwise, with Guchanga's current strength, it was impossible for him to get close to this drop of forbidden blood. Not to mention the current Guchanga. Even the legendary immortals were far from enough in front of him. Who exactly is he? This made the Empyrean maiden's expression even more complicated. She did not dare to guess further. She did not expect to see all this with her own eyes while guarding Guchanga. Originally, Guchanga letting her guard meant that she had gained some trust from Guchanga, which should make her happy. But seeing this scene made the Empyrean maiden regret. Some things were better not known. The more one knew, the better one would be. While the Empyrean dear mystic maiden was in a complicated mood, Guchanga opened her eyes in the palace, and the terrifying phenomena around her disappeared. How long have I been cultivating? He did not care about the Empyrean maiden's complicated expression. He got up and asked casually. 7 days. The Empyrean maiden replied. She walked over naturally, picked up the robe on the bed, and helped Guchanga put it on. He actually spent 7 days to stabilize it. Guchanga frowned, but when he thought about how he had broken through to the 5th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm in one go, he was relieved. How are the battles between the upper realm and the 8 wilderness 10 regions? He was quite interested in the battle at the Empyrean Abyss. Although the Longevity Gu clan had not joined in, many orthodoxies could not hold back and had sent their troops to attack. There are victories and losses, but most of the 8 wilderness 10 regions have lost miserably. The Empyrean maiden said with a complicated expression. As the guardian of the Empyrean maiden city, she was now in the upper realm and was even reporting to Guchanga about the current situation. If the 8 wilderness 10 regions knew about this, it would definitely cause a terrible commotion. But until now, Guchanga had not sent anyone to spread the news. Instead, he held her as a trump card. The Empyrean maiden knew his intentions, but there was nothing she could do. Now, the 8 wilderness 10 regions were showing signs of retreat before the upper realm army arrived. She could even foresee the tragedy that would follow. I gave Lin Wu half a year. Do you think he can do it in half a year? Guchanga suddenly smiled. He was not surprised to hear about the situation of the battle. The Empyrean Abyss and the 8 wilderness 10 regions would not be able to defend themselves. Even without the Empyrean maiden, many orthodoxies would be able to calculate and establish a stable passage. This was also the reason why many of the 8 wilderness 10 regions' armies had descended here to counterattack the upper realm. They were planning to cut off all means of retreat. Lin Wu's will is firm and his Tao heart is unshakable. His beloved is in young Master Gu's hands. No matter what choice he makes, he will definitely take her into consideration. The Empyrean maiden shook her head. Is that so? Guchanga smiled and did not comment. At this moment, a Gu clan expert suddenly appeared outside the palace and reported respectfully, "Young master, the Dharmakayas of the various orthodoxies have arrived. They invite you to come with them to discuss the war against the 8 wilderness 10 regions." These Dharmakayas were the patriarchs, old antiques, and living fossils of the various imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. They had lived for a long time and were all enlightened beings. However, only one Dharmakayas had arrived. They invited Guchanga to discuss with them. They no longer treated him as a junior but as someone on the same level as them. Are they planning to cross over? Guchanga nodded. He looked interested and said, "You may leave. I understand." Then, he looked at the Empyrean maiden and smiled. "Maiden, do you want to come with me? Young Master Gu, you can go alone. I'm an outsider in the upper realm after all. I can't participate." The Empyrean maiden shook her head. She did want to hear about the upper realm's plan to attack. However, she also understood that it was not appropriate for her status as a prisoner. "Aren't you my concubine? When did you become an outsider?" Guchanga stared at her with interest. The Empyrean maiden was stunned. Then her eyes sparkled. She suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Gu, are you trying to trick me? There are no outsiders here. I'm not your concubine. Unless you want my body." However, before she could finish, Guchanga had already torn open the space in front of him and disappeared. The Empyrean maiden was not worthy of his life and death. At this moment, in a void space that looked like a shattered universe, terrifying demon godlike figures stood there, shrouded in primal chaos, covering the heaven and earth. A terrifying aura surged in this mysterious space. It was oppressive and made one's soul feel like it was about to shatter. Many Dharmakayas of the upper realm's strongest cultivators were gathered here. They were discussing many things. Their emotions surged like a vast ocean, causing the stars to tremble like dust. Before the upper realm's army arrives, we shouldn't act rashly. The 8 barren 10 regions are probably gathering people to prepare for a large-scale counterattack. A veteran enlightened being said slowly. He was famous thousands of years ago and had a lot of prestige in the upper realm. Could it be that we are just going to wait for the 8 barren 10 regions group of ants to jump around? As long as there is injustice in the 8 barren 10 regions, I will feel uncomfortable. Why do we waste so much time in this cultivation realm? Isn't it all because of the 8 barren 10 regions? Another enlightened being interrupted. His face was extremely cold, his entire body wrapped within a layer of dim light. He came from the 10,000 archaic clans, an old ancestor of a clan. He had light green scales on his body. On his head were 2 resplendent dragon horns that flowed with a terrifying world-destroying aura. Right now, his words carried killing intent. This type of emotion hadn't been displayed in millions of years. We definitely won't let the 8 barren 10 regions be complacent for much longer. Even though we cannot take action right now, having the younger generation kill their younger generation is not a bad choice. I believe the 8 barren 10 regions will definitely accept the challenge. They won't dare lose face like this. Now that Wuxia has wiped out the 9 mountains, it is precisely a good chance to attack the 8 barren 10 regions' morale. Enlightened being said indifferently. The stellar streams above his head trembled, undergoing great changes following his will. It was obvious that he had a plan in mind and would not stop attacking the 8 barren 10 regions just because of this. His words caused the eyes of the other Dao achievers to narrow. They seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Just then, outside of this space, there was a sudden ripple. Wuxia walked over and appeared just in time to hear what they were saying. That's a good idea. According to our usual practice, since we still need some training, we'll let the heavens' favorites from the 8 barren 10 regions use it to train our troops. He nodded slightly with a smile on his face as he agreed. Seeing Wuxia's arrival, many enlightened beings couldn't help but feel shocked. If Wuxia didn't tear apart space and purposely create a disturbance, they wouldn't have been able to sense when he arrived. Even though they were only enlightened beings right now, such methods shocked them greatly. Their speculations about Wuxia's strength also made them wary. That's what I was thinking. Since the old guys from the 8 barren 10 regions are afraid of death, the young ones won't be able to resist. This is also a good way to weaken their morale. The 8 barren 10 regions are used to peace. How can their heaven's favorites compare to our heaven's favorites who have been fighting and killing along the way? Since even Wuxia had said so, the enlightened beings discussed and felt that this was the best method for now. The 8 barren 10 regions would definitely agree. If they chose to retreat at this time, it would definitely shake their morale. Now that we can't come here with our true bodies, we can only leave the overall situation here to young Master Chang'e. With you here we'll be more assured. Then the enlightened beings nodded and said solemnly, then it's decided. I'll send a letter of challenge to the 8 barren 10 regions. Wuxia's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then he smiled. Boom! He reached his hand into the space and immediately grabbed billions of stars. The aura of the great path flowed and gathered into an endlessly brilliant brush. It was the word battle. As his brush landed, the word instantly broke through the space and flew toward the 8 barren 10 regions Sky Deer City with a terrifying whistle that shook the heavens and the earth. This was the word of the great path. It was written with the laws of the heavens and the earth. Every word and sentence contained great majesty. Buzz! Soon, the dazzling word tore through the sky and was reflected in the emptiness abyss. It blew away the monstrous fog and brought with it endless divine chains of laws. All the cultivators were shocked and their hearts trembled. This is the Lord's aura. In the depths of the battlefield, a terrifying figure was shrouded in thick fog. He was like an immortal god of war. The waves he emitted made the sky tremble. It was so powerful that it was boundless. Just the aura alone was enough to make all the cultivators' expressions change. They almost couldn't breathe and trembled from the bottom of their souls. This was the power of a sub-emperor. He looked down on the heavens and the earth. Just his emotions alone could cause changes in the heavens and the earth. He rarely spoke and was filled with endless majesty. However, when they felt this aura at this moment, they couldn't help but show respect. In Ada's hands, the immortal killing gourd's surface swirled with bloody radiance. Strand after strand of smoke pierced through the sky dome and was devoured by the gourd's opening. All of the corpses, the life matter within, including the source energy, baleful energy, killing intent, blood and other things, could all be used to nurture the immortal killing gourd. Wave after wave of cultivators from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions came. Without a doubt they all died here, buried here. The great army of the higher realms stopped in the sky dome outside Emptiness Abyss. As far as the eye could see, their numbers exceeded several trillion. Their power was tremendous, making the world change color. As for the cultivators below the Saint Realm, their numbers were even greater. Their corpses dyed the great desert red. The scene was incomparably cruel. The plains, mountains, abyss, all of the terrain was trembling. Sounds of fighting sounded. They weren't that loud, but they were world-shaking, as if the entire world was going to collapse. Of course, for the immortal killing gourd, this was the best place to nurture it. We clearly know that this battle is dangerous, but our 8 Desolates cultivators are fearless. So what if you have a declaration of war? In the distance, the voices of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions experts were extremely cold. Terrifying fluctuations were similarly terrifying as they confronted each other in the distant outer space. Those who achieved the Tao wouldn't easily engage in great battles. However, right now, many cultivators who were fighting against the higher realm's great army all shivered. Many of them even felt a chill run down from head to toe. At this time, the higher realms released the word war. Could it be that they were planning to carry out a great final battle? Moreover, from this war word, they felt a type of terrifying killing intent that was unmatched. Just a single strand of fluctuation was enough to make many experts explode. Many cultivators and creatures felt uneasy. After all, once the great final battle began, it meant that they would face the full force of the higher realms. At that time, Heavenly Deer City might very well be broken through, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions falling. Everyone would die. However, soon after, behind Emptiness Abyss, a group of old monsters appeared. After observing that war word, they came to a conclusion. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The higher realms are planning to send out their younger generation to fight against us. This is a declaration of war. An ancient family's old monster said, his expression extremely heavy. Does the higher realms want to let us know that even the younger generation can suppress us? In that instant, many people reacted, becoming extremely furious. This was especially the case with the 8 Desolates' 10 regions' younger generation. They were even more furious, truly wishing they could rush up and fight against the higher realms. However, the older generation still calmed down quickly, their faces becoming a bit pale. They understood that this was the higher realm's overt scheme. Regardless of whether they accepted or not, for the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, it would still be a heavy blow. The higher realm's younger generation was clearly much stronger than the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. This battle might be extremely difficult, to the extent where they might even have to send out heavenly talents from other generations. Then the majestic 8 Desolates' 10 regions' great army began to withdraw, returning to the war fortress, hiding within the heaven overflowing great mist and Emptiness Abyss. After a round of discussion, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions' most powerful experts appeared, accepting the declaration of war outside Emptiness Abyss, agreeing that half a month later, the two realms would come here to train and fight. Chapter 480. Ancient warships swept across the sky, heading towards the Empyrean abyss that was shrouded in endless fog. Behind them was the mighty army of the upper world. Many beings from the upper world's orthodoxies had already gathered here, and they were communicating with the orthodoxies that were previously stationed here. The vast fog was vast and mighty, as if it came from another world, accompanied by loud and rumbling sounds. This place was made up of many broken universes, and there were also various chaotic storms of the Great Path. It was extremely dangerous, and there was the danger of dying. If one did not have the correct route, even those who had achieved the Great Path would not dare to set foot in this place. At this moment, ancient warships and heavenly ships stood in the sky, and endless rules divine chains fell, covering the universe, like ancient and immortal divine mountains and continents. On these ancient warships were all sky prides and powerhouses from the upper world. Their chi and blood surged like furnaces, and no one dared to underestimate them. From time to time, there would be spatial fluctuations, and figures would turn into divine rainbows and fly away, rushing to the encampments of their respective clans or orthodoxies. Greetings, young lord. Many knights were wearing battle suits, holding weapons such as heavenly spears, battle spears, and long sabers. At this moment they were all in front of Wuxia, and their expressions were extremely respectful. However, there was more awe and fanaticism. Behind them were the young sky prides from the Longevity Gu clan. There were also the disciples of the Taichu divine sect. They were all the best of their generation, and it could be said that they could not find an opponent in the same realm. Conquering the 8 desolates in 10 regions was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience and improve. Now that Wuxia was here, they were more at ease and did not have to worry about their lives. How many people from the Gu clan have come this time? What about my mother's side? Wuxia nodded, and his gaze swept across the dense, endless, and torrent-like army behind him as he asked. Young lord, there are 30 million soldiers from the clan, 10 million from the mistress, and 50 million from the affiliated orthodoxies. Among them, there are 9 quasi-emperors, 30 supreme, 100 quasi-emperors, and countless saints and immortals. The powerhouse who just reported said respectfully. Due to the boundary monument C, it was very difficult for those who had attained the Tao to cross over. Hence, only their avatars were sent over. Wuxia nodded. His gaze swept across the younger generation once again. Everyone was looking at him with a fanatical and reverent expression. His brows suddenly furrowed as he realized that there seemed to be someone missing. Where's that guy, Gu Xian? He asked. Young lady Xian is not with the clan, but with True Immortal Academy, the subordinate reported. True Immortal Academy? Is she planning to represent the True Immortal Academy, to fight against the 8 desolates 10 regions? Wuxia raised his eyebrows. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Gu Xian, but when he saw that she wasn't in the crowd, he thought that she had left the tribe and gone to fight alone. That guy actually didn't come to see him first when he rushed here. It seemed that his fat guts were itching for a beating. The border of the realm void abyss was very large, and it was shrouded in a boundless fog. From time to time, one could hear the deafening roars of terrifying vicious beasts coming from within. All the clans and orthodoxies had set up camp here, covering a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Waves of terrifying auras could be seen spreading out, shaking one's heart and soul, shocking everyone. Inside the True Immortal Academy's encampment, many elders were explaining the matter this time to the disciples, as well as what they needed to pay attention to. After all, the environment of the 2 realms was different. The prodigies of the 8 desolates 10 regions and the prodigies here could be said to be completely different. There was a huge difference in the way they cultivated and the methods they honed. However, many elders were still very relieved, because the disciples who could enter the True Immortal Academy were all well-known figures among their peers. In the upper realm, they were already revered among their peers, and in the 8 desolates 10 regions, they were even more undefeatable. The 8 desolates 10 regions place more emphasis on unearthing the power of one's bloodline. They call our supernatural powers the blood arts. Gu Xian stood outside the crowd, cold and proud, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She listened very seriously. She attached great importance to many matters regarding cultivation, and would not slack or underestimate them in the slightest. Not far from the True Immortal Academy's encampment, many of the older generation were also explaining things. From her direction she could see that side clearly. Sky Demon Tower, War Immortals Manor, Sage King Hall. These forces were the same as the True Immortal Academy, nurturing the most outstanding prodigies of this generation. Many young existences could be seen here, forming their own circles. On the True Immortal Academy's side, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6 Crown King, and Human Ancestor Hall's Saintess Wang Zijin were the leaders, and many disciples followed behind. For example, Zhang Chuchu Yu Mingkong, and the others had their own matters to attend to, so they could not leave and could not come here. Therefore, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others were practically the leaders of this generation's true Immortal Academy. For example, Guchanga had not appeared in the true Immortal Academy for a long time. Of course, his identity and strength had reached a level that the younger generation could not compare to, so it was the same whether he appeared or not. As for Sky Demon Tower's side, this generation's young existence called Sky Demon Sovereign was their leader. It was rumored that he was an ancient freak, possessing the fiend immortal bloodline, his descendant. His power was astonishing, many followers following him. As for War Immortal Manor, it was actually a bit similar to Human Ancestor Hall. However, it was different from Human Ancestor Hall, only having a single human ancestor. War Immortal Manor existed specifically for nurturing war immortals, requiring the sex disciples to be revered among their peers, possessing heaven overflowing combat strength unmatched. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be called war immortals. Meanwhile, the last war immortal, it was rumored that he had reappeared in this world a while ago, but was killed by Guchanga in Heaven Water Realm. This matter triggered a great commotion. No one knew if it was true or not, but it also made War Immortal Manor develop quite a bit of resentment towards Guchanga. However, Guchanga's identity, status, and strength were there in the end. War Immortal Manor could only endure, grit their teeth and swallow their anger. This generation's War Immortal Manor inheritor, known as Little War Immortal, also appeared in various places during this period of time. Very few people had seen his true appearance. It was rumored that he had fought with Six Crown King, but no one knew who won or lost. Because of Gu Xian and Guchanga's relationship, War Immortal Manor's inheritor also developed quite a bit of enmity towards her. Apart from this, Sage King Hall's inheritor was also very powerful. Although he wasn't well known, it was rumored that he had once accidentally stepped into the tidal flats of time and fought with an ancient young true dragon, obtaining a great opportunity. These were all people that couldn't be underestimated. These are all people that I want to defeat one by one. When Gu Xian thought of this, quite a bit of fighting spirit appeared in her heart. She couldn't defeat Guchanga, but if she couldn't even defeat these young supreme beings, then that would be too unreasonable. She might even incur Guchanga's disdain and ridicule. Meanwhile, just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Xian's mind, a great commotion suddenly sounded from not too far away. Many cultivators and creatures looked over in shock. It's young Master Changa. It's really him. What is he doing here? Could it be that he's here to encourage us? Someone exclaimed, and his face was filled with surprise and shock. He even found it hard to believe that Guchanga would actually come here personally. However, some people thought of Guchanga's identity. He was also a disciple of Immortal Academy. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him coming here. Of course, some people instantly thought that Guchanga's arrival here had something to do with Gu Xian who was outside the crowd, and couldn't help but look at her. With that person's temperament, it was almost impossible for him to come here to see Gu Xian. After all, Immortal Academy was the same to him whether it existed or not. Why are you all looking at me? Why is this guy always so high profile? Gu Xian wasn't used to the feeling of suddenly being the center of attention. Although her expression was still cold and aloof, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. At this moment, in the places where the Sky Demon Tower, War Immortal's Manor, Sage King Hall, and other forces were stationed, there were young people with solemn expressions. They focused their gazes and divine light shone in their eyes. All kinds of techniques were used to see the young figure clearly. He just walked over from the sky, and it was incomparably hazy. It was as if there was endless divine light shrouding his body. 3,000 ancient worlds surrounded him, and countless gods were kowtowing, and the vast sounds of the world and worship were heard. This scene made everyone solemn. Many of the older generation were shocked, and they actually had the urge to kneel and kowtow to this young man. This was obviously because his Tao had reached an unfathomable and unimaginable level. What terrifying strength! Perhaps it has already surpassed the supreme level. However, as I expected, Gu Xian is very special to him. In the distance, a tall girl with silver hair had a strange look in her eyes. She stood on the mountain peak and looked at the scene. The Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions would train and fight in the Upper Realm's void abyss in half a month. Once this news spread, it quickly stirred up great waves in the hearts of many cultivators and creatures of the 2 realms. For the 8 Desolates 10 regions, this news was like a bolt from the blue, directly smashing into many people's heads. They were stunned and couldn't react for a long time. It was because this meant that when the time came, many of the younger generation and older generation would fight on the battlefield. That was to disregard life and death, and there was no return. Because of this, the ancestors fought to the death with the Upper Realm, and it could be said that they suffered great losses. For 1 out of 100 people to return was already not bad, something worth rejoicing over. Many of the cultivators who participated died miserably on the battlefield, unable to return at all. Even their corpses couldn't be found. Some of the Upper Realm clans would even eat the creatures of the 8 Desolates 10 regions as food. Their methods could be said to be cruel. However, this matter had already been decided by the powerful cultivators of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, and even the letter of challenge in front of the void abyss was accepted. Even if the others wanted to refuse, they couldn't. Of course, there were those who were greedy for life and afraid of death. However, at this time, there was no lack of hot-blooded young people who couldn't wait to charge into the battlefield and kill all of the invading Upper Realm cultivators. The older generation had long seen through all of this. The Upper Realm was only using this opportunity to stall for time, waiting for the rest of the army to arrive, and then launch the final battle. Therefore, regardless of whether the Upper Realm won or lost, the Upper Realm would benefit in the end. The 8 Desolates 10 regions had no other choice from the beginning. If they refused the challenge, it would be a huge blow to their morale. We can use this opportunity to fight with those despicable fellows from the Upper Realm. Let them know how powerful we are. Let's see who dares to invade in the future. Yes, after accepting the letter of challenge, we have a legitimate reason to fight with the Upper Realm. I've cultivated for so many years waiting for this moment. Inside the majestic Tianlu city, which was like an ancient divine city, many stars floated up and down and the Milky Way fell. It was incomparably vast and magnificent. At this moment, white fog filled the air, and colorful clouds enshrouded the pavilion. A group of young men and women were gathered together, discussing matters. Their cultivation levels were very high, and they were outstanding. Their bodies were surrounded by astonishing rays of light, and their eyes were brilliant, far surpassing their peers. Among them were this generation's geniuses, and there were also ancient freaks who had been in hibernation in the previous era and had only awakened in this era. After hearing the news from the front line of the Upper Realm's void abyss, everyone was excited and did not feel discouraged. On the contrary, they were excited and could not wait to kill their way over. They had wanted to go to the battlefield for a long time. However, the families behind them felt that they were too weak, so they had been allowed to stay in Tianlu City and not go to the front line. Now that the Upper Realm had issued the letter of challenge, it was time for them to strike. Everyone was rubbing their hands together, extremely excited. They had been waiting for this opportunity. Do you guys think we'll meet the rumored leader of the Upper Realm? I really want to fight with him in the same realm. A young man with an extremely tall and sturdy body like the black tortoise suddenly spoke, his expression filled with confidence. His name was Xiantian, and he had the bloodline of the black tortoise. He was the descendant of the Black Tortoise Battle God clan. His strength was considered top-notch among his peers, and he had never tasted defeat. In the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, there were 4 major clans with mysterious bloodlines. These included the Black Tortoise Battle God clan, the Dragonblood Battle God clan, the Vermilion Bird Battle God clan, and the White Tiger Battle God clan. Legend had it that their ancestors were transformed from real divine beasts and had the strength of immortals. Although their bloodlines had gradually thinned out due to the passage of time, they were no longer as strong as they were in ancient times. However, in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, they were still a well-known clan with a respected status. Xiantian, you should ask Lin Wu about this. He has seen the leader of the Upper Realm with his own eyes. Lin Wu should know very well how strong that person is. However, if that person were to strike, I reckon it would be the older generation of the Supremes from our world. The opponent's strength is not something that we can contend against. She begged for fresh flowers. Hearing this, many people looked at Lin Wu with a strange expression on their faces. Lin Wu sat alone in the corner and was very quiet. He did not say a word. Ever since the last time he escaped from the Boundary Monument Sea, he seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Many people felt that he had lost the vigor and confidence he had in the past. He was a little dejected. Some of the strongest people had checked his body, worried that he had been hit by some kind of spell at the Boundary Monument Sea. Later on, they found that he had only suffered a huge blow and his Taoist heart was slightly damaged. Or it was because he had personally witnessed the clan members that he had brought there being annihilated, and he fell into self-blame and guilt. It was a pity that such a good young seed was destroyed just like that. In many people's opinion, because of Lin Wu, the 8 Wastelands 10 Regions Supreme Treasure, the immortal slang gourd, was lost and obtained by the upper realm. His sweetheart was also taken away, and no one knew whether she was dead or alive. This made him feel guilty, and he could not walk out of the shadow. During this period of time, Lin Wu had also fallen from a dazzling and unparalleled young genius to such a dispirited state. It was truly depressing. Brother Lin is the successor of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan. How can you fall so low? This time, the upper realm has issued a challenge, and it's our chance to avenge our humiliation. Seeing Lin Wu like this, Xian Tian could not help but shake his head, seemingly a little disappointed. Once upon a time, he had thought of Lin Wu as a strong opponent. However, he did not expect Lin Wu to be like this now. The other geniuses had different expressions. Some felt pity, some were gloating, and some were indifferent. There were many young geniuses in the pavilion, and many of them were not weaker than Lin Wu. They came from all over the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, and they were all elites. They were invincible and had the ambition to dominate the younger generation. Today, they were gathered here to discuss the war of the 2 realms in half a month's time. However, unlike the confident and high spirits of the younger generation, some of the older generation who had come into contact with the upper realm had heavy expressions. The entire Sky Deer City was shrouded in an atmosphere that foreshadowed the coming storm. The older generation had the most contact with the upper realm, and they knew how powerful and terrifying it was. Especially when they were in the same realm, they had an innate advantage. Since even the young are like this, why should we be afraid of a bunch of old bones? We'll accept this battle. It's time for us old bones to be put to good use. It's better to leave the future to the younger generation. Boom! However, at this moment, in the depths of Sky Deer City, auspicious clouds rushed into the sky, and immortal chi gushed out. A large group of old antiques and old demons who had been in seclusion appeared. Their essence chi surged like a tsunami, forming a terrifying domain. This was definitely a group of super experts who had been cultivating in seclusion. Now that they heard the words of the younger generation, they all showed up in high spirits, ready to fight against the upper realm. Many young experts suspected that their chi and blood were not as strong as this group of old antiques. They were too vigorous, like giant furnaces that could melt everything in the world. This also made many people see hope in this. Then, ancient warships and war fortresses rose into the sky, breaking through the space barrier and leaving Sky Deer City, carrying many young and old people who were going to participate in the war. There are still a few months left. Lin Wu was in the crowd, and his mood was heavy. He even felt a little hopeless. Gu Chang'e had given him half a year to find the core of Sky Deer City's formation. However, until now, he had not found the slightest way or method. On one hand, he did not want to become a sinner. On the other hand, he did not want Lulua, Sky Deer Mystic Fairy, and the others to be harmed. He was caught in a dilemma. Could it be that in the end he had to give up on one side? No, there must be a way. Lin Wu's expression was a little ferocious. He had no time to fight against the upper realm. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly focused as he noticed a person not far away. It was a beautiful and slender woman. She was dazzling as she stood in the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. Many of the prodigies around her were very respectful to her. That woman beside Sky Deer Mystic Fairy that day, why is she here too? No, she should be Sky Deer Mystic Fairy's disciple. When Lin Wu saw her, He thought of something and suddenly felt a little excited. He suddenly thought of a solution. He did not have to be the sinner of the upper realm. Are these the young generation of the 8 Desolates 10 regions? They don't look like much. On the other side, there was a man in a suit of golden armor, which made him look like a god. He was accompanied by a few old antiques and was sizing up the young prodigies. It was Gu Wudi, who had escaped from the 9 mountains. Now, he was in high spirits, and many of the old antiques were in awe of him. Path chosen, the young generation today has cultivated for too short a time. If they were given a few hundred more years, they might not be like this. An old antique next to Gu Wudi could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this, but it was more of a pity. In terms of cultivation time, the young generation of the 8 Desolates 10 regions was too short. The chances of winning this battle are not high. Gu Wudi seemed to sigh when he heard this, and there was some pity on his face. The old antiques fell silent as well. Although the 9 mountains behind Gu Wudi had been destroyed by the upper realm, his identity as the successor of the 9 mountains was undeniable, and they had to respect him. Moreover, Gu Wudi only looked young, but his actual age was about the same as theirs. There's no choice. The upper realm is coming aggressively. We have no choice in this battle. When the time comes, I hope Path Chosen can lend a hand. The old antique sighed. Gu Wudi's expression was a little strange. He looked at Xiao Yang in the distance and sneered in his heart. The 8 Desolates 10 regions would be breached sooner or later. After escaping from the 9 mountains, he was still worried that the 8 Desolates 10 regions would have some powerful methods to turn the situation around. However, after these days it seemed that with these people, even the 9 mountains were not as good as them. If they did not have the geographical advantage, they would have been conquered by the upper realm long ago. This made him feel even more relieved. Submitting to Gu Chang'e was probably the best decision in his life. Fan. Chapter 481. Gu Chang'e's arrival had caused a huge commotion. Many sky prides and the older generation had noticed him. Some ancient freaks who had just been born also stared at him, sizing him up. In the current upper realm, Gu Chang'e's every move could be said to have stirred up thousands of storms. Even the 9 mountains had been destroyed by his hands, causing a terrifying earthquake in the upper realm. Some time ago, many ultimate powerhouses from various orthodoxies had gone to the divine city in an attempt to hunt the red-robed female demon. In the end, everyone had died, and only Gu Chang'e had survived. The strength he displayed was also terrifying, and no one knew how strong he was. Many of the younger generation wanted to know how big the gap was between them and Gu Chang'e. Now, everyone's gazes were focused on him. In the area where the Sky Demon Tower, War Immortal's Manor, and Sage King Hall were, several young creatures with different auras from the other young Sky Prides looked at Gu Chang'e with great caution. The Sky Demon Lord of the Sky Demon Tower was a man with very fair skin. He wore a dark blue robe and had a golden horn on his forehead. His entire body was surrounded by brilliant divine light, and he was like a monarch with an innate majesty. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this era? He was whispering, but his words could not hide his shock. Many of his followers behind him were also silent. They could feel a deep sense of fear from their master. The Sky Demon Lord was a very proud and confident person, and he knew that no one could compare to him. It was already very unbelievable that he would say such a thing. The previous War Immortal was killed by him? The successor of War Immortal's manor was shrouded in fog, and his face could not be seen clearly. He muttered softly. However, one could see that his hair was very long, and he had a pair of golden cross-shaped eyes. Rays of golden light spread out from them, and it was breathtaking. Some of the old antiques were a little wary of him, and they could not figure out his strength. Could the terrifying demonic shadow in the Time Beach be him? The most mysterious successor of the Sage King Hall had also appeared at this moment. There was a faint light on his body, as if he was wrapped in time fragments. He stood there, but it was as if he was separated from everyone by time and space. A beam of golden divine light flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to spy on Gu Chang'e. However, in the next moment, He suddenly let out a muffled groan. His body shook violently, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had no choice but to withdraw his divine ability. This person is interesting. The aura of time. Wuxia smiled and retracted his gaze. The successor of the Sage King Hall was extremely shocked. He was even more fearful as he trembled slightly. He had never imagined that Wuxia would be able to injure him so severely with just a single glance, almost shattering his soul. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. Everyone's emotions were different. Many ancient existences from True Immortal Academy also spoke up one after another, greeting respectfully. And now, Wuxia's strength had far surpassed theirs. Even if they were the elders of True Immortal Academy, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of seniority in front of Wuxia. Wuxia nodded slightly, looked at Wuxia and said, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I came to see you?" Wuxia looked as cold as ice, as if no one could get close to her. There was no expression on her delicate and flawless face. In the eyes of many people, she seemed to dislike Wuxia very much. This made many people envious, especially some of the favored daughters of the heavens and the goddesses of the great sections. However, in this world, only this little princess of the Longevity Gu family dared to treat Wuxia like this. Many people knew about the grudge between her and Wuxia. Therefore, many people could understand why Wuxia treated her like this now. Although it seemed like he was doting on her, it was more like he was trying to make up for it. "What are you doing here? I don't need you to come and see me." Wuxia snorted. Her little face was very tense as she said lightly. Her personality was like this. Although she was very happy in her heart, it was impossible for her to lower her head in front of Wuxia. It was impossible for her to even show the slightest bit of happiness, especially in front of so many people. She couldn't wait for people to know that she and Wuxia were like fire and water. "What are you saying? Isn't it natural for me to look at you? Knowing that you are going to fight with the younger generation of the 8 Barren 10 regions, I am even more worried." Wuxia didn't seem to be angry at all when he heard this. He smiled and said. His expression was as gentle as jade, giving people a feeling like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Many of the favored daughters of the heavens were secretly looking at him. Their eyes were full of undisguised admiration, and they shone with a strange light. Why didn't they have such an elder brother? Wuxia snorted. In her heart, she only wanted to roll her eyes. Would Wuxia be worried about her? It would be good enough if he didn't scold and bully her. She didn't believe that Wuxia would be so kind-hearted. "You definitely don't have anything good to say to me," Wuxia said. Wuxia said with a slightly regretful expression, "I was worried about you, so I came here to give you something to protect yourself." "You actually said that. You really hurt my heart." Hearing that Wuxia wanted to give her something to protect herself, Wuxia was first stunned. Then her first reaction was disbelief. It was good enough that Wuxia didn't steal her treasures. The treasures she got from Wuxia were all exchanged with him based on her own abilities. "I don't need you to give me something to protect me. I don't lack." Wuxia really wanted to roll her eyes at Wuxia. However, in front of others, she maintained her usual fairy-like appearance. She was cold, moving and otherworldly. This is the rainbow celestial robe obtained after the destruction of the 9 mountains. Although it has lost its spirituality, it is still a rare protective item. In addition, this is the primordial true feather of a demon monarch. When it is used, its power is extraordinary. Only those who have attained the Tao can withstand it. However, Wuxia didn't care about her. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he talked to himself. At the same time, his palm shone brightly. Dazzling celestial light started to spread out. Faintly, there was even a celestial sound that sounded like the sound of nature. A light green long dress appeared. It was very similar to the wide-sleeved fairy dress that Wuxia was wearing now. However, there were more strands of Tao laws that fell down. It gave people the feeling that this dress should only belong to the 9 heavens. For a moment, there seemed to be a celestial rhythm. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and celestial flowers appeared on the ground. At the instant they saw this item, all of the women of the heavens opened their eyes wide. Even some of the ancient existences started to breathe rapidly. If this item wasn't in Guchanga's hands, they would have planned to snatch it. It was obvious that this was not a simple battle armor. It contained a celestial rhythm. It might even be made of real celestial materials. It was one of a kind in the world. Such a celestial robe, even if it had lost its spirituality, was far superior to many protective artifacts in this world. At this moment, many people were envious and jealous. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there would be someone in this world who would give away such a precious item. Even if it was a relative, they would have to be careful. In this world, there were many examples of falling out because of money. Moreover, what was the other item in Guchanga's hand? The red light was incomparably dense. There were hundreds of millions of law fragments lingering around it. It was filled with a terrifying aura. It was more like a short blade that was overflowing with light. The primordial true feather of a demon monarch? To some extent, this item was even more precious than an emperor weapon. Because if an emperor weapon was broken, it could be refined again. However, the primordial true feather was one of a lifetime. There were only a few of them and they would never grow again. Even if one had extraordinary means, it would never grow again. Such an item only existed in ancient books, or in the treasure trove of the family behind them. They didn't even dare to think about it. They didn't expect to see it here today. As for how Guchanga obtained it, it was no longer important. What was important was that these two supreme treasures, whose value was difficult to estimate, were now given to Gu Xian'er for her to use for self-defense. In the hearts of many women, the only thing left was that what kind of peerless brother was this? Some of the girls who had older brothers were even more envious of them. In this way, one can attack and one can defend. What danger can there be? Some ancient existences looked at this scene and were also very envious. They looked at the artifacts they had. They were not even as good as the rainbow immortal robe that Guchanga casually gave away. It was really shabby. I don't lack. At this moment, hearing Guchanga's words and seeing the dazzling brilliance in his hand, Gu Xian'er couldn't speak. Gu Xian'er's voice was a little incomplete. Her head was buzzing, and she didn't have the confidence to speak. She tried to calm herself down and not be moved by Guchanga's tricks. She knew that Guchanga was definitely doing this on purpose. But she couldn't control herself and couldn't help but look away. Guchanga was still so despicable. He clearly knew that these supreme treasures were naturally irresistible to her. But he still took them out to tempt her. Even the big red bird at her feet had green eyes. It flapped its wings and stared at these two supreme treasures. There was no need for further explanation. Everyone knew how precious these two items were. Since you don't lack them, then forget it. Guchanga's tone was somewhat regretful. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er suddenly stared at him with a murderous look. It made people wonder if she would directly snatch them in the next moment. However, Guchanga did not see this expression on her face. Although I don't lack them since you gave them to me, then this is your good intentions. I still want them. Gu Xian'er was a little angry, but then she said with a slightly reluctant expression, if you don't lack them, then I think it's better to give them to someone who does. After all, this is an expedition to the 8 desolates in 10 regions. So dangerous. Everyone's life could be in danger. Guchanga smiled. But seeing Gu Xian'er's cold eyes, he decided not to tease her. However, it's not bad to have more life-saving treasures and more protection. You bastard, Gu Xian'er ground her teeth. If not for the fact that there were so many people, she would have bitten Guchanga. Whether it was the rainbow immortal robe or the primordial true feather, Guchanga had already decided to give them to her. Originally, Guchanga planned to refine the primordial true feather into the immortal slaying gourd, but later found that it was unnecessary. The immortal slaying gourd's power was far above this primordial true feather. He had no use for this primordial true feather. Brother Gu, long time no see. Then, after giving the 2 items to Gu Xian'er, Wang Zijin walked over and greeted her. She wore a long blue dress. She was tall and slender, and her exquisite and flawless face looked like it was created by the heavens. She had a comfortable smile. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and other acquaintances of Immortal Academy also came to greet her. Little sister Xian to have such an exceptionally good older brother truly makes one envious. The eyes of the reclusive and clan's princess in Yin flickered, also walking over from the distance. Her silver hair was brilliant, flowing with radiance, her face carrying an innocent and brilliant expression. She clearly looked to be about the same age as Gu Xian but her figure was extremely wonderful. Compared to Gu Xian who was like a bamboo board, there was a huge difference. She began to chat with Gu Xian in a familiar manner. When they talked about the matter just now, she had an envious expression, as if she only had Gu Xie as a friend in her eyes, not caring about anyone else. And Yin was also not like the others, immediately greeting Guchanga to get familiar with him. It was only for the sake of courtesy that he greeted him. And soon several days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the war between the two realms arrived. Honglonglong. The laws of heaven and earth clashed, releasing intense rumbling sounds. The army of the higher realms descended once again, appearing in realm void abyss vast and mighty, covering the sky and sun. Terrifying great fog stretched across heaven and earth, as if there was no end in sight. Boundless black clouds covered the sky, shrouding the entire area in all directions. Outside the black abyss, many terrifying figures stood. They were too large, their auras incomparably terrifying, oppressing everyone to the point where they could not breathe. Without a doubt, these were definitely super experts from the higher realms. Even though it was only a magical body, just by standing there, it gave off an incomparable pressure, making one's mind tremble. They were very cold, shrouded in the thick fog. Their exposed eyes revealed coldness and disdain, as if they were unwilling to say anything. What happened to the agreed battle? Why haven't the cultivators of 8 Desolation 10 regions arrived yet? Could it be that they are scared? If they are scared, why did they accept the challenge? One of the terrifying figures slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not very loud, very calm and indifferent, as if he did not care about this battle at all. Many experts of 8 Desolation 10 regions guarded this place, strictly guarding against the sneak attacks of the higher realms. Right now, even though their minds were trembling, they still maintained their dignity, not revealing the slightest trace of fear. They shouted loudly, "My lower realms experts are currently hurrying over. What is there to fear from this battle? My 8 Desolation 10 regions does not lack hot-blooded individuals." Oh, senseless stupidity, nothing more than an excuse for hot-bloodedness. Between a true dragon and an ant, how can there be an equal status? Could it be that you all still believe that there is a chance in this battle? Back then, too many of your ancestors were buried in this land, all of them personally killed by us, their corpses thrown here. Now, do you all plan to accompany them? The creature from the higher realms said with a cold laugh, his voice not carrying any fluctuations. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone felt the great disparity. Between the higher realms and the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the difference in strength was indeed great. His words carried disdain and humiliation, making the cultivators of the 8 Desolation 10 regions, who continuously rushed over, feel a wave of anger and unwillingness. Then they felt a strong sense of sorrow. The black earth before their eyes was completely dyed red by blood, and this naturally included their ancestors who died in battle. Oh, after waiting for so long, there are finally people who came? The creature from the higher realms who spoke just now raised his head, his expression full of contempt as he looked into the distance. Ancient warships were currently crushing through the sky dome one after another, flying in this direction, many divine rainbows following behind them. The many black figures behind him still maintained their indifference, not saying a single word, exuding a great pressure. Chapter 482. Honglonglong. Heaven and earth trembled, resonating in all directions. Many ancient warships from all over the world descended like a flood. Behind them were streaks of divine rainbows that were endless, their numbers simply impossible to count. However, compared to the great army of the higher realms before their eyes, it was like a drop in the ocean. Is this the power of the higher realms? Many youngsters who saw the higher realms' great army for the first time all paled. Only when they personally faced these terrifying figures from the higher realms could they feel that type of incomparable pressure. It was simply enough to make one's spine bend, make one's legs go weak, make them kneel down. Before the great army of the higher realms, they were like a small boat in the boundless Wangyang, about to be overturned at any time. Endless great mists swept over, within them towering figures that were like archaic demonic mountains. They were extremely cold, not uttering a single word. When they saw the great army of the 8 Desolates 10 regions descend, it was as if they were looking at a group of unremarkable ants. Don't be scared by their power. Right now they can't cross over. They are doing all of this on purpose. They want to strike at our higher realms' morale. When the most powerful experts from the 8 Desolates 10 regions families saw this scene, their hearts sunk. They felt like before they even fought, their realm's morale was already greatly suppressed. They couldn't help but shout out. Then someone spoke, his voice penetrating clouds and splitting rocks, shaking up the heavens. It contained a type of Tao sound that could wake one up. The warships were like clouds covering the heavens. In the end, they stopped here, confronting the higher realms side. How terrifying. Just looking at them makes one feel despair. If we were to really fight, would we be a match for them? I fear that just a single hand would be enough to wipe us all out. When many youngsters heard this voice, their bodies trembled. When they snapped back to their senses from their previous state, they were a bit alarmed. Their backs couldn't help but shiver. These were the higher realm's most powerful beings. Even though they didn't descend yet, only a magical body was here. However, that type of unmatched might that made one's soul tremble was transmitted over from the great distance. It was as if they were facing an unmatched being, needing to prostrate themselves in worship. So these are the higher realm's most powerful beings? However, they are merely magical bodies. Someone released a cold snort. Intense anger and hatred surged within their hearts. They had an undying grudge against the higher realms. On the ancient warship, there were many majestic divine mountain palaces that released boundless chaotic energy. Among them there were young supreme beings who appeared, their faces swirling with brilliance, divine light interweaving. They were all the elites of this world's 8 wastelands and 10 regions. Similarly, they were all young seeds that the various races could not afford to lose. At this moment, everyone was solemnly watching everything. They stood behind the supreme experts, and there were people who helped them neutralize this terrifying pressure. Before coming here, everyone was extremely confident, believing that they were revered among their peers, rarely having an opponent. But when they arrived, the first thing they smelled was endless blood. Not only were many of their ancestors buried here, but countless living beings and cultivators from the upper realm had also died here. In front of the realm void abyss, there were endless ruins. Mountains and rivers shattered, and heaven and earth drifted away. Corpses were everywhere, and the blood had yet to dry up. There were broken pieces of weapons, fallen stars, and war fortresses everywhere. Enormous craters appeared one after another. It was as if stars smashed into this place, creating terrifying great rifts and valleys. This type of cruelty made them not dare look down on it. You finally came. Back then you stole my world's fate energy, making it so that after countless great eras, no one could achieve immortality. Now that the realm monument sea has dried up, how is the 8 wastelands and 10 regions supposed to protect you all? Within the thick and terrifying great mist, the higher realm's supreme expert was the first to speak. He was extremely cold, carrying killing intent. Many people seemed to have heard some type of secret from his words. They were all shaken up inwardly. However, the 8 wastelands and 10 regions supreme experts didn't agree. They sneered and said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. After countless years, the higher realms have been like bandits, invading my 8 wastelands and 10 regions again and again, not returning peace to my world. If you want to fight, then fight. Why is there a need to find excuses? My world's cultivators don't fear death. While speaking, he waved his large hand. The experts behind him immediately ignited flames. Raging flames burned like smoke signals. Divine light overflowed, illuminating heaven and earth. Woo-woo. Then someone used some type of ancient beast horn to play a war song. The sound contained unimaginable penetrative force, splitting the clouds, grand and sorrowful. When the 8 wastelands 10 regions cultivators and creatures heard this sound, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood. They all felt their blood boil, killing intent rushing into the heavens. Kill! 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 All of the 8 Wastelands 10 regions experts shouted angrily. Strand after strand of mysterious chi and blood force appeared above their heads. In the end, they turned into ancient symbols one after another. They gathered together, forming unmatched power. This scene made many of the 8 Wastelands 10 regions cultivators' hearts tremble greatly. This was the first time they saw the great power contained within their bloodlines. However, this wasn't a secret in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions. Each time they resisted the invasion of the higher realms, there would always be experts who would boost their morale, making everyone activate their bloodline power. They would activate the power of the symbols within, forming a piece of unmatched scripture. They stole the unmatched scripture, yet now they actually dare to use it. Are these the 8 Wastelands 10 regions so-called great ancient clans? Truly laughable. When they saw this scene on the higher realms side, there were experts who sneered, carrying mockery and disdain. It was clear that they knew quite a bit about this secret. Less nonsense. This is the power our ancestors bestowed upon us. How could it be something you all know about? An elder from the 8 Wastelands 10 regions shouted, his eyes ice cold. He was a half-emperor level expert. Right now, the power of this unmatched scripture was used on his body. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. Divine light brilliant, dazzling and dazzling, gushing out from every single pore on his body. He prepared to take action. Before they fought, he would first boost their morale at the same time, give the higher realms experts a show of strength. All of the symbols interweaved, forming the unmatched scripture. Everyone could faintly see a grand and ancient immortal palace within. Immortal music sounded, as if a great sun was rising. At this moment, this unmatched scripture had the most powerful secret force appear. Every single character was as dazzling as stars, ultimately producing an indescribable great force. This wave of power gathered together, crushing downwards, crushing down towards the higher realm's great army ahead, as if it was going to wipe out everyone here. Hunglonglong. The heavens trembled, the void immediately exploding. All of the great mists were collapsing, primal chaos evolving. Heaven and earth aura becoming chaotic, as if time was reversing, trekking through endless reincarnation. This was an unimaginable great force. This elder's entire body shone, using this wave of power on his own body, slaughtering his way forward. Is this the terrifying aspect of our blood force? Even though each individual's strength is meager, when gathered together, it can become a river converging into an ocean undefeatable. Even the higher realm's great army before it is still insignificant. When a few people saw this scene, they were greatly stirred up, a bit moved, but even more so excited, feeling like there was hope in this battle. As long as everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions worked together, they would ultimately win against the higher realms. Heaven and earth rumbled with noise, as if the cosmos was falling one after another, crushing forward. Many stars were collapsing and exploding. You all only have this bit of ability. If it wasn't for the fact that our true bodies couldn't descend, how could you all be so savage? Trifling half-emperor realm cultivators dare to act like this. The expression of the supreme expert who spoke just now changed slightly. If his true body descended, he naturally had the confidence to resist this strike. However, right now it was merely a magical body, less than a tenth of his strength. He felt a bit of restraining fear, but even more anger and coldness. The figure shrouded in great mists couldn't help but take a few steps back. Meanwhile, this scene just happened to be seen by everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions. They immediately felt their morale surge, their blood boiling. The higher realm's supreme expert has been forced back by us. He is also scared of us, not daring to face us. This is too great. Someone shouted loudly, feeling incomparably excited. Brilliant light shone from his forehead. Ancient symbols shone through his skin and bones one after another. At this time, almost everyone felt a type of hope. After all, they personally saw the higher realm's supreme expert retreat. The group of young existences also couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotions. This terrifying power also had a share of their contributions. They naturally shared the glory and honor. Many higher realms experts couldn't help but frown. They never expected the 8 Desolate's 10 regions to have this type of method, to the extent where it even exceeded the divine might of the past. However, right when everyone from the 8 Desolate's 10 regions were stirred up, wishing to suppress the higher realm's supreme expert again. Hong! In the skies above, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly transmitted over, as if there was a mountain and sea's might, as if a heavenly river was about to burst, crushing downwards. The heavens trembled, the sun, moon, and stars all swaying, the sea turning to ashes, streak after streak of black lightning hacked down, even larger than the stars. What is that? Everyone from the 8 Desolate's 10 regions suddenly felt a bit horrified, their scalps going numb. Some people even felt a shiver from the bottom of their hearts, couldn't help but bow down towards that figure in front of them. In everyone's eyes, the skies above became incomparably blurry, as if there were millions and millions of strands of chaotic energy descending. An indistinct figure towered there, seemingly endless deities appearing around him, 3,000 great worlds surrounding him, as if he was the master of the heavens. Has the 8 Desolate's 10 regions already fallen to such a state? It truly makes one sigh with regret. That was the voice of a young man, sounding like he wasn't that old, without the slightest trace of great changes. However, when it landed in the ears of the 8 Desolate's 10 regions experts, it sounded extremely cold and emotionless. Hunglonglong. In the next moment, following heaven overflowing divine light, an enormous hand that covered the skies reached over from the skies above. It was incomparably enormous, millions and millions of strands of chaotic energy swirling around it, as if it covered the heavens above. Endless natural laws and laws surged under this palm. In the end, it seemed like it was going to explode, the void collapsing, the universe seemingly collapsing because of this palm, terrifying great rifts appearing one after another. This was an unimaginably horrifying scene. The world immediately darkened, as if it was blasted back to when the heavens were first opened, everything muddle-headed. All of the light was blocked out. The power produced by the interweaving of all of the runes was instantly shattered by this palm, turning into countless strands of energy that rushed into all directions. Everyone was shocked and terrified, feeling that all of their strength had been lost because of this palm, and they couldn't help but fall to the ground weakly. The brilliant power to destroy the world was nothing more than this. Wah! The face of the old man who unleashed this power paled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying backwards, almost exploding in midair. After suffering such a terrifying backlash, his aura instantly became extremely dispirited, and he couldn't even stand up. Who is that? This is too terrifying. Didn't they say that the boundary monument sea has dried up, and that no supreme experts can cross over? Seeing this scene, everyone in the 8 Desolate's 10 regions' voices trembled, and their bodies trembled. They even felt despair. They didn't expect that the attack that they thought to be incomparably powerful, which could shake the reincarnation cycle and collapse the natural laws, would be crushed by a palm from the other party, instantly collapsing. Under such a huge blow, many people's minds were muddled, and they couldn't react for a long time. That's Guchanga, the leader of the upper realm. He's here too. Gu Wudi, who was standing with the ancient existences, suddenly spoke with a bone-deep hatred in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. At the same time, they also felt a little terrified. They did not doubt Gu Wudi's words. After all, as the Taoist of the 9 mountains, who had just been destroyed by Guchanga, it was normal for him to have such hatred. It's really him. The one who killed eldest senior sister and destroyed the 9 mountains. Xiaoyang also recognized Guchanga. His eyes reddened as he clenched his fists. His hatred for Guchanga could be described as monstrous. Eldest senior sister was killed by him. His sect was destroyed, and his master's fate was unknown. So much hatred, how could it be resolved so easily? Is this the strength of the leader of the upper realm? How can he be so terrifying? He's simply undefeatable. At this moment, everyone from the 8 Desolate's 10 regions was shocked. Especially the younger generation who wanted to fight with Guchanga in the same realm. They were even more shocked. Their breathing was suffocating, and their scalps were slightly numb. They had only heard about the leader of the younger generation from the upper realm from rumors and knew that his strength was monstrous. However, when they faced him in person, they realized how powerful he was. It was to the point where it made people despair, and they could not even think of fighting him. How could they fight him? Even if they gathered everyone's strength, it would still be difficult to resist his palm? This was something that they did not dare to imagine before. This isn't his own power. It's the power of that supreme treasure that he took out. At this time, an ancient existence spoke. His eyes were fixed on the big seal floating above Guchanga's head. There seemed to be thousands of stars, suns, and moons gathered on it, and mountains and seas rose and fell, constantly intersecting. This kind of majestic and vast power was like the abyss of the sea. Just a strand of it was enough to make people's hair stand on end, and their bodies feel like they were about to explode. That is the seal of the 9 mountains of the 9 mountains. He stole it. I can't believe he borrowed the power of the 9 mountains treasure. Gu Wudi clenched his teeth, looking extremely angry and unwilling. First, the fairy-slaying gourd fell into his hands. Now, even the seal of the 9 mountains was stolen by him. Some of the ancient existence's expressions changed greatly. After thinking about it carefully, they could not help but tremble. We really need to rely on young Master Chang'e, or else we won't be able to stop these people. How dare an ant try to overturn the heavens? Young Master Chang'e only needs one palm to suppress them all. Many powerhouses cannot come here before the passage is stabilized. Now we can rely on young Master Chang'e. With young Master Chang'e here, will the powerhouses from the 8 Desolates 10 regions still dare to act presumptuously? Unlike the deathly silence from the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the people from the upper realm were shocked and then reacted. Many people could not help but snicker out loud with mockery and disdain. Of course, more people were full of admiration and fanaticism towards Guchang'e. This guy is still as unbelievably strong as before. Gu Xian stood among the disciples of the Immortal Academy and looked up at the figure in the sky. As if thinking of something, her face was a little hot and her heart was beating very fast. I really don't know how young Master Chang'e cultivates. Why is there such a big gap between us when we're about the same age? And Yin and Gu Xian were walking very close to each other. When she heard this, she could not help but laugh. However, she had an innocent smile on her face as usual, as if she was very confused about this. She did not know much about Guchang'e. She only guessed a thing or two based on the rumors and the conversation between her sister and she, and the man she saved. This speculation made her shudder. She did not dare to think too much about it. So, where did the mountain lords of the 9 mountains go in the end? Were they killed by him? Wang Zijin looked at all this, but her eyes narrowed slightly. She was not surprised by Guchang'e's strength. She was confused about something else. According to her understanding, the 9 mountains had a total of 9 mountain lords. If the 9 mountains were destroyed, where did the mountain lords go in the end? Were they killed by Guchang'e? Or were they imprisoned by the Longevity Gu family? However, no matter which possibility it was, there should have been some news leaked out. Unlike now, the mountain lords seemed to have disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Wang Zijin was a very smart person. Although she did not want to dig into some things, she could not ignore the obvious clues in front of her. What was Guchang'e hiding? The more she understood, the more she found that she could not see through him. It was like she had fallen into an eternal trap, unable to break free. Before Jiang Chuchu met Guchang'e, she had placed killing the inheritors of the demonic arts and searching for the reincarnation of the human ancestor as her top priority. However, after meeting Guchang'e, she stopped searching for the reincarnation of the human ancestor. She did not even look for the inheritors of the demonic arts. In the beginning, Wang Zijin did not notice this. Until recently, she accidentally discovered that Jiang Chuchu's chastity sand had disappeared. Good Lord, she did not even need to guess to know who had taken it. It was no wonder that Jiang Chuchu, who was as calm as still water in the past, had become absent-minded. During the time she cultivated in Immortal True Academy, she could not hide her thoughts. She would occasionally go to Guchang'e's abode. With all these clues, Wang Zijin felt that she was already close to the truth of the matter. It was very likely that the reincarnation of the human ancestor had already been killed by Guchang'e, and Jiang Chuchu definitely knew about this. What was the relationship between Guchanga and the inheritors of the demonic arts? Just as Wang Zijin's thoughts were in turmoil, a terrifying aura once again pressed down from the sky. It was as if an ancient universe had collapsed and was crushing down. It seems that you do not wish to abide by the agreement of training soldiers. In that case, everyone can stay. Guchanga's voice was very calm. Though the Nine Mountains deity's seal was powerful, Guchanga's personal strength was not to be underestimated. He had to be cautious. Oh, bullying the weak. If you are talking about age, I am not that old. Guchanga heard this and faintly smiled. Then he casually said, after all, you were the ones who accepted the challenge. Now, you are the ones who made the first move. Do you really think that just because it is difficult for my realm's powerhouses to descend, you have nothing to fear? Towards the end, his tone turned cold. Terrifying chi once again enveloped the area. Like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Stars rustled and fell, making people's hearts tremble. Xian Gang's expression was serious. The ancestral banner unfurled in the sky. Many rays of light intertwined and fell, forming a vast galaxy. He was very wary of Guchanga. If that is the case, then we will follow the rules of the challenge. Our two realms' heaven's favorites will fight first. I want to see if you have the right to be arrogant, he said in a low voice. His voice was very dignified. He did not want to fight with Guchanga. Is that so? Guchanga's voice was still very calm. He said, Yihan, you will fight first. As soon as he finished speaking, in the thick fog behind him on the ancient warship, a figure turned into a ray of light and descended. His face was cold and there was a shocking amount of murderous intent. I will not disappoint my master. Yihan grinned. A thick smell of blood surrounded his body. It was very terrifying. It's him. The Yuxia who killed so many of our heaven's favorites. The 8 Desolation 10 regions were in an uproar. Many heaven's favorites were furious. They recognized Yihan. He was the Yuxia who was at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. Lin Wu's brother, Lin Qingyang, and an ancient existence of the family behind him were killed by one of Guchanga's Dharmakaya. Everyone realized Guchanga's intention. Their faces turned cold and they were even more furious. He obviously wanted to provoke the 8 Desolation 10 regions. That was why he sent out this person first. He wanted to humiliate everyone. What a vicious mind. Chapter 483. Yihan was a heaven's favorite of the Yuxia tribe. Among his peers he was one of the top 3. The Yuxia clan was an extremely famous clan in the upper realm. They had countless clansmen, and they could be found in almost every world. Because of their bloodthirstiness and brutality, they were feared by many tribes. A long time ago, Yihan was Guchanga's follower. He had done many things for him both openly and secretly. Last time at the Boundary Monument Sea, Yihan fought with Lin Qingyang of the 8 Barren 10 regions dragon blood battle gods and almost died there. Luckily, at the critical moment Guchanga had a thought. A Dharma body of faith descended and saved his life. Therefore, Yihan's respect and admiration for Guchanga was unquestionable. He was fanatical. My name is Yihan. I was fortunate enough to follow you for a while. Who from the 8 Barren 10 regions dares to fight me? Yihan's figure was very tall. He had a pair of wings on his back. His skin was greenish-gray and was surrounded by strands of light. He walked over from the ancient warship. His body was shrouded in a layer of gray fog. His eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty. He sneered at the powerhouses of the 8 Barren 10 regions. Finally, his gaze landed on the young heaven's favorites. He then made a throat-slitting gesture. He was extremely arrogant. Young Master Changa sent Yihan first. He must have planned this a long time ago. However, although Yihan is strong among the younger generation of the upper world, he can't even be ranked in the top 100. And this doesn't include those ancient freaks who have just awakened. We can also let Yihan test the strength of the other side. Many powerhouses from the upper world noticed this. Their eyes flashed as they tried to guess Guchanga's intention. In the end, they guessed that it was because Yi Han had already fought with the Heaven's favorites from the 8 Barren 10 regions. This method was undoubtedly a blow to the morale of the 8 Barren 10 regions. Compared to the upper world's people who were interested, the 8 Barren 10 regions people's faces were gloomy. This was especially true for those who had once died at the hands of Yi Han. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They had not expected Yi Han to be so arrogant. Who in this world is willing to go up and fight him? The Black Tortoise Battle God clan's old ancestor, Xiangang, frowned as he glanced at the ancient warships and asked the group of young geniuses. The upper realm was so arrogant. If they showed the slightest sign of weakness and compromise at this time, it would be an even greater blow to their morale. Furthermore, the upper realm obviously wanted to see such a scene. However, after Xuanggong's question, the 8 desolates in 10 regions fell silent for a moment. Many young Heaven's favorites looked at each other and saw the probing look in each other's eyes. Then they all fell silent. They were not stupid. Their previous hot-bloodedness was because they had not witnessed the cruelty of this battle with their own eyes. After witnessing Guchanga's terrifying strength, they were extremely fearful of his followers. If he didn't have the ability, would he have been accepted as a follower by Guchanga? Before they had a clear understanding of Yi Han's true strength, if they rashly went forward, who knew what would happen to them? This was no longer a simple battle. It was a battle to the death between two people. In the end, only the winner could survive. Therefore, they all wanted someone to test Yi Han's strength before deciding whether to fight or not. Of course, another big reason was that the clans behind them did not allow them to fight so quickly. They were worried that they would be targeted and die for no reason. For a moment, the 8 desolates in 10 regions fell into an eerie silence. The group of elders obviously did not expect this to happen. They were stunned for a moment. Then sorrow and anger appeared on their faces. On the upper realm's side, everyone who saw this could not help but mock. However, they all maintained their cold expressions and did not say anything. Because of this, the people of the 8 desolates in 10 regions felt uneasy, as if they were being pressured and intimidated. No one is willing to fight first? The Black Tortoise Battle God clan's old ancestor asked again. He could not help but feel sad, but more than that he felt helpless. He could understand their feelings. No one was willing to play around with their own lives. Of course, the strongest Heaven's favorites would not choose to fight now. Otherwise, if the upper realm found out, they would think of ways to target them and kill them first. Senior, I am willing to fight. While the younger generation of the 8 desolates in 10 regions were silent, a slightly trembling voice sounded. A young Heaven's favorite gritted his teeth and walked out. He was under great pressure, and his face was pale. Clearly, he was nervous and uneasy. It could be seen that he was a follower of some young Heaven's favorite. However, because of some reason, the master behind him was not willing to fight, and instead sent him out to fight. Many people could tell, and they felt some sympathy for this young Heaven's favorite. What is your name? Xiangang sighed in his heart. Clearly, he could tell as well. This caused the sorrow in his heart to become even stronger. He did not expect that the young Heaven's favorite of his generation would only be willing to fight after being forced to do so. Junior's name is Zhang Batian. The young man gritted his teeth. His voice was trembling, and his expression was somewhat fearful. Although he was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to refuse. If he were to fight, he would be the only one to die. If he refused, he would implicate the clan behind him. Who was more important? It was obvious with a single glance. Everyone from the 8 desolates in 10 regions were silent. Although they all knew that this person would undoubtedly die if he went out, no one stopped him, tacitly agreeing to all of this. Or else, at a time like this, would they have to replace him? Very quickly, Zhang Batian walked towards the battlefield, trembling. His legs and stomach were spinning, and his face was full of fear. The 8 desolates in 10 regions have fallen to the point where they have to send someone like this to fight? This is truly an eye-opener for me. Guchanga lightly shook his head. It was unclear whether his tone was a sigh or mockery. Hearing this, everyone from the 8 desolates in 10 regions' faces turned ugly. Their hatred reached the heavens, but they could not refute. Many people clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, hating their own powerlessness, hating Guchanga's coldness. Because all of this was forced by Guchanga. If he sent someone else, would this have happened? You go first. Otherwise, if I did, you would already be dead. Yihan was very cold. His eyes flickered with bloodlust and viciousness. He stood there like a long spear, with an undefeatable chi. I am going to kill you, Zhang Batian shouted angrily. At this moment his eyes were red. Since things have escalated to this point, he could no longer retreat. Boom! He made his move. He directly summoned all of his source energy. The entire place exploded with dazzling light. Torrential flames bloomed and engulfed Yihan. This was Zhang Batian's most powerful technique, one that he rarely uses in his life. Too weak. You disappoint me. Seeing this, Yihan shook his head. His voice was still cold. He merely reached out with his claw and his entire body disappeared from where he stood. It was as if he had merged with the wind. Many young cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment they couldn't even find a trace of him. In the next moment there was a cry of agony. A torrential rain of blood splattered down, mixed with some broken white bones. Zhang Batian's entire body was torn apart. With a bang, his body and soul were destroyed. He was killed instantly. This scene was terrifying. It contained a great amount of shock and awe. Many people couldn't help but shudder. How could he fight like this? Who's next? Yihan was still cold. His silhouette reappeared where he stood. There were still traces of blood on his palm. He died just like that. He couldn't even block one attack. Many young cultivators from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were trembling. Many people's strengths were about the same as Zhang Batian's. Doesn't this mean that if they go up, they will be torn apart in an instant and destroyed in both body and soul? Many people's hearts were filled with deep fear and desperation. He couldn't even block one attack. Xian Gang and the other ancient existences' expressions darkened. Hearing this, countless people felt wronged. Even though there was no lack of hot-blooded people, the people around them didn't allow them to take risks. Because they were still very young, if they were to die here for no reason, that would be the greatest waste. I will fight against you. Just as the heavens' favorites from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were silent, a voice suddenly sounded. It was decisive, cold, and furious. Everyone looked over and saw a man in gray walking over from the ancient warship. His face was ordinary, but he had an aura that no one dared to ignore. It's him, Chu Buyu. Didn't they say that he died in some historical remains? Why is he here? That's great, we finally have a powerful figure on our side. The moment they saw this person, the people from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were shocked. It was obvious that many people recognized this man in gray. Many of the older generation were overjoyed. They suddenly felt like there was hope in this battle. The man in gray was called Chu Buyu. He was a young supreme being. His strength was one of the best among his peers. However, some time ago, it was said that he had accidentally entered some historical remains and died there. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a talented young heaven's favorite had fallen just like that. However, they didn't expect that Chu Buyu would appear here today and give everyone a surprise. Everyone has seen Chu Buyu's strength. If he takes action, we should be able to test the strength of this generation of the upper realm. Many of the younger generation whispered in their hearts. They had great confidence in Chu Buyu. Chu Buyu was an extremely special heaven's favorite in the 8 barren 10 regions. It was said that before he was 7 years old, he couldn't even open a spiritual sea and was scolded by his master for being stupid. Later on, he was dissatisfied with this, so he changed his name to Buyu. Since then, he displayed extraordinary perseverance and diligence to catch up with his cultivation. It could be said that Chu Buyu's foundation was so solid that very few people in his generation could compare to him. Chu Buyu didn't speak much and gave people a sense of honesty. However, his gaze was very sharp now. When he came to the battlefield, he didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. Finally, someone more interesting has come. Yihan licked his blood-stained lips. Not only was he not angry, but he also laughed happily. His expression was like that of a wild beast staring at its prey. Soon the two of them exchanged blows. Countless people from the two realms gathered their gazes and stared at them. A dazzling light erupted from Chubuyu's body. Every pore on his body seemed to be shining, as if he was an ancient god forged by immortal divine gold. Yihan extended his claws and attacked. Endless bloody intent swept out from behind him, drowning Chubuyu in front of him. Boom! The sound of muffled thunder resounded between heaven and earth. The void seemed to be about to collapse and crack open. Terrifying rifts appeared one after another. All kinds of brilliance and runes fluttered in the air, displaying supreme divine abilities and techniques. Fragments of laws danced in the air, transforming into all kinds of divine weapons, heavenly sabers and battle spears. They erupted with terrifying fluctuations. The place immediately became chaotic. All kinds of divine chains of order danced chaotically, piercing through the void and into the distance, dispersing the fog. It had to be said that Chubuyu was very strong. He was more than a level stronger than Zhang Tianba. After exchanging 50 blows with Yihan, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Such a scene made the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions suddenly see hope and somewhat excited. Many young geniuses who were as famous as Chubuyu also smiled and planned to go on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. Chubuyu's face gradually showed signs of strain. Bloody wounds began to appear on his body, and injuries appeared. Some of the injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen. His face was slightly pale and his bones cracked. He kept retreating and dodging, no longer at his peak state. On the other hand, Yihan looked like he had gone mad from the battle. His eyes were filled with bloodthirst and ferocity. It seemed that there was only battle in his eyes. This was the nature of the Wuxia clan. The more they fought, the braver they became, and the more they killed, the crazier they became. Finally, after 300 blows, Yihan seized an opportunity. His divine power surged, and the top of his head was filled with blood. Then he suddenly reached forward. His hands turned into immortal blades and tore Chubuyu's body apart. Is that all you're capable of? This battle is nothing more than that. Yihan sneered as he looked at Chubuyu, who was struggling in his hands and whose eyes were gradually dimming. He burst out with power and tore Chubuyu into pieces. Chubuyu collapsed into a bloody mist, following in the footsteps of the previous person. For a moment, the place suddenly fell silent. Everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions was shocked. Even Chubuyu was no match for Yihan. After 300 blows, he was killed? Although Yihan was injured, he was still Chubuyu, an extremely famous young supreme being from the 8 Desolates 10 regions. He had never been defeated. Buyu. Chubuyu's clansmen looked sorrowful. They regretted not stopping him just now. Who else? Yihan was already in a killing frenzy. His eyes were scarlet with bloodthirsty ferocity as he glanced at the many young supreme beings in front of him. Many people looked at him coldly. At this moment, they had more or less figured out Yihan's strength. They felt that they could go up and fight with him to take revenge and wash away the humiliation. Come back. However, when the geniuses of the 8 Desolates 10 regions were incomparably furious and wanted to go up and fight with Yihan, Guchanga's voice suddenly sounded. It was very calm and emotionless. It's really boring to fight one by one. Hearing this, the ferocious and bloodthirsty look on Yihan's face quickly disappeared and he became respectful again. Yes, master. After saying that, he turned into a divine rainbow and returned to the ancient worship behind him. Many of the geniuses from the upper world were also eager to give it a try. They wanted to go up and slaughter the people from the 8 Desolates in 10 regions. From the battle just now, they had seen the strength of the 8 Desolates 10 regions and had a deeper understanding of it. Seeing this, although the geniuses of the 8 Desolates 10 regions were unwilling, they didn't dare to break the rules. After all, Yihan had won 2 battles in a row and could leave at any time. Of course, to many people, this was Guchanga siding with him. They knew that the 8 Desolates 10 regions had figured out Yihan's strength. In the next round, they would send someone to deal with Yihan. You all need to be careful. It seems like the young supreme beings from the upper world can't hold back anymore. Xian Gang's expression was heavy as he spoke to the geniuses behind him. Let's follow the old rules and use this place as the hunting ground. Guchanga faintly smiled and waved his hand. The fog below the emptiness chasm dispersed, revealing the dried-up riverbed and large mountain ranges. Although they had collapsed long ago and turned into ruins, they were still vast and boundless. However, it was still vast and boundless. There were many collapsed valleys, and many powerful ferocious beasts lived in them. They fed on the corpses of the experts who died in these valleys. Chapter 484. Thin mist surrounded this place, making it look like a dark cloud. A bone-piercing bloody smell pervaded the air. Behind Guchanga, footsteps sounded. Young figures appeared one after another, turning into divine rainbows as they descended. Multicolored light shone resplendently, their auras terrifying. Among these young figures they were all the higher realms' young supreme beings, ancient freaks, including Gu Xianer Wang Zijin and Yen Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, Heaven Fiend Monarch, War Immortal Manor's Inheritor, Sage King Palace's Inheritor. It could be said that every single one of them was far stronger than Yi Han. When they saw this scene, the expressions of many people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions side changed greatly, feeling an unprecedented terrifying pressure. Even though the higher realms didn't send many young existences, every single one of them gave them an incomparably powerful feeling, oppressing the present world. These people are also powerful, much more powerful than that Yuxia from before. The Vermilion Bird Battle God Clan's inheritor was a woman with a pretty face, dressed in battle armor. Right now her expression was incredibly serious. Her eyes swept over those young existences, stopping on a few women. Some people looked at her within their eyes divine light brilliant, making her eyes hurt, almost shedding tears. It was as if they weren't facing a group of youngsters, but rather a group of young deities, every single one of them dazzling. They are too confident, thinking that with just these few people they can defeat us? The White Tiger Battle God Clan's inheritor was an extremely tall and sturdy male, his pupils different. When he clenched his fists, the sounds of wind and thunder sounded deafening. The other clan's inheritors also walked out at this moment, Lin Wu and Xiaoyang among them, the two of them having different emotions. At this point everyone became serious, their battle intent surging, wishing to fight against the higher realm's heavenly talents. Hong! In that instant, figures flew out one after another, descending towards the hunting ground. They had long felt anger inside, wishing to vent it all here. They were all heaven-warping talents, proud and arrogant, unable to find an opponent in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Regardless of what era it was, they could all be considered supreme among their peers. Previously he was held back by the elders and was unable to fight with Yi Han, resulting in the death of 2 geniuses. Right now, he only wanted to regain face for the 8 Desolates in 10 regions, wash away the humiliation just now, and avenge the 2 of them. These geniuses from the 8 Desolates 10 regions are too weak. It's not worth our full strength. On the hunting ground, 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden Gu Xianer Wang Zijin, and the others all walked out. Behind them were the representatives of ancient orthodoxies. 6 Crown King swept his eyes over the many figures in front of him, slightly shaking his head. He didn't seem to care too much about this battle. Especially after witnessing the battle between Yi Han and his opponent, he was even more disappointed. In his heart he wanted to fight with the Sky Demon Monarch and the others. I'll fight you. Right at this moment in the distance, a Heavens Chosen from the 8 Desolates 10 regions rushed over, stirring up mountains and rocks, causing the ground to tremble. He was very tall and had a pair of horns. He had the bloodline of the great Strengthox demon clan. He stared at 6 Crown King, his eyes like copper bells, releasing killing intent and anger. I didn't think that someone would actually come to seek death. It's already good enough that I didn't take the initiative to look for you. 570-inch 6 Crown King shook his head, his expression a bit cold. At the same time he felt like he was being looked down on. It was just like the other young existences, all of them taking the initiative to hunt down their targets. Meanwhile, he was actually hunted down by his prey? This more or less made him feel a bit uncomfortable, really wanting to kill someone. You are courting death. Six-Crowned King stared at this ox-horned male. Even though he was a bit delicate and pretty, the blood energy his entire body released was too exuberant, as if he was surrounded by a sea of blood-colored stars, bathed in unmatched divine splendor. He held the black long spear in hand, walking over step by step, his aura extremely shocking. Niuming, this person is not simple. Don't underestimate him. A voice sounded from high up in the sky. Xiangang sensed how terrifying Six-Crowned King was. Kill! The creature named Niuming shouted angrily, directly taking action. His strength was great, immediately using his greatest power. Blood energy surged like rainbows, rushing out from the crown of his head, piercing through the sky dome, divine force surging around him. The two great experts fought together, shaking heaven and earth. When one's cultivation reached their level, they could already be considered at the Great Saint realm. The destructive force they released was unimaginable, incomparably terrifying. From time to time, spear radiance would rush out, hacking down great stars. However, after just 10 moves, a muffled groan sounded, and then large amounts of blood surged out. With a pung noise, the creature named Niuming was penetrated by a spear, his primordial spirit and body exploding in the air. This scene shocked the experts who were closely watching this battle in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, their minds shaken. Niuming was an extremely well-known young supreme being in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, his flesh extremely powerful. However, in Six-Crowned King's hands, he couldn't even last 5 moves before dying. This made many people's expressions become serious. Even though it looked like the 8 Desolates 10 regions had more people, the heavenly talents of the higher realms were all incomparably terrifying. In the other directions, Gu Xian Wang Zijin, and the others also found their targets starting to take action. A terrifying great battle erupted here. Heaven and earth shook intensely, sand and rocks flying everywhere, crazy winds sweeping about, shaking up the heavens. Everyone had opponents in front of them. Moreover, the 8 Desolates 10 regions' young experts were numerous, often several of them working together to attack one person. Even though it looked a bit shameful since the higher realms only sent out this few people, then they couldn't blame them for winning with numbers. A group of people working together still isn't a match for our higher realms' young experts. Truly laughable, this is nothing more than struggling before death. The experts of the higher realms' many powers and orthodoxies were high up in the sky this entire time, watching this battle, their expressions extremely cold, carrying contempt. Not good, the difference is too great. Even if we have the advantage in numbers, our higher realms still aren't their match. The expression of an old monster from the 8 Desolates 10 regions changed greatly, extremely ugly, almost coughing out a mouthful of blood. He watched as the disciple he was most proud of was smashed apart by a single palm from the other side, collapsing in the void, exploding into a blast of bloody mist. The difference in strength between the heavenly talents on their side and the other side was just too great. Even Xian Tian, this kind of Black Tortoise War God clan's inheritor, was at a disadvantage. His opponent was the Heaven Fiend Monarch, continuously suppressed, his entire body shaking intensely, coughing out blood. His powerful and terrifying body at this time cracked like porcelain, almost collapsing. On the other side, Gu Xian'er's dress fluttered in the wind. Her attacks were filled with immortal qi. With a wave of her hand, rays of light condensed in the void, clanging as they flew towards one of the heavenly talents in front of her. Whoosh whoosh. She was very powerful, every inch of her skin as white as snow, glowing with a misty radiance. The heavenly sword slashed down, its sharpness peerless, as if it could cut down the stars in the sky. Buzz! At this time there was a strange movement in the void behind her. A heavenly talent with a powerful physique, his entire body glowing, suddenly approached her. Sensing that this shockingly beautiful girl in front of him was weaker than the others, and wanted to launch a sneak attack on her. However, in the face of the two attacks, Gu Xian'er's expression didn't change, as if she had already sensed it. She merely threw a punch behind her. Her small white fist seemed to be carved from jade. With a rumble, it pierced through the void and blasted away the person who had ambushed her. White bone fragments splattered out, accompanied by a bloody mist, making one's heart tremble. Such a scene made her opponent's expression change. He didn't expect this girl's physique to be so terrifying. She couldn't help but retreat, fear growing in her heart. However, Wuxia was faster. A pair of black and white wings seemed to appear on her back, and she suddenly streaked across the sky, catching up with her and killing her quickly. After dealing with the two of them, Wuxia glanced at the sky and saw that Wuchanga had been paying attention to her. She snorted. Although she knew that Wuchanga was worried about her, she still felt that she was underestimated by Wuchanga. Seeing this, the other heavenly talents from the 8 barren 10 regions were very afraid of her. They didn't dare to approach her, and quickly retreated. "What's your relationship with this girl?" Xiangang, who had been watching the battle closely, noticed that Wuchanga seemed to be paying special attention to this girl, and couldn't help but squint his eyes and ask, "What?" Wuchanga retracted his gaze and looked at him with interest. "If you dare to have any ideas about her, I will kill you right now." Feeling Wuchanga's undisguised murderous intent, even though Xiangang was a cultivator, he couldn't help but turn pale at this moment. A chill ran down his spine and he shuddered. This old man is just asking. He snorted coldly, not wanting to appear weak in front of everyone from the 8 barren 10 regions. However, the dirty thoughts that just arose also disappeared. Although it seemed like they could use this girl to threaten Wuchanga. Obviously, before they could capture this girl, Wuchanga would kill them. That better be the case. "Do you think that with the empty space abyss protecting you all, you will be safe?" Wuchanga faintly smiled. His gaze turned strange as he looked at the ancient battleships from the 8 barren 10 regions. Though they were inside the empty space abyss, they weren't too far away from here. If he wanted to, he could actually make these people stay here. However, doing so would expose many of his tricks. Therefore, Wuchanga was still waiting for the right time. The empty space abyss won't be able to protect the 8 barren 10 regions for long. To the people from the 8 barren 10 regions, Wuchanga's declaration of war was very likely to stall for time and wait for the upper world's army to arrive. Therefore, they didn't know that Wuchanga had a backup plan. He was merely waiting for the right time. The 8 barren 10 regions didn't know that the Tianlu Xiannu would surrender to Wuchanga. "What are you trying to say?" Xiangang obviously didn't expect Wuchanga to say this. He frowned. The ancient existences behind him didn't understand as well. Why would Wuchanga say this at a time like this? "Of course I am trying to make you all stay here." Wuchanga faintly smiled. His expression didn't change at all. However, Xiangang and the others' expressions changed. They were a little uncertain. "What do you mean? You want to make us stay here forever? Just by yourself?" Xiangang frowned and said in a low voice. He didn't know why Wuchanga said this at all. They had the empty space abyss behind them. They could retreat in at any time. Without the correct route, the upper world wouldn't dare to chase in at all. "Of course by myself." Wuchanga still had a casual expression. His gaze slowly swept across the hunting ground below. Then he shook his sleeve. It seemed that the vast all-heaven starfield appeared. Rumble. The great Tao rumbled. Billions of divine chains of laws turned into a waterfall and rushed in from all directions as if they were going to refine this world. This is. Such a shocking change instantly shocked countless people from the 8 barren 10 regions who rushed here. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. The universe trembled. Every inch of the void was filled with a vast and terrifying aura of a supreme expert. It made people's souls tremble as if they were about to be torn apart. Wuchanga's avatar sat cross-legged in the sky, as if he was the master of the heavens. Endless silver divine flames surrounded him, as if they could burn everything into ashes. In the depths of the empty space abyss, rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping, wanting to kill all the heavens. The terrifying murderous aura came from behind the people from the 8 barren 10 regions. All of a sudden, everyone was a little dumbstruck and overwhelmed with shock. Why would a great army from the higher realms appear there, and want to encircle and annihilate them? How did they enter the depths of the empty space abyss? What's going on? At this moment, not to mention the people from the 8 barren 10 regions, even the people from the upper world were stunned. They looked at everything in shock. Many of the geniuses who were fighting in the hunting ground were also shocked. Some of them didn't expect it at all. The avatars of the other supreme experts also didn't expect such a shocking change at all. Before this, Guchanga didn't tell them at all. How did you do it? Xian Gang's expression became ugly to the extreme, inwardly shocked and furious. He never expected the great army of the upper world to slaughter their way over, moreover with such shocking momentum. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Kill him. Apart from him, the others aren't a threat. As long as the boundary monument sea hasn't dried up, the Tao-achieving experts of their world won't be able to cross over. We only need to kill him, another supreme expert said, coming from the Green Life clan. His expression was extremely gloomy, not wishing to waste words, directly taking action. The expression of that Life Green race's Tao-achieving expert was extremely cold, directly turning into his original body, an incomparably mysterious and ancient heaven-reaching giant tree. Endless radiance scattered down, towering in the cosmos, as if it could support and split apart everything. Vines that were like stellar streams hacked towards Guchanga one after another like divine swords. The other Tao-achieving experts seized this opportunity, similarly not holding back. Since Guchanga made a move against them first, they naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to kill him. There was someone who also displayed his original body, an enormous 9-headed golden bird. Every single one of them as if they were forged from unmatched immortal gold. They flowed with brilliant colors falling down in order. He released an exceptionally vicious sound, wishing to refine this cosmos, attacking Guchanga. Millions and millions of creatures trembled under this type of terrifying fluctuation, their souls seemingly about to collapse. Many younger generation experts who were currently fighting also stopped, watching everything with shaken hearts. They all had magical artifacts on them to protect themselves, preventing them from being blasted to death by these shockwaves. Guchanga faced 3 Tao-achieving experts by himself fighting there. Even though in their opinion this was because he had the support of the 9 Mountains Immortal Imprint, this supreme treasure, as well as the other supreme experts of the higher realms descending here, all of them resisting together, it was still enough to be horrified. Apart from proving that the 9 Mountains Immortal Imprint was extraordinary, this was already enough to prove how terrifying Guchanga's own strength was. Just what kind of level has his own strength reached? 6 Crown King and the others trembled slightly inside, long unable to produce any thoughts of competing against Guchanga. This type of difference already couldn't be described as a heavenly moat. Chi. In the depths of the cosmos, a great battle overflowed into the heavens, shocking everyone. Guchanga's expression didn't change. When he saw the profound handle rush over, he directly sent a finger over. Dark red, pitch-black primal chaos. All types of terrifying sword energy suddenly pierced through this cosmos, descending on the profound handle. This was his method, containing unmatched offensive power. Puff! Immediately afterwards, the profound handle's arm was pierced through, carrying blood. Even the powerful black tortoise body also collapsed. Even now, you all still don't understand? At the next moment, Guchanga's expression was cold, his voice still calm and indifferent. A palm reached over. It was a large golden hand, boundless and boundless palm patterns clear, as if it was the palm of heaven. Chaotic energy swirled about, a stellar domain appearing within. Puff! The expression of the Green Clan who turned into a true body changed greatly, not a match. The heaven-reaching giant tree was crushed by a palm, his body exploding, breaking apart into pieces. His primordial spirit burned, wishing to use an unmatched secret method to escape. However, Guchanga already anticipated this. The space between his brows shone, a primordial spirit little figure walking out. It opened its mouth, releasing a roar, spitting out a resplendent stream of stars, turning into a bronze immortal sword, instantly seriously injuring him. In that short period of time, those who achieved the Tao were all injured, making everyone on the 8 Desolate's 10 regions' ancient worship shiver in fear. They couldn't help but tremble, some even feeling despair. Kill! When the other experts of the higher realms saw this, they also shouted loudly. On the ancient worship behind them, a great army overflowed into the heavens, slaughtering their way over. In the depths of realm space abyss, a gate of light shone brilliantly. Within an altar that had long been forged, a great army was also slaughtering its way over, surrounding everyone from the 8 Desolate's 10 regions' ancient worship, sealing off their path of retreat. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.